The story began in the still of night, amidst an oppressive silence where strange sounds echoed. Whether it was the knife-edged wind cutting through the witching hour, the fractured moonlight slipping between lofty cloud layers, or the heightened instincts of a battle-hardened assassin, they all carried whispered warnings. At this moment a knight knelt and bowed deeply before someone once again performing commendably. He glanced up slightly, then bowed his head again, saying gratefully, "Thank you, Lord Darus." The stern man standing before him was Darus Robert, with long flowing hair, an aura of coldness and mystery emanating from him, making those who faced him wary. The voice in the knight's head hadn't stopped yet. They said that he would die at the hands of this man tonight. Darus gently spoke to the knight, bowing before him. "You have shown me a result worthy of a leader's position. Thanks to your efforts, our family has made significant progress." The knight replied humbly, "I only did what I had to do, my lord." The knight's name was Raon. Lord Darus looked at him with a hidden smile. "I am truly curious, Raon." His gaze fixed on the shadow cast on the ground. He asked cryptically, "Do you believe that a shadow needs freedom?" But Raon, being clever, quickly understood Darus's implication and replied clearly, still bowing his head. "The assassins of our god only need to carry out their master's orders. In us, there is no such thing as thoughts, emotions, or a heart." Darus praised him. "Good, you understand well." Darus's face looked at Raon and whispered, "But if you already know that." The gentle demeanor from earlier suddenly disappeared. Darus's face darkened, his eyes gleaming. The surrounding space became more oppressive. He began interrogating Raon. "Then why did you dare to act on your own?" He looked at Raon with a crazed gaze. "And how did you manage to escape the brainwashing?" Raon was also terrified. He thought to himself, How did he know about that? What were the two of them talking about? What was the whole story? What was this brainwashing? Raon suddenly recalled the painful memories vividly appearing in his mind, the way the Robert family optimized their assassin corps. The method Darus used to achieve this was by kidnapping or buying and selling children. He committed even more horrifying acts, turning them into assassins who would sacrifice their lives to carry out the dirty work for the House of Robert. In other words, they raised loyal enforcers for the Raon clan. Raon was also a pitiful child who unfortunately fell into his hands. I too was brainwashed, but thanks to a chance encounter during one of my missions, I was able to break free from the shackles that had imprisoned me. Raon didn't expect this to be discovered by Darus. He thought briefly. But how could he know that I was no longer brainwashed? He asked directly without further speculation. "How did you know, my lord?" Darus slowly explained, his fingers unconsciously fidgeting. "Among all the assassins, including you, there are two chains tightly binding your necks. The first is the brainwashing, which somehow you managed to escape from." Then he snapped his fingers, his tone decisive. "And the second." Suddenly he attacked Raon directly, raising his voice. "Is this?" Blood immediately spurted out. Raon's eyes widened in surprise, unable to react. After a few seconds, he screamed in pain. "Aha! Aha! Ah! Raon's hand clutched his chest. What is this pain? It feels like my heart is being sawed apart." Darus smiled with satisfaction, in contrast to Raon's agony. He leisurely spoke, ignoring Raon's writhing in pain. "It's a parasitic insect." Darus explained very calmly. "An insect has been implanted in your body. It still obeys my commands and is gradually eating away at your heart." Raon was horrified by Darus's cruel act. The worst kind of dark magic is something that can even read the emotions of a slave. He gritted his teeth and struggled to speak. "Just brainwashing wasn't enough for you. You had to make me ingest a parasite too. Even after doing such things, you still act all high and mighty. You're truly despicable, Darus." "Completely calm." He spoke arrogantly. "It's called caution, not despicability. Don't forget you managed to escape the brainwashing." He declared his philosophy with superiority. "People say everyone wears a mask. It's just that my mask is a bit thicker and more special than others." But in truth, Ryon couldn't think of anything else. He only knew that his greatest enemy was him. He engraved the name Darus deeply in his mind. The painful past suddenly flooded back. I was kidnapped at an age where I could hardly remember anything. Those days Ryon could never forget. He recalled being raised as a hunting dog and assassin for the Robert family. Even when I became an assassin, I lived without a heart or emotions. The turning point in Ryon's life began. But thanks to a fortunate encounter, I was able to learn a technique called Divine Flame, and that technique proved to be a special ability of the strongest swordsman from 6 lands long ago. It helped me escape the brainwashing. Ryon drifted in his memories. I thought I could finally escape the shadows and dream of freedom. I finally had hope. The resentment made him scream in despair. But why was death waiting for me at the end of the road instead of freedom? Ryon kept lamenting. His body collapsed to the ground, but his mind was still bound. What crime did I commit? Why do I have to die so meaninglessly? The more Ryon thought, the angrier he became. The resentment in his heart grew larger. He gritted his teeth, his hand clenched into a fist, slamming it into the ground. Damn it, I can't let everything end like this. The last bit of willpower helped Ryon struggle to his feet. He resolved, if I'm going to die here anyway. Darus saw Ryon getting up and was slightly panicked. He looked at him in shock. How can you stand up in that condition? Ryon didn't bother with that ridiculous question. He used his hand to push himself up from the ground in a stance, ready to attack. In his head, he kept encouraging himself. If my end is like this. Ryon gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing. He told himself, I will take his hand, or at least injure him before I die. In the silent night, Ryon roared with great vigor. He roared silently, I won't die a miserable death! His body lunged towards Darus. Darus seemed calm, not moving at all. Standing still. Ryon's eyes were now only on Darus, his enemy. But his injured body was not stable enough to face a cold-blooded man like Darus. He swung his sword decisively, and blood sprayed out again. Ryon once again collapsed on the cold ground, his eyes wide open. Struggling, Darus stood watching him, gasping for breath. But Darus's gaze towards Ryon was slightly different. He was surprised, even if I had blocked that attack. Darus turned his back and left. But in his mind, he couldn't stop thinking about Ryon. Although he's just trash. But he not only escaped the brainwashing, he could also endure the pain from the parasite and attack me. How long has it been? He looked at his bloodied hand. How many years has it been since I was last injured to be bitten by a hunting dog? I trained myself unbelievable. Darus glanced back, slightly muttering to himself. But now there's no need to worry about him anymore because he's already dead. Then he ordered his subordinates to dispose of him. Ryon's eyes still followed Darus's retreating figure. Darus was considered one of the strongest warriors on the entire continent. Ryon comforted himself. Losing to him was inevitable. He's the strong one, and I'm the weak one. How could I possibly resist? But Ryon's eyes still looked forward. But I don't accept it. The ghosts of the past came rushing back. I regret living this life for no reason. The ghost was Darus. He made it impossible for me to leave in peace. I regret being toyed with by Darus my whole life. The greatest regret that bound Ryon. He exclaimed, and I deeply regret not being able to complete the fire demon technique. A prayer began to echo. Whether it's a god or even a demon, anyone please. Ryon was earnestly pleading, do something and give me a chance to take revenge on Darus. The emblem on Ryon's chest suddenly lit up. A strange phenomenon occurred. You have been chosen by rage. Rage will enter your body. The body has died. Error. After that blood-soaked night full of resentment, the sun rose again. Warm sunlight filled the space, and a gentle voice called out sunlight. That gentle voice belonged to this beautiful girl. Sunlight, look at mommy. My sunshine. The baby in the crib raised his tiny hand and babbled, Abba. His parents chuckled. Good boy. Now what's this? The baby, very clever, responded immediately. Abu. The mother hugged the baby tightly, her face sparkling, her eyes full of happiness. Oh my sunshine, who do you look like? You're so adorable. But it seemed this baby wasn't just an ordinary baby. He looked at his mother thoughtfully, like an adult. I still haven't gotten used to this. The woman holding me is Sylvia. Sylvia gently lifted her child. The boy thought to himself, I still can't believe it. She smiled brightly and said, Let's go, Mommy. The baby looked at his mother intently, no longer doubting. Ryon was now in this form. I have been reincarnated as the child of this woman. Ryon remembered, although he still retained the memories of his past life as an assassin. When he opened his eyes, Ryon was extremely confused at first. I thought this was a dream. I slept for 100 days. Why haven't I woken up yet? However, no matter how much he slept, he eventually accepted the fact that he had been reincarnated. Sylvia held Ryon in her arms, looking at the scenery outside. The weather is so beautiful today, isn't it, my child? Sylvia looked into the distance. I hope the Lord will return soon. She spoke with such hope that he might give her child a beautiful name. Ryon looked at his mother with a slightly sad expression, also feeling a bit strange about being called by a nickname all the time. Ryon briefly thought that since he hadn't seen his child for over 100 days, he must be very busy. With that in mind, he babbled happily to please his mother. The place where Ryon lived now was a vast, magnificent space that exuded wealth and luxury at a glance. Ryon quietly thought that he still hadn't explored much since his reincarnation, but at least he knew this was a wealthy family belonging to the upper class. Even the bedroom was lavishly decorated, a stark contrast to the gloomy scene from Ryon's previous life. He guessed that being reborn into a powerful and wealthy family was better than an ordinary one. But even though he now lived in love and abundance, Ryon still harbored a burning desire in his heart. He told himself that being reborn into this wealthy life was good because he needed to take revenge on Jahon. He had never forgotten the ruthless face of Darus. One thing he still remembered clearly was the anger and hatred he felt in his heart before he died. But he needed to be patient. Reincarnated, but into the form of a child, Ryon couldn't really do much. Stuck in this room all along, I don't know where this place is. I don't know my position or what kind of situation I'm even in. Baby Ryon pondered further as he hadn't yet perfected the fire orb technique. He had to endure and be patient. In his previous life, he had been called the greatest assassin of the Robert family. Now fortunate to be reborn, Ryon lived with one purpose: to wait for the day he could take revenge on Darus. Ryon had to try his best to suppress his emotions and desires until the right moment. Baby Ryon looked around again, but this only made him more curious. The grandeur and size of this mansion were beyond upper class. Suddenly, Ryon's gaze focused on something. Sylvia's maid Helen rushed in. Miss Sylvia. She stood at the entrance of the room and shouted, "The Lord has returned." Sylvia was stunned and stammered. Father Ryon was surprised. Father. Does that mean the Lord is my grandfather? Sylvia panicked. We need to prepare something. Helen hurriedly interrupted. It's too late, miss. He's already at the door, Sylvia exclaimed. Oh no! Sylvia's face clearly showed her anxiety. Both she and Helen looked toward the door. Ryon also curiously looked over, then was stunned. What the hell is this presence? From outside the door, 3 figures quietly entered, announcing the return of the Lord. The Lord's footsteps were heavy and full of authority, demonstrating the pressure he could exert just by his presence. He had golden hair and a tall, robust build. Ryon stared in awe, muttering to himself. The more he looked, the more amazed he became. It can't be. If I'm not mistaken, this person is... Sylvia could only fearfully stammer, Father. Without any greeting, he bluntly asked, Is this the child? Ryon stared intently at the Lord. I'm sure of it. He searched through his memories, a middle-aged man with hair shining like the sun and eyes burning with the color of fire, and a face colder than ice, the master of the greatest family, the 6 destruction kings of the North Glen Ziggart. He looked at Ryon with a somewhat stern gaze. It seems that somehow... Ryon looked up at him with wide eyes, his heart leaping with joy. I've been reborn into the strongest family of the 6 lands. The question that escaped his lips clearly showed his surprise. Do you intend to keep him? Ryon silently thought. What an uncomfortable fate. Lord Glenn Ziggart picked up the child and declared, "From this day forward, the boy's name shall be Rayon. As his name suggests, he shall live and exist quietly like a shadow, as if he is not here." Rayon looked at his grandfather in confusion. After surviving life and death, he now had a new name. After speaking, he turned and left. Rayon happily muttered his new name, Raon. It was late at night. Looking at the quiet surroundings, Rayon guessed everyone was asleep. He sat up, his tiny, adorable body, a stark contrast to his previously somber demeanor. "It's been 100 dull days, but now I have my chance." His body had merged with that of a baby, so his habits were also like a child's. Rayon thought to himself, "Every now and then I suddenly feel sleepy." Rayon recalled that whenever he woke up, Sylvia was always by his side. He couldn't even control his mana yet. At least it was somewhat comforting that he could sleep alone in the crib, but his remaining rationality helped him sit up again. "Let's begin." He began training again, condensing the fire orb. The sacred space of the mountains and forests appeared in his mind. Normally, when training in the Six Lands, one uses breathing to allow mana from nature and aura to accumulate in the heart. The fire orb obtained through special catalysts was different. Rayon focused intensely like a sorcerer, creating a mana circle, which would form a ring around the heart. This would increase endurance and stimulate the body's growth, while also enhancing willpower and mana compatibility. Thus, this method allowed one to achieve the ideal conditions to become a warrior. The more Rayon thought about it, the more excited he became. This is the training technique. He was confident in his path. Another advantage was that even a genius like Darus couldn't detect whether the fire orb existed or not. So Rayon remained steadfast in his training. Above all, if he trained his body and mind using the fire orb. Rayon, though now in a different form, still thought the same way, and would make Ziggart's swordsmanship his own. Thinking this far, Rayon was overjoyed. The plan to take revenge on Darus Robert is no longer a pipe dream. Then he looked at his tiny, frail body. "It must be due to this body's structure that my mana channels are so cold. That's why my whole body remains cold even if I sleep for 20 hours or more." Baby Rayon closed his eyes and focused his spirit. "Is the mana blockage in the 9 meridians? This is serious. At this rate, I'll die from the cold energy clogging my magic channels." He told himself, "I need to clear the channels with the fire orb. On the other hand, it would be a pity to discard this bone-chilling cold. I'll combine it with the fiery heat in my body and circulate them." In the wild grass of the forest, the sound of rustling occasionally echoed. Rayon thought to himself, relieved. "It's done. It might be a bit slow, but it's quite stable. Next, I'll sleep." Baby Rayon protested to the adult Rayon inside. He lay down exhausted after just a little training. "This tiny body is too weak," Rayon cursed. "I can't stand it." After a while, Baby Rayon fell asleep. After a while, Baby Rayon drifted off to sleep. Lord Glenn Ziggart silently gazes at his grandchild fast asleep in the cradle. He gently cast a spell over his grandchild. After that, he left. The sky brightened again. Sylvia stood by, cheering him on. "Goo-goo, our little Aaron is so cute, crawl some more." In his heart, Rayon cursed, "Playing with this mother is exhausting. My soul is that of an adult, but I'm forced to act like a baby. I'm going to die." Sylvia finally picked Rayon up and affectionately praised him. "There's nothing our Rayon can't do. So adorable." She kept showering him with sweet words. "Our little Rayon is so cute." Just then there was a clattering sound outside. "Sylvia, are you here?" She kept cooing sweet nothings to her child. "Our darling little Rayon," when suddenly a clatter echoed outside. "Is Sylvia here?" The saint chuckled warmly, his kind and saintly smile matching his reputation. "Saint? What saint just call me old man?" The saint chuckled heartily, his smile as gentle and saintly as his title suggested. "None of this saint business here, just call me old man," he said. Rayon, bewildered, wondered, "Is this person Saint?" It turns out that Saint, despite his approachable exterior, is a figure of immense influence. His holy power and holy arts rank among the greatest in the 6 realms. He is the most renowned healer in the 6 realms, but his wanderlust makes encountering him as rare as a blue moon. He lifted Ryon up and smiled kindly. Golden hair and red eyes, just like you, Sylvia. Sylvia laughed. Yes, aren't they beautiful? The saint commented. This boy is really cute. So different from Glenn Ziggart. Completely different. What's his name? Saint remarked, that kid's actually really cute. Nothing like Glenn Ziggart. What's his name? The saint glanced over. You didn't intentionally name him Shadow, did you? Sylvia nodded. Yes, that's right. The saint looked at Ryon with a slightly uncomfortable expression. Naming a child Shadow. What was Glenn Ziggart thinking? Ryon stared at the saint. He doesn't seem to match his title at all. There must be some connection between them. I've heard that the Destruction King of the North and the saint are friends. But if that's true, the saint smiled gently and softly said, Ryon, let's take a look at you, little sprout. He placed his hand on the small chest. Sylvia silently watched. The saint hesitated, then said, The boy's condition is not good. Sylvia silently watched Saint hesitate before saying the boy's condition was unstable. He said something that made Sylvia's heart sink. If left untreated, the boy will die. At this rate, he won't live long. Sylvia panicked. You're lying, but the saint remained very serious. I'll give you some medicine to sustain him. Saint, please forgive me. Helen bowed and informed him. The master has summoned you. I'll guide you. I understand. I'll go now. The saint sighed in frustration. That guy always calls at the wrong time. With that, he left. I see. Now I know. It's the frost curse. Well, knowing its name doesn't change anything. A drop of water fell on baby Ryon's face. Don't tell me it's from the fire orb. Sylvia was sobbing, her body trembling. She looked at the tiny child in her arms. Tears streaming down her face. She cried out as if denying everything the saint had said. It's a lie, Sylvia wept. I can't lose my child like this. Who said he will die? That's nonsense. Sylvia was sobbing uncontrollably, her body trembling violently. She looked at her precious child in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks, exclaiming as if to deny all of Saint's warnings as lies. Sylvia sobbed. I can't lose my child like this. Who dares say my child will die? That's utter nonsense. She hugged Ryon tightly. I will do everything to cure you. Your mother will do whatever it takes. You can't leave Ryon. Don't fall ill. Ryon in his past life was a child deprived of love, trained to be a cold-blooded assassin. He hadn't felt this kind of warmth and affection in a long time. His eyes widened. What is this feeling? His heart ached. His whole body felt weak. It hurt. In Ryon's mind, one thought was firmly planted, I don't want to see this scene. He wanted to touch Sylvia and tell her not to cry. Baby Ryon raised his tiny hand to wipe his mother's tears. Sylvia looked bewildered at her child's unexpected action. Baby Ryon kept reaching out to caress his mother's cheek. Like any other baby, Ryon uttered his first word, Mama. Ryon called out again, Mama! At that moment, Glenn Ziggart and Saint were talking when they heard Sylvia's desperate cry. Please, someone stop her. What's all this noise? Helen tried to stop Sylvia. You can't go in there. But Sylvia stormed straight into the room where Lord Glenn Ziggart was discussing business. Helen shouted, Lady Sylvia, the master is in a meeting. She panted heavily, looking at her father. He frowned and scolded lightly. What is this rudeness? His stern gaze fell upon his clumsy, shameful daughter. Sylvia suddenly knelt down. Father, I beg you. She bowed her head to the ground, pleading, Please save Ryon. Sylvia desperately begged her father, Please save Ryon, she said through choked sobs. You must know the boy's condition, but he means everything to me. Please, please save my Ryon. Glenn Ziggart replied calmly. Surely the boy cannot survive as a warrior. Why should I save a child who brings no benefit to the family? Sylvia tried to persuade him. Isn't the child your grandson? Glenn sternly asked. The grandson you brought back after running away from home, he continued, uttering cold and profound words. The only thing I will do is let him bear the Ziggart name. Consider that a small mercy. But that's all. Hearing her father's words, Sylvia couldn't accept it. She screamed, "Father." Glenn Ziggart coldly ordered, "I have nothing more to say. Take him away." Sylvia kept begging until the last moment. "Father, please, please." She pleaded through choked sobs, "Please save Ryon." Though rejected with the heart of a mother, Glenn Zieghart's indifference couldn't stop Sylvia from begging for her child. She repeated, "Please, Ryon," but in the end she was dragged out of the room. Saint watched Sylvia until the door slammed shut. He sighed and said to Glenn Ziggart, "Ha, you're as stubborn as ever, aren't you?" Saint looked at his friend. "Is it really that hard? Why did you act like that when you were the one who told me to check on your grandson, Glenn Ziggart?" Quickly brushed the conversation aside. "Enough. Tell me the details of the child's condition." Saint began to report. "As I said, his 9 mana channels are blocked due to frostbite, and as he grows, his condition will become more dangerous." Saint also knew that last night Glenn Ziggart had cast a spell on Ryon. "Since you pushed back the frostbite with your aura, there shouldn't be any problems. But as I said, your grandson cannot become a warrior." Glenn sipped his tea and said, "As long as the boy lives, that doesn't matter." Saint wondered. "You're acting completely different from before. You still care for your grandson, don't you?" "Don't." He immediately voiced his lingering doubt. "But if you intended to do that, why did you name him Ryon?" "There are many good names, so why that one?" Glenn Ziggart sighed lightly, then explained, "Ryon doesn't just mean darkness." His serious and pensive expression reflected in the glass. 1,000 years ago, it had a completely opposite meaning. Inside Sylvia's estate, she gently fed Ryon his medicine, coaxing him, "Ryon, this is the miracle medicine Saint gave you. It's a bit bitter, but try to bear it, okay?" Not only Ryon felt uncomfortable, even adults like Helen and Sylvia felt nauseous just from the smell. Ryon babbled goo-goo. Sylvia opened her eyes slightly and saw Ryon reaching out to be held. Sylvia and Helen exclaimed, "He swallowed it." "Ryon endured the bitterness and drank it." Helen said, "That's right. Even though the medicine is very bitter for a child, he must have understood our feelings." She hugged Ryon tightly, tears starting to fall again. She lovingly called her child's name Ryon. Ryon looked out dreamily, thinking, "It's a bit bitter, but a fire attribute miracle medicine is exactly what I need right now. The heat will push back the frostbite in my mana channels." Sylvia sobbed. "You understand my heart, don't you?" Baby Ryon finally reached a new age. The boy could now speak clearly, no longer babbling one word at a time. "Please give me more of the miracle medicine." Time flew by. 2 years had passed since I started training and taking the miracle medicine. Ryon had grown a bit. He looked at his hands gradually gaining fire energy and was delighted. Thanks to them, I was able to achieve the fire orb faster. Now Ryon's condition had improved significantly. His fire orb had reached 1 star. Each passing day, the fire orb in Ryon's body was cultivated and accumulated further, and another 2 years of persistent training passed. Ryon did many things daily. My usual schedule included playing with Sylvia and Helen in the morning. Probably no child on this continent is as busy as me, and I spent time napping in the afternoon while training at night. And so time continued to pass, and I was now 5 years old. Ryon's abilities had improved significantly. He had achieved the 2nd star fire orb. His soul had become a bit stronger with the effect of the 2nd star fire orb. His magical power had increased with the effect of the 2nd star fire orb. His willpower had increased with the effect of the 2nd star fire orb. His strength had increased with the effect of the 2nd star fire orb. He smiled contentedly. The boy carefully read each word excitedly, laughing. "Finally, I did it. I've created the 2nd fire orb." Ryon brightened up with the 2nd fire orb. The flame now formed a cross. His sensitivity to mana had increased slightly, all thanks to this message. He was engrossed in his research. A call from outside the door woke him. "Oh, young master, I'll take your clothes to wash, okay?" Ryon quickly replied, "Yes, go ahead." Ryon watched Helen diligently working. He pondered. "Just as I thought, she can't see this system window." The system window updating Ryon's progress had appeared since he was reborn. I had seen this window and my status since achieving the 1st fire orb. Ryon was confused as a child. At first I wasn't sure what it was, but with my inherent intelligence and sharpness, I quickly realized it was a convenient system, allowing me to see my status at a glance. System window status. First fire orb. Frost curse, low stamina. Baby Ryon was startled when Helen suddenly entered. But he observed her expression and concluded based on her reaction that she couldn't see these messages. Ryon scratched his chin, lost in thought. Even so, my poor physical condition and the frost curse haven't changed despite reaching 2 stars. If I hadn't taken the fire attribute miracle medicine, how difficult would it have been to reach 2 stars? He vaguely thought, and it's not just the miracle medicine. Surely Sylvia, Helen, and the others in the estate also contributed to this over the past 5 years. Their care must have helped in some way. Helen had left, leaving Ryon alone in the room with his swirling thoughts. The boy sighed. Still, I'm only 5 years old. I have plenty of time. No need to rush. It turned out that Ryon often felt tired as a child, not because he was a baby, but because his body was cursed with the frost curse. His low stamina was also a reason he got tired easily, even from normal movements. However, in my past life, I was known as the best assassin. Now, I also know the best training method for the fire orb. With my experience as a foundation, as long as I can obtain the fire orb, those poor physical conditions will completely disappear. Moreover, if I learn Ziggart's swordsmanship, I will surely be able to kill Darus. But revenge also needs the right timing. Ryon is now just a 5-year-old boy. He was aware of this. Still, I can't rush. Darus is a candidate for the title of the strongest on the continent. Remembering that face, Ryon told himself, I can't afford to get agitated about revenge so early. The number of people capable of killing him can be counted on one hand. Even if it takes time, I must gradually increase my strength until the opportunity arises. Then I will end it once and for all. So Ryon could only encourage himself. Then I'll train a bit more. Just then Sylvia entered. You're awake, my child. Ryon looked at his mother with an innocent expression. Sylvia held Ryon's clothes in her hand. She said, Do you remember I told you we have to go somewhere together? Get dressed and prepare, then we'll head to the main hall. Ryon looked up and asked absently, Is today the day? Ryon drifted into his thoughts. The 6 kings and the 5 demons have maintained the balance of power on the continent. And Ryon was fortunate to be part of it, because the Ziggart family, the family I was reborn into, is one of the 6 kings. Ryon sat with his mother in the carriage watching the scenery outside. The 6 kings bring blessings while the 5 demons threaten peace. Besides, other forces also have a judgment ritual to decide whether someone is good or bad. And today is Ziggart's ritual. Inside a banquet hall, the room was filled with people, most of whom were high-ranking nobles. They chattered excitedly. It's been a long time. This is the first time we've met since last year's judgment ritual, right? It's because I was busy with missions abroad. Haha, is there any direct lineage participating this year? Whispers filled the room. I heard it's Glenn's 4th son. Haha, I also heard it's Sylvia. As soon as Sylvia and Ryon entered, they heard unpleasant words. What, Sylvia, the failure really? Seeing her enter the room fell silent. All eyes turned to the 2 of them. Everyone looked at Sylvia and the boy Ryon with a somewhat disdainful and alienating attitude. Sylvia tightly held Ryon's hand as they walked amidst the murmurs. So that's Sylvia's son, huh? The boy is still so young. I heard he's sick. The rumors must be true. How can he avoid inheriting the blood of a failure? Should I call him the offspring of a loser? After a while, the murmurs still hadn't ceased. I can't believe she was allowed to step foot here. Do we need to perform the judgment ritual for the child of a failure? I really hope I don't have to see them again. Honestly, the standards have really dropped. Ryon was also saddened by this. He had been reborn into this family, so he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable being the subject of gossip. The direct lineage was slandering him a lot. Was there something he didn't know? He didn't care about being insulted, but both of them silently walked amidst the scorn. She really has no shame. Ryon was stunned when he heard this. The boy froze. Sylvia quickly noticed and hurriedly comforted her son. It's okay, Ryon. The boy looked up at his mother. Sylvia still wore a gentle smile and softly said, Just look at me. Ryon understood and stopped worrying. There was an announcement that the family head was entering. Calm footsteps entered. Ryon also looked up and followed those footsteps. It had been a long time, probably 5 years. His grandfather, Lord Glenn Ziggart, had entered. He sat majestically on the golden throne in the main hall. He was Ryon's grandfather, the greatest assassin of the Ziggart family, Robert Glenn Ziggart. Glenn Ziggart slowly spoke. "It seems everyone is here." Suddenly he gestured with his hand. Immediately a giant sword descended from above. Ryon stared intently. "Is that the judgment sword?" Glenn Ziggart declared the start of the judgment ritual. He quickly signaled his subordinates, and following his gesture, a sword was launched downward. Everyone looked up at that moment. Glenn Ziggart solemnly declared the start of the judgment ritual. The boy Ryon opened his eyes wide. "Is that the judgment sword? If I place my hand on it, it can tell me the extent of my mana talent." Glenn Ziggart's subordinates began reading from the list. "Let's begin." The first one, Baron Ziggart. From the upper level, a child about Ryon's age responded confidently, "Yes." The boy Baron stepped down and touched the sword. The skull of a child is not fully developed at the top until they are 4 years old, when it begins to close and fuse together. After that, the ability to use mana will no longer change. As soon as Baron touched the holy sword, there was a reaction. That's why the children were gathered here, to determine the extent of their mana talent in this judgment ritual. Everyone saw it and applauded with praise. "The boy has the wind attribute. Look, the sword is glowing. The quality of his mana is also the best. A prodigious talent, truly the son of Lord Karun." Glenn Ziggart also nodded. "This attribute isn't bad. It's very suitable for a swordsman. You should focus on sensing the energy of the wind." The next name was called. Next is Ronan Sullian from the Sullian vassal family. Then Ryon stood and watched. He was confident he could figure out how this sword worked. The light on the blade would show the purity of mana, and the mana attribute would be displayed at the tip of the sword. Ryon realized, so this is how he determined someone's talent. Huh? Ziggart. Ronan was also praised by everyone as a genius from the Sullian family. It's no coincidence the girl bears the Sullian name. She is of the same rank as Lord Baron. Only Ryon was bored. Everyone in this family was obsessed with the word talent. He also knew his own fate. I guess my results won't be good. Even though I've achieved the 2-star fire orb, there's still a lot of frostbite aura in my mana channels. Anyway, I don't really care. The subordinate continued reading. The last one is... Everyone focused their attention. The name called was Ryon Ziggart. Glenn Ziggart suddenly became more focused, and his eyes also became more anxious than before. Ryon stepped forward as called. "Please come forward," Sylvia gently said. "Let's go, Ryon." "Yes," Ryon replied. Actually, Ryon didn't show any expression like the other kids earlier. He didn't expect anything. He just wanted to check which attribute would suit this body, and which attribute he should develop in the future. Sylvia smiled gently and said, "Did you see how the other children did it? Just do the same." Ryon replied, "Yes, I understand." The boy Ryon sighed. Ryon gently reached out and lightly touched the blade. Contrary to the soft and pleasing light from earlier, as soon as Ryon touched the holy sword, it immediately emitted a bright golden light that looked like burning fire. Ryon looked bewildered, wondering what that light was. The boy's eyes became dreamy. Before Ryon's eyes appeared the image of hundreds of monsters with different shapes. He muttered in his head, "What am I seeing here?" Ryon looked in utter confusion. The boy Ryon sat on the ground looking at the figure in front of him and asked, "Who is this person?" He was holding up a sword, and the aura emanating from him was not ordinary. He swung the sword decisively, and the monsters were quickly defeated. The monsters disappeared, leaving only a strange light. Ryon looked at his feet, confused. Why is the judgment sword? Around him, judgmental and mocking voices rang out. "Look, the light hasn't even reached half the sword!" Glenn Ziggart hurriedly ordered, "The judgment ritual has ended. You may leave now." Everyone quickly left, not bothering to hide the disdainful smiles on their lips, smiles reserved only for Ryon and his mother. The steward respectfully said, "Let's go, young Master Baron." The last guest stepped out, and the door slammed shut. Glenn Ziggart remained seated on his throne. He said in a stern voice, "I guess there's nothing we can do, my lord." Glenn Ziggart didn't expect much, so he wasn't too disappointed or ashamed. I think the boy has reached his limit. After all, I don't expect much from this child. Suddenly, Glenn Ziggart noticed something. The judgment sword was still glowing, and the light was getting brighter. Glenn looked in surprise. The judgment sword is emitting. He frowned as he thought of the 5 words golden light of the sun. The first patriarch of Ziggart had a terrifying power strong enough to harmonize even demon fire. He recalled the words he had read. Golden mana and golden fire. This dazzling golden mana has only appeared once before. Glenn Ziggart pondered throughout the long history of the Ziggart family. The light before him reminded him of something. It was radiant with a blinding golden glow. It was golden fire. The more he thought, the more amazed Glenn Ziggart became. Ronan, this grandson of mine. The next morning, Ronan received new information. Status window name: Rayon Gigant. Title: None. Status: Frost Curse. Stamina: Poor. Physical energy: Reduced. Mana affinity: Fire Orb. 2 stars. Water resistance: 2 stars. Okay. Ronan smiled contentedly. It seems I'm about to reach the 3rd fire orb. 7 years have passed since the first judgment ritual took place. Time passed coldly. Ronan had grown much taller. The expression on his face, though still naive, was much different from before. I'm now 12 years old in my 3rd year. Ronan drifted in his thoughts. 7 years have passed since the judgment ritual, and with regular training, my 2 fire orbs are about to increase to 3. The boy Ronan sat on the lush green grass, thinking for a long time. If I can cure the frost curse, my growth rate will be much faster. My water resistance has increased to 2 stars, and the frostbite aura spreading throughout my body is no longer present, so my limbs are no longer stiff. Of course, moving my body is still very difficult, but it's much better than before. So Ronan told himself I should start exercising. While sitting quietly, he suddenly heard a voice calling Ronan. It was his mother, Sylvia. You need to get ready. What are you doing here? Let's go, or we'll be late. Yes, Ronan replied with a serene expression. It's time for me to participate in the 2nd judgment ritual. I'll probably have to witness those incomprehensible things again. After a few hours, the ritual ended. Everyone quickly said their goodbyes. Finally, Langrisser Legite said, "You've worked hard. The judgment ritual ends here." Ronan sat silently, deep in thought. Perhaps it's because only those from the cadet branch are here, so everything happened faster than I expected. Finally, his name was called. Ronan Ziggart. Glenn sternly asked his grandson, "I assume you've received the order to participate in the basic training as a member of the family. It's been a month, and you haven't responded." Why Ronan looked at him in confusion. What is he talking about, basic training? Sylvia quickly came to her son's defense. Father Ronan is different from the other children. The boy still has the frost curse in his body, so training is still too much for him. So his mother had known about this all along. Ronan looked at his mother's actions and understood. Sylvia already knew about this. Glenn Ziggart coldly declared, "This is the territory of Ziggart." He frowned, his expression clearly serious. There are no exceptions or refusals from those who bear the name Ziggart. If you can't walk, then crawl there and train. A member of the Ziggart family must have such spirit. Sylvia panicked and pleaded, No, please, father, give us some time." Glenn Ziggart responded with anger, making Sylvia stunned. "If not, are you planning to run away again? Take that child with you." Now, Glenn Ziggart threw harsh words at his only daughter. "On this land, you can only live as a member of the Ziggart family. If you don't like it, then get out of here right now." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was abuzz again. What's this? Is she planning to run away? This will be interesting. Now she doesn't even have the mental energy or mana channels to break it. I can't believe someone like her is of direct lineage. Ronan looked at his mother, who was enduring in silence, and suddenly understood. Now I get it. The reason Sylvia is treated like this. There was nothing new or surprising about it. Ryon understood it was because she had left this family. He carefully pieced together the details. Sylvia lacked the aura despite having learned martial arts, which meant she had shattered her core meridians and her mana channels were completely destroyed. After that, my mother left home, met my father, and married him. Fate did not smile upon Sylvia, but after becoming pregnant with me, my father died, and she had no choice but to return home. Sylvia was helpless. She knew she couldn't persuade her stubborn father, so she turned to leave. Ryon looked at his mother. Because she had abandoned her position in the main lineage and now returned, she was treated even lower than a member of the branch family. However, that was the perspective of others and their own situation. The assassin-like aura Ryon carried swept past, startling Sylvia slightly. But when she turned to look, she didn't see any assassin. Only her son, Ryon. A boy, brimming with an arrogant aura. Walking forward confidently, Ryon thought to himself as Sylvia's son, I can't bear to see my mother treated like this. Seeing Ryon step forward, Sylvia shouted, Ryon, what are you doing? Come back here. I'll handle this. So please, Ryon reassured his mother, his gaze unwavering. It's okay, Mom. He stepped forward and spoke clearly to Glenn Ziggart, as per your orders. I will participate in the training program starting next month. At this moment, Daniel, who was sitting with Glenn Ziggart, spoke up. But I didn't even know there was such a training program. He was also worried about Ryon. Even if it's called basic training, it's not something a sick person can endure. You should withdraw now. Facing the advice and judgmental gazes, Ryon declared firmly, I carry the Ziggart name, so I must pay the price for it. I will participate in the training. Glenn Ziggart frowned angrily. You dare tarnish the Ziggart name. Do you understand the gravity of what it means to bear the Ziggart name? The pressure emanating from Glenn Ziggart made Ryon slightly fearful. He paled as he looked at his grandfather. Suddenly, drops of blood seeped into Ryon's eyes, revealing a look of terror. His eyes widened in shock, as if his flesh were being torn apart. Ryon's hands trembled as he clenched them tightly to stay calm. Even just a gaze could affect him this much. It felt as if his heart were being wrung. It affected him even more than Robert's pressure had. A question arose in Ryon's mind. Is this the legendary warrior, the king of destruction from the north? Sylvia hurried over and hugged Ryon. Sir Ryon is still young. He doesn't know what he's saying. Daniel also spoke up. Sir, he's just a child who doesn't understand. Please release the pressure you're putting on him. His words carried a terrifying weight, instantly frightening those who heard them. I'm speaking now, Daniel stammered. I'm sorry, sir. Sylvia continued to plead, her arms tightly holding Ryon. Father Ryon's health can't handle training. Please withdraw the pressure. Ryon was still in shock from earlier. He muttered to himself, assassins are those who must live in the shadows. Being an assassin means every moment is closer to death than life. They never reveal themselves. Ryon's past urged the 12-year-old Ryon forward, but now he was no longer the assassin he once was. The young Ryon turned to look at his former self. Ryon reminded himself that he would no longer live in the shadows. The 12-year-old Ryon stared at his former self and vowed, I won't live as an assassin anymore. The young Ryon gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. Ryon repeatedly reminded himself of his current desire, I am Ryon Ziggart, and I will restore Sylvia to her rightful place. The boy continued firmly. No, I don't know. Because I grew up in a cadet branch manor, not the main estate. I don't know how proud the Ziggart name truly is. That's why I want to see for myself what the real Ziggart is like by participating in the training. The young Ryon, reborn and living happily each day, was now cared for and raised by Sylvia. I will protect Sylvia, the happiness and smiles of those precious to me. Since his rebirth, the desire and love had quietly revived Ryon's once barren and corrupted heart. For the first time in his life, he wanted to fight for someone else's life rather than take it away. That's why Ryon vowed to restore his mother's honor. I will reclaim everything with my own hands. Glenn Ziggart's anger had subsided, but his stern expression remained. Are you saying you'll judge the Ziggart clan through this basic training? Ryon answered without hesitation. At this moment, that's the only way I can learn about the Ziggart clan. Glenn Ziggart nodded. Then I'll have to ensure everything is prepared so the instructors are ready. He did his best, hoping not to disappoint his grandson. After pushing himself so hard, Ryon staggered and fell. In his past life, he was the greatest assassin, and now he was someone who had learned about the legends of the continent. If he could harness all his abilities, it wasn't impossible to rise high in the clan. Even as he fell, Ryon's hand clenched tightly, his mind echoing, "I'll show you how hard the pebble you look down on truly is." The boys of the clan were eagerly training. Karun sat in the room, arms crossed, slightly suspicious. Isn't that boy supposed to be a patient who can't even move? He was the master of the martial soul pavilion, Karun Ziggart. His secretary quickly reported, yes, only a couple of maids overheard the conversation between Saint and the clan head. It's certain the young master is gravely ill. Karun pondered. When I saw the boy earlier, his body didn't seem normal. How could he withstand my pressure? Karun cleared his throat. Now that I think about it, Sylvia was once the most talented. He ordered his secretary plant someone in the cadet branch manner. Yes, sir. In the garden, Ryon trained diligently every day, always trying to act as quickly as possible. Sylvia followed closely behind, worried he would overexert himself and fall ill. She anxiously called out Ryon. Don't push yourself too hard. But Ryon continued to give it his all. At the training grounds, Glenn Ziggart strode forward amidst the greetings of everyone. Let's welcome the clan head's visit. Greetings, Lord Patriarch. Elsewhere, Rimmer lay on a sofa, his hat covering his eyes. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Stop pretending to sleep. Get up, Rimmer. He jumped up, surprised to see Glenn Ziggart. Oh my, I can't believe it. He smiled and said, You're the only one who can see through my fake sleeping skills, Lord Patriarch. Glenn crossed his arms, scolding. The instructors are sweating running around, and here you are lounging. Rimmer smiled nonchalantly. Of course, they'll follow my orders. I use my head while they use their hands. Fair, isn't it? Glenn sighed. You're over 50 yet, you still act like a child. Rimmer laughed. People who change are dead. Besides, I'm an elf. Rimmer asked a question that made Glenn immediately serious. Did you come here because of your youngest grandson? He crossed his arms. Lady Sylvia also came to speak with me, but I didn't expect you. The clan head to come personally. Glenn was surprised Sylvia came here. Rimmer replied. She asked me not to let Ryon get hurt. He placed his hands on his hips. If you're here for the same reason, then this trip might be wasted. You yourself said no one can interfere with the training grounds, not even you. Suddenly his attitude became serious. If you're worried about your youngest grandson, I'm no exception. Glenn replied calmly. Of course. Rimmer was surprised by his reaction. You're stunned, huh? Glenn sternly reminded him, don't reduce the intensity of the training. Increase it until you see fit and eliminate the weak. Rimmer seemed shocked and covered his mouth. Then your grandson might get expelled. Lord Patriarch. What do you mean? He immediately switched to a self-indulgent mode, shyly covering his face. Oh my, you care for your descendants more than I thought. Is it because you couldn't take care of Lady Sylvia properly, so you're pouring your affection into the child? Glenn was slightly annoyed. If you weren't my comrade from the military, I'd have your head by now. He instructed Rimmer. Don't go easy on the boy and clearly separate the skilled from the unskilled. Only keep those who meet the standards for training. Rimmer turned with a smile. Then it's better to obey than to be polite. Having achieved his goal, Glenn turned to leave. Do as you wish. I'm off. Rimmer waved. Yes, take care on your way, Lord Patriarch. He crossed his arms and looked out of the window, muttering, Ryon, I'm very curious about what you are. The system notification appeared. 3-star fire orb acquired. Physical enhancement plus 15% agility, 20% pain tolerance. Body and soul strengthened by 3-star fire orb effect. Strength, speed, and stamina. Increased by 3-star fire orb effect. Mana affinity, willpower, and energy. Enhanced by 3-star fire orb effect. Water resistance, 3 stars. One of the 9 ice veins of the frost curse dissolved. Ryon sat on the bed, controlling the system. Thinking 3 stars are on a completely different level. My body's awareness has increased, and my mind is clearer than before." He remembered Sylvia worrying about him. "Why do you have to push yourself so hard on the first day?" he said painfully. "It's just natural." Thanks to Sylvia's intervention, his muscles had started developing without much difficulty. He touched the muscles on his arm. Outside the window, the magic station further accelerated his growth. Life is like a game of chess. But this is where the rigorous training of the renowned Glenn Ziggart family begins, known for its harsh and demanding nature. 3 stars are merely the necessary foundation to start as a trainee in the family. Only with a solid foundation can one build a grand mansion and survive the days to come. What he yearns for is to stand at the forefront of the army. By showcasing achievements that surpass others, he will silence those who once mocked him. And his primary target is Robert. After all, it's the celestial blade Darus Robert. Rayon's face darkened with determination. He won't stop until he slits Robert's throat. Suddenly a voice called out, startling him. It turned out to be Sylvia. "You're still awake?" he asked, flustered. "Mother, why are you here?" he asked, puzzled. "Why are you here at this hour?" She sat on his bed and said, "Tomorrow you'll start your basic training at the academy, right? I came to talk to you." She smiled gently and warmly. "You must go, right?" Then she confessed. "Truthfully, I've always wanted to stop you. You always suppress your pain. And I don't know what to do if you get hurt during training." Sylvia placed her hand on Rayon's shoulder, reluctant. "It's not that I don't want you to go, but can you delay it for just 1 year? Just 1 year, please." But his answer was already decided, making her heart skip a beat. "I can't back down." He remembered the looks others gave him and said, "Every time I see our relatives, their expressions make me feel like they're looking at a weakling." He placed his hand on his chest, saddened. "When they belittle you, Mother, I feel furious. That's why I can't falter." But his determination is immense. "If I train hard enough, they won't be able to look down on us anymore." These words deeply moved Sylvia. She smiled, her cheeks slightly flushed, and bowed her head. She clenched her nails and said, "You're very smart, Rayon. You must have realized why I live alone and why people curse me." Then she recounted her love story. "I met your father during a mission and fell in love with him. But because of his status as an artificer, it was difficult for us to be together. And then for love, she made a painful decision. I destroyed my mana veins and energy core and left the family." Sylvia decided to reveal a long-kept secret. "Actually, you have an older sister. She's 2 years younger than you, named Sia." Peace didn't last long. While we were living quietly, the army from Eden found us and tried to assassinate us. She and her husband were forced to take up swords. Your father wasn't that strong, and I was pregnant with you." Sylvia's eyes were filled with fear. "So we couldn't do anything. A miracle happened, but it was too late. Thankfully, your father's hidden protectors came, but they arrived too late." She faced the painful truth, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. "By then, your father and sister had already lost their lives." Sylvia could only manage a faint smile when recalling that. "I had nowhere else to go, no other choice. I had to return to the family, so I'm considered a traitor." Her face was full of sorrow. "I don't know what to say to your grandfather." After hearing all this, Rayon thought to himself, Sylvia is so selfish. He judged her for abandoning her family responsibilities to pursue her own happiness, returning only to seek shelter for him. He understood why she was treated so harshly. But Sylvia gave him a new life. For the first time, he met someone who truly loved him. Despite others calling her selfish to him, she was his only mother in 2 lifetimes. He asked, "Mother, do you regret it? Do you wish you could go back to the time before you left?" She smiled and replied, "No, I don't regret it at all." She recalled the happy times with the one she loved. "I felt like I didn't exist in this house. Only after leaving did I truly feel alive. That's enough for me." Her smile brightened, and a look of happiness appeared. "I was truly happy then, and now I'm happy to have you in my life." Sylvia lowered her eyes and continued, "I'm so sorry, Rayon. I'm not a good mother." Rayon quickly comforted her, placing his hand on hers. "It's okay, I'm fine, don't worry." He looked at her thinking, "Even if others criticize you as selfish, you're my irreplaceable precious mother." He saw Sylvia's teary, moved expression. Revenge would succeed after helping her reclaim her position as the heir of the Ziggart family. Tears of happiness streamed down Sylvia's cheeks. She couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Ryon was flustered. "Mother, why are you crying?" It was late at night. Ryon stepped out of the room, exhaling tiredly. It took a while for his mother to calm down. He sat on the bed, muttering to himself, "I should check the progress of the fire ring, and then sleep. Training starts soon." He crossed his legs and pressed his hands together. A blue aura emerged. He thought, "Not bad?" The fire ring's rotation speed has increased after reaching 3 stars. If it's this fast now, how much faster will it be at the intermediate stage? Suddenly, a small flame flared up fiercely, startling him slightly. A voice suddenly spoke. "Finally, it's time." The flame grinned mindlessly. "Your wrath has reached me. I, the Essence Emperor, the second demonic prince of the Nether Realm, will avenge you." Ryon didn't understand what was happening. What is this? The system suddenly appeared. Mysterious aberrant ability activated. Aberrant ability Wrath has been established. Wrath has awakened. It examined his body and soul. It wondered. Why is there a child here? Ryon was confused. What are you? It was just as bewildered as he was. I should be asking you that. Who are you? The wrath I sensed isn't something a brat like you could unleash. Its eyes widened. Then it corrected itself. No, it's you. Deep within your heart, you're hiding a profound resentment. No matter. Offer your soul to me, and in return, I'll help you achieve the vengeance you crave. Ryon thought of Robert. He appeared because of my wrath toward Darus before his death. But now it's too late. He looked up at it and said firmly, "No, I don't need your help. I'll take revenge myself." It was puzzled. It wrapped around him as he thought, I'll never get a second chance. I can't let someone else take revenge for me. Then he said, I'll be the one to take Darus's head. It spoke, "You seem to be mistaken, kid." It bared its teeth and corrected, "I'm not here to negotiate with you." The flame flared up and said, "The Essence Emperor has made a decision." Ryon was confused, his face slightly worried. He rubbed his shoulders, thinking, what's going on? Why is this flame so cold? Could it be? The flame burned fiercely and spoke menacingly. You only need to offer your body to me. Then it lunged wildly toward him. He was stunned, his body stiff and unable to react. The Essence Emperor flared up, growing larger and completely overwhelming Ryon. At that moment, the glass of water on the bedside table cracked slightly. He clutched his chest, his body heavy. It's so cold. My body, even my mind, feels frozen. His elemental attribute is ice, not fire. The Essence Emperor's face gradually appeared and spoke as if hypnotizing him. Think of him. Release your wrath. Even if they are gods, I, the Essence Emperor, will end them. His whole body shivered from the cold. Thanks to my water-resistant skill, I can endure a bit longer. But this attack isn't just about temperature. He was slightly worried facing this entity. A foreboding feeling arose as it continuously provoked his anger. The Essence Emperor whispered in his ear, I'll crush his head, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. Surrender and offer your body to me. He thought of his loved ones. If I give him my body, who knows what he'll do to Sylvia and the servants? I'd rather die than offer my body to him. The Essence King's blue flame will return if you release your wrath and accept me. You would have felt liberated, but you chose to keep meaninglessly struggling. I once wanted to spare this vessel for later use, but I see no point in that now. It kept relentlessly whispering in his ear. He won't hold back anymore. Might as well devour you whole and be done with it. His face was filled with pain. His body felt like it was about to shatter. He gritted his teeth, enduring, clutching his shoulders. I've reached my limit. This body can't hold on much longer. If this continues, I'll die soon. If I want to live? At this thought, he seemed to find a way. Suddenly, he was startled, his eyes wide open. Then he clasped his hands and controlled his spiritual energy. If I can resist Frost Aura thanks to my water-resistant skill, then I might also endure the physical and mental pain of using the fire ring. If I want to live, this is the only way. At that moment, his fire and water skills merged, surprising the Essence Emperor. Its face was bewildered. What? It was furious, unable to believe the truth. what I just awakened. How could this happen? A lowly human dares to challenge me. Rayon's eyes were filled with determination. I'll take revenge myself. I refuse to let a wandering soul possess my body. The Essence Emperor was so angry it distorted. Wandering soul. How dare you call the Nether Sovereign a wandering soul? Rayon calmly replied. You dare call yourself a Nether Sovereign when you can't even defeat me. He kept provoking it. Or is the real Nether Sovereign dead? You should just disappear. It frowned. How dare you mock me? He was drenched in sweat, thinking earlier it said it just awakened. Maybe that's why it can't use its full power. Suddenly, the system displayed some strange supplementary ability. Why did it appear out of nowhere? The Essence Emperor, upon realizing what it was, shouted, That's my power. The status window. How do you possess it? Rayon was slightly surprised as his stats were now clearly displayed. Rayon asked curiously, What is this status window? What does it have to do with you? The Essence Emperor, though angry, replied, Of course it's related. I created that system, but do you know why I can use it? The more it spoke, the more confused Rayon became. What was the purpose of this system? It seemed to be toying with him, its expression gloomy as it replied, I don't have to tell you anything. Rayon continued to probe. Is this also meant to promote growth? The Essence Emperor didn't expect Rayon to figure it out, and stammered. How do you know Rayon remained calm? Thinking to himself, he can't even control his emotions. No wonder he's so wrathful. Rayon felt the flow of energy in his body connecting with the system. It was strange. The effect of the Inferno circuit was even stronger than in his previous life, so it was all thanks to the system. The Essence Emperor was losing patience and shouted angrily, Quickly sacrifice your body and return my power to me. It opened its mouth wide and demanded, Give it back now. It clung to Rayon's body. What do you think you're doing? Rayon clenched his fist, his expression emotionless as he said, It's worth a try. That punch didn't even use much mana anyway. Rayon crossed his arms and watched the Essence Emperor raging. How dare a mere human treat me like this, Rayon thought to himself. He's an invisible spirit, so aura attacks won't work on him. He's been showing off like this, yet no one has appeared. Rayon waved his hand, dispersing the flames elsewhere. Perhaps I'm the only one who can see and sense him. Suddenly it shouted, Catch this! To Rayon's surprise, a blue flame coiled around his wrist. It immediately formed a bracelet with a snowflake pattern. Rayon looked at it puzzled. What is this? The Essence. Emperor's voice echoed from the bracelet. My seal has just been broken, but my power will return in due time. You can't stop me. I will haunt you until you have no more wrath or resentment left. Rayon frowned, feeling slightly annoyed. He's really troublesome. I genuinely want to kill him. He imagined Sylvia sleeping peacefully. But if he forced the Essence Emperor to separate from him, the system might disappear. Who knows what he would do to Sylvia and Helen to force Rayon's hand? Rayon held the bracelet up to his eyes, examining it closely. It's better to keep him close for supervision. I'll trust in my ability to improve and hope I can suppress him. Outside, it was already late at night, the moon high in the sky. The two of them continued to argue. It's a bit unrelated, but why did you choose a Frostbloom bracelet? It doesn't suit you at all. It's my personal preference. Don't judge it. Fine, whatever. Finally, the new day began as the fog gradually dissipated, covering the barren hills. Helen was trying to comfort Sylvia. Young master will be fine. Sylvia was tense. I know, but still. Suddenly, Rayon's voice rang out. Get ready. He descended the stairs with a bright smile on his face. Let's head to the training grounds. Helen reminded Rayon young. Master, remember to be careful. Don't push yourself too hard. Rayon replied. I remember, Helen. I'll be back. Helen spoke to Sylvia, who was sniffling. Lady Sylvia, if you send off the young master with such a sad face, he'll feel bad. Hearing this, she immediately sat down and placed her hand on Rayon's shoulder. Be careful on your way. Don't worry. As I said, if it's too difficult, just let it go. Don't overdo it. Right after he left, not forgetting to wave goodbye, Sylvia watched her son's retreating figure and said, "Everything will be fine, right?" Helen comforted her. "The young master has improved a lot. He'll overcome the training and return." Her eyes were filled with sadness. "Yes, compared to before, he's much better. But this child..." She recalled the moments from before. Helen was trying to persuade her. "Lady Sylvia, this time, the training is known to be rigorous in Ziggart. With Raion's efforts, he'll make it." Raion hugged her and reassured her. "That's right, Mother. I promised, didn't I? I won't let myself get hurt." Hearing these mature words from him, Sylvia shed tears of happiness mixed with a bit of sadness. "Don't worry, I'll definitely keep my promise." Sylvia placed her hand on her chest, recalling Raion's voice. "Just trust me," she whispered, calling his name. "Raion." Watching his retreating figure, she couldn't hold back her tears, trembling as she whispered, "Come back safe and sound." At Ziggart Training Grounds number 5, the trainees were getting to know each other. "Which family are you from?" "I'm sure they're not too strict with the trainees, right? My parents told me to make it into the top 10. Raion looked around, thinking to himself, just as the rumors said, there are indeed many people here. He walked alone, ignoring the children playing around. Not only were there relatives from the main family at Ziggart's training grounds, but also those recommended by vassal families. He kept pondering Helen's words. Because there are so many people this year, they had to build 6 training grounds. Suddenly, some voices caught his attention. "Isn't that him?" A few people looked at him and whispered, "Look at his muscles. They're top tier. Just a touch, and they'd crumble. A sickly guy like him would probably give up halfway. Why did he even come here to show off? Not only that, but he's even wearing that outdated Frostbloom bracelet. How ancient is that thing? The Essence Emperor, hearing this, was furious. What are you saying?" It stepped in front of the two and cursed them. "You trash! You nobles are blind. I'll crush your bones and gouge out your eyes." Suddenly, Raion spoke up. "What are you two gossiping about?" He said calmly, "Say it to my face." He looked at them and spoke bluntly. "Don't you know it's wrong to talk behind someone's back?" The two were startled. "How dare you? You're clearly a delinquent forced to live in the annex house. You're from a branch family, not the main lineage." Hearing these words, Raion not only remained calm, but tilted his head and asked, "What status do you have to use such words when you're only from a branch family?" It seemed he had hit a nerve. The two were speechless. Isn't that term only for those of lower status? One of them, losing his temper, grabbed Raion's collar and raised his fist. "You really don't know your place." Raion's eyes gleamed with a terrifying expression. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Stop right there." It was Baron who spoke from behind. "The training is about to start. What are you doing? In front of outsiders, you dare tarnish the reputation of the Ziggart clan?" The two, seeing him, scratched their heads and stammered, "Baron, we're sorry." He walked up to Raion, crossed his arms, and said, "You should also know your place." His expression was extremely arrogant. "You're just a tiny speck of dust that I can brush away. If you don't want to be kicked out of the annex house, live quietly." Now Baron thought of the people in the annex house and felt jealous. This brat in front of him had attracted the attention of the clan head. But it was due to circumstances rather than his own abilities. He gritted his teeth in anger. A lowly brat who shouldn't even be here for training dares. He turned and left, not forgetting to threaten Raion. "If you don't intend to participate in the training, get out of here now. Otherwise, stay out of my sight because you'll never pass this training." Raion calmly replied, "I've heard enough of your nonsense. It's time for you to refute me, a direct descendant, even though you hold no rank whatsoever. Are you planning to kick me out of the annex? Do you really think you can do that when you're not even a trainee yet?" As he spoke, his expression showed a hint of dissatisfaction. "Oh, I guess you might have a chance if you go crying and begging to your father." Now Baron, with a look of disgust, said, "How dare a collateral descendant like you?" Just as the fight was about to break out, the nearby door suddenly swung open with a forceful kick from Rimmer's long, alluring leg. He seemed excited about the situation and exclaimed loudly, "Wow, you guys are already sparring. I guess it's because of that youthful spirit, huh? Ryon immediately recognized him upon seeing him. Isn't that Rimmer the light sword of the Ziggart family? I heard he retired after his spiritual energy was damaged. Rimmer continued smiling and said, "How about we continue the fight after the opening ceremony?" Ryon's thoughts kept going. I didn't expect him to be here. Baron clicked his tongue upon seeing him and turned to leave. He announced loudly to all the trainees, "Welcome everyone. I am the head instructor, the one who will oversee your training." He introduced himself with a bright smile. "My name is Rimmer. I look forward to a smooth collaboration." Rimmer stood above them, hands on his hips, and spoke naturally. "I heard there are 160 trainees participating in this training, but only 8 instructors. It seems like there are too many trainees, so we'll reduce that number through an assessment." As he spoke, Rimmer's face was full of excitement. "To be precise, we'll only keep a quarter of you." The trainees below panicked upon hearing this. "Only keep that many? How is this possible?" "What's going on, sir?" Rimmer replied, "I'm just separating the good from the bad. You know I only want to select a few outstanding individuals." The elites. Hearing this, they grew furious. "You arrogant bastard! How dare you look down on the elite disciples! I'll tear this imp's ears off!" Ryon grabbed the ring and silently walked away. Rimmer plopped down on a chair and continued. "In this training school, I am the law. If you have any complaints, go see the clan leader. Let's begin now." His expression was completely calm. "Huh. What are you all doing?" "Hurry up and run." They were confused, not understanding what was happening. Hey, though they didn't understand, everyone started running for their lives at his urging. Endurance and willpower are the foundation of martial arts. Run a few laps around the gym until I tell you to stop. Run at maximum speed. As for the elites, they grumbled under their breath. If you want to run, you should take the lead. Why are you lagging behind? Why is he suddenly making us run? Ryon ran lightly. This isn't a competition. There's no need to overtake anyone. He thought about Rimmer's personality and quietly considered what Rimmer values is a person's potential and character. Among the trainees here, I seem to be the most unique. He doesn't care about superficial things. His face was drenched in sweat, but his eyes were filled with determination. Those who can endure will pass this assessment. I will definitely make it to the end. Seeing Baron and Ronan, the others immediately took notice. Young Master Baron and Lady Ronan are truly unmatched. They discussed the 2 children. Everyone is doing well, but those 2 still stand out the most. This isn't even their maximum speed. At that pace, they could run for hours. Their faces were flushed from exhaustion. Only 12 years old and already at that level. Just thinking about their future makes me wary. Finally, one of them noticed Ryon. "And that kid over there, is he the one from the rumors?" Ryon's complexion didn't look too good. He held his chest, looking exhausted. "It's no surprise. The kid can't keep up and keeps falling behind. He's sick, yet he's running at full speed. That's already impressive." They kept gossiping without realizing Rimmer was standing behind them. "That kid looks exhausted. He'll probably drop out soon." Rimmer smirked. His eyes showed a hint of amusement. "Interesting. Have I ever met a kid like him before?" Immediately, he thought of Glenn Ziggart. "I thought only those whose potential I couldn't see were the strongest, because their depth is unfathomable." Then he imagined the mature forms of Baron and Ronan. "I can see the traits and colors of those kids, knowing what kind of people they'll become in the future." Rimmer hesitated as he looked at Ryon's back. "But Ryon, why is it that for him, Ryon is like a transparent entity? I can't see any colors in him." His face was filled with excitement. "So the kid's potential lies beyond my perception." He couldn't hold back and exclaimed, "How fascinating!" The trainees, seeing Ryon lagging behind, teased him. "See, he's acting all high and mighty, but now he's at the back. He should be grateful for being last. He's about to drop out anyway. Look at his clueless expression. I bet he won't last another 10 minutes. Even he had to widen his eyes in surprise. No way. He wondered if this specialized training was really that simple. Was it just basic training? Why were they only making them run? He recalled the nightmare-like scene from his past life, where they released starved monsters, and he had to run for his life to survive. It wasn't just aimless running like this. At this thought, his expression brightened. Was it really this simple? All the trainees pushed themselves to speed up toward the finish line. Ryon ran at a steady pace, neither fast nor slow, gliding past Rimmer. Rimmer was slightly panicked, thinking to himself, "Is that kid okay? How is he still able to keep running?" He had assumed Ryon would be gasping for breath in a corner by now. His stamina should have run out long ago. This went beyond what people called perseverance or stubbornness. By all logic, the kid shouldn't have any energy left to even crawl forward. Suddenly, he remembered the warriors he had trained. Such immense willpower could only exist in those who had trained relentlessly and faced death countless times. How could this kid possess such a strong will? His face filled with interest as he spoke Raon Ziggart. "You're truly fascinating." Baron, now exhausted, realized Ryon was right behind him. He felt a mix of anger and confusion. How could Ryon still be running? He was certain Ryon had no means to train his muscles. He recalled the doctor's words. "According to the saint, Sylvia's son is likely to die. Forget about him becoming a warrior." And Ryon had been in worse shape the last time he saw him. That was when Baron had eavesdropped on Glenn Zieghart's conversation. But how? He gritted his teeth in frustration. All of them are so damn annoying. Fine, I'll show them. He activated his skill, and a surge of light like lightning erupted, manipulating his aura. There's an insurmountable gap in skill between us. You'll want to give up and surrender. Now Baron sped up, leaving the others behind. Ronan continued running calmly while Ryon widened his eyes in surprise. He thought to himself, for someone from that noble room, he's just a kid. Then he glanced at Ronan. Psychologically, Ronan was more mature than him. He kept running with the determination. "We're not competing against each other in this test. This is a battle with ourselves. There's no reason to let him disrupt my current pace." The sky was now covered with white clouds, and the bright sunlight shone down. Everyone was exhausted after running for so long, gasping for breath. One of them, wiping sweat from his cheek, thought enviously, "Damn it, what's going on? How is he still running? I was sure they said he was sick." But Ryon kept running with effort. Did he even know what fatigue was? He seemed out of breath, but still pushed himself, thinking, "Stop talking nonsense like this is easy. I'm freezing my ass off to death here." His heart felt like it was burning with a fiery flame. His heart and lungs squeezed tight. Yet somehow he managed to extend his stamina by optimizing his fire ring usage. Though exhausted, a smile appeared on his face. "The only relief here is that the fire ring is evolving at breakneck speed. I guess I need to push myself to maximize its effectiveness if I keep this up." The elite disciple's essence spoke mockingly. "How pathetic you are. Even though your body will be claimed by the elite disciple, you're not just falling behind. Look at your pitiful state." It bared its teeth in a grotesque grin, its blue flame growing. "Hand over your vessel to the elite disciple. Besides surpassing that blue-haired guy, I'll make them all completely immobile." His eyes widened with difficulty. Damn it, this is the worst possible moment for this. It suddenly flared up, its mouth opening as if to swallow him whole. "I'll make them all completely immobile." His entire body felt like it was being electrocuted, pain coursing through him. He gritted his teeth in agony, trying to encourage himself to endure as his senses began to fade from the rage. Sweat dripped from his face to his chin, his legs still running, his eyes glazed over. But he needed to pretend nothing was wrong as much as possible. He warned the elite disciple, "Stop your foolish tricks and leave me alone. That won't work on me." The elite disciple bared its teeth and laughed. "Don't make me laugh. No mere mortal can withstand the rage of the elite disciple." He clutched his chest in defiance of its scorn. "Let's see how long you can hold on." Ryon opened his mouth wider to gulp in air, thinking to himself that he had to endure this. If he showed any weakness now, he could feel that if he let his guard down even for a second, his body would be taken over, and it would immediately tear him apart. The elite disciple, seeing his stubbornness, roared, "You stubborn bastard! Why isn't my wrath having any effect on you?" He staggered forward, his face darkening. "It really hurts. It feels like I'm about to die. I can't even control my body anymore." His vision narrowed, his sight fading. "I can't even breathe properly anymore." His eyes only flickered with the last traces of light. Is this the farthest I can go? At that moment, the other trainees spoke up. Hey, you can stop now. Baron frowned. You're really stubborn, aren't you? Ryon leaned on his knees, gasping for breath, thinking to himself that he had almost died there. This life won't be easy either. Ronan looked at him silently. The elite. Disciple couldn't believe it. You're a freak of nature. How is this possible? Ryon smirked and replied. That's why I told you it was useless. It has no effect on me. He placed his hand on his chest, feeling the blazing fire, and smiled to himself. Even so, it clearly helped the growth of the fire orb. My body has also developed thanks to the status window. If I continue training like this, I will definitely be able to. Suddenly, he looked up and froze. It was the system interface displaying the conditions that had been met. Extreme physical overexertion detected. Stats enhanced strength, increased agility, increased stamina, increased. The elite disciple was stunned. What the hell is going on? Why is it giving you stat boosts for resisting my attack? Ryon was also surprised, his eyes wide. The voice of the elite disciple echoed in his ears. This is ridiculous. Rimmer spoke up at that moment. Good job, everyone. We'll end the test here. He continued, making everyone below tense. Oh, and about what I said before the run. Unexpectedly, he changed his attitude 180 degrees. I lied about eliminating all but a quarter of you. The crowd seemed displeased and began to murmur. What I ran my hardest just because of that. He calmly replied, no way would I eliminate so many trainees on the first day. They'd never let me teach again if I did that. Besides, I never said I'd eliminate you after this test. Suddenly his eyes turned sharp and cold. But if you keep training like today, most of you will be washed out. They shuddered at his words. Rimmer walked away, saying, I clearly told you to run at full speed, yet not one of the 160 of you did so until the very end, except for one person. At this, Baron flinched, and some of you even cheated by using aura. He squatted right in front of Ryon, propping his chin on his hand, and smiled. Honestly, what you do doesn't matter, because it's you who are taking the test. Not me. He raised a finger and made a gesture that encompassed Ryon. However, you definitely won't fail the test as long as you follow my instructions, so don't worry about that. Though it's not easy to do. Rimmer, hands on his hips, continued. From this moment on, you will be probationary recruits. I'll remove the probationary label if you can pass the 6-month evaluation. He smiled brightly and added, Oh, by the way, I'm also planning to select a top recruit, but I won't rank you. The sky was clear blue. He still had more to say. Oh, you'll get to experience the top-tier accommodations the family has prepared. There's also an indoor training ground on the left, so you can check that out too. Everything temporarily ended here. The forest was vast and filled with ancient trees. Rimmer walked away, hands in his pockets. Then he spoke. I have a guest waiting at my dreamstone. Right, my lord. That person was none other than Glenn. He asked, How did everything go? Rimmer closed his eyes and replied, You shouldn't be the one asking me that, my lord. You must have seen everything already since you came all the way here. He talked about Baron and Ronan. You know how good I am at judging others. As expected, Baron and Ronan have exceptional talent, and the other kids also have the potential to become pillars of the family in the future. He crossed his arms and vaguely said, however. Then he spoke bluntly, I didn't see anything from Ryon. He continued, I don't understand how that kid could keep running at the end. His stamina should have run out long ago. This is the first time I've seen something like this since the last time I saw you, my lord. Rimmer leaned against the rock, smirking as he said, Another tedious day since my powers faded. Though this might get interesting. Glenn brushed off his cloak and said, You volunteered to mentor these whelps. He walked away, his voice echoing, Your duty isn't to entertain yourself, but to forge these brats into Ziggart warriors. Rimmer replied, Of course, my lord. Then he added his thoughts. Moreover, I feel I might entrust my future to one of these probationary recruits. Glenn knew what Rimmer was hinting at. He naturally didn't believe it was just a coincidence. That kid could never become a proper warrior. He didn't respond, simply letting him leave. The corner of his mouth twitched. You know that's not the truth, don't you? Ryon exhaled wearily. Basic training's done. back to barracks. "Elite disciple," muttered. "After all that brat's such a petty little shit." The other trainees glared at him with hatred utterly unreasonable. They were in the room bad-mouthing him. Unless he pulls something off, there's no way he'll last long. "You're right. I've heard about his condition." Crane crossed his arms and declared firmly, "It's definitely the saint's elixir." Then he made up a story. "I heard rumors that the saint bestowed it upon him." Did he really do that? The other two immediately believed it, buzzing with excitement. So he's only running because of the saint's elixir, and he's pretending he's talented for lasting till the end. Shameless bastard. Crane tilted his head, muttering, "So I'm thinking, should we teach that arrogant prick a lesson?" No sooner said than done. Ryon was thrown painfully against a tree. He asked, confused. "Why'd you suddenly do that?" Crane laughed. "Huh, you don't know?" His cronies pointed at Ryon and shouted, "You're a discarded main family member, yet you dare boast while relying on some saint's elixir you lucked into. Without it, you'd never have made it today." Ryon silently listened to their insults, already used to it. "You dare pull these third-rate tricks on us, the branch family members without special abilities." He thought to himself, kids will always be kids. What a ridiculous reason. They started cracking their knuckles. "Don't be scared. We're just here to chat." "Yeah, just a little talk." Crane was the first. He cracked his knuckles and said, "Don't worry. Accidents happen all the time here." He grinned sadistically, swinging his fist. "You heard the teacher we're here for an educational exchange." Elite disciple. Sneered, "Even after being treated like this, my master still holds back. Not that it's anything to grieve over." Suddenly, Ryon threw a punch before Craig could react. The other two widened their eyes in shock. Time seemed to slow as Crane staggered backward. Even Elite disciple was surprised by this. They ran to Crane, panicking. "Chat, yeah, you're right about that." Ryon's expression turned terrifying, veins bulging on his hands. "Let's talk with our knuckles." The other guy lunged at him slowly, and of course Ryon dodged it easily. Then he delivered a painful jab to his stomach. The remaining one, confused, asked, "What are you doing?" He scolded, "How'd you lose like that?" But before he could finish, Ryon punched him hard in the face. Not stopping there, Ryon kicked Crane, making his eyes roll back. Elite disciple couldn't believe its eyes. Its face lit up. "You actually hit them. This is a 1,000-year spectacle." Ryon continued punching another one. Finally, all that could be heard were the sounds of fists and kicks. After who knows how long, one of them, bruised and battered, struggled to get up. They lay sprawled on the ground, begging, "Stop. I can't breathe anymore. We were wrong. Please stop." Ryon showed no mercy, stepping on his hand. A pained groan escaped. He crouched down, smirking. "Before we end this, let me ask you something. Forget your pale face, got it?" Hearing the question, he panicked. "Who put you up to this?" "Was it Beren, wasn't it?" He blurted out the truth. "No, we hid it from him. Beren has nothing to do with this." Ryon was a bit surprised, thinking to himself, "That's unexpected. I thought he didn't like me. Maybe he's not that bad after all." Then he asked, "You won't go back and tell your comrades about today's chat, will you?" Crane, understanding the threat, stammered, "Of course not." Good. Ryon grabbed his hair, his expression menacing. "Got it. If you don't want to have another chat tomorrow, stay the hell away from me." His eyes were filled with fear. "We won't touch you anymore. We were wrong." He gave the order. "If you understand, then get lost." Unexpectedly, Rimmer was behind the tree, having witnessed everything. He thought to himself with delight, "What a beautiful sight. It's like watching the young lord in his prime. The boy's bloodline is real, and he has martial talent too," he muttered under his breath. "A warm gem among the most talented, huh? I have high expectations for you, Ryon Ziggart." It was now midnight, with the moonlight and countless stars illuminating the sky. Ryon was in his room. The system appeared before his eyes. Wrath condition achieved. Very satisfied with your quick reaction. Point. The elite disciple was furious. "What is this? You get points for resisting me. This system is ridiculous," he calmly said. "You created it yet. You don't know how it works." It got close to his face and said, "Of course I've never tested this system on anyone else. You stole it from me. His reaction was calm and composed as he slowly stood up. "Oh, is that so? It only made it more irritated." "Ungrateful brat." It kept glaring at him, growling softly under its breath. Then it said in dissatisfaction, "I gave you a hint, Ryon." Ryon was puzzled. A hint? The elite disciple made a strange request. "Bet against me. If you win, I'll give you stat points. But if you lose, you'll bear my wrath." Immediately, the system appeared. Wrath suggests a bet with you. Condition pass the official recruit exam with top rank. If successful, all stats +2 and receive a random attribute. If failed, generate 10 wrath points. Ryon asked, "You mean getting first place in the exam to become an official recruit, as Rimmer mentioned?" It replied. "Exactly. He said there would be a clear ranking." He then asked, "What about the random attribute?" It answered. "One of the elite disciples' attributes will be bestowed upon you, though its level will be lowered to suit a normal person like you." He still seemed curious. One more question. What does generating 10 wrath points upon failure mean? The elite disciple explained again. "It's exactly as it sounds. You'll bear the wrath, the emotion I possess." It grinned. "The wrath I pass on to you might seem insignificant, but if you hold on to it, you'll lose control of your emotions." An image of Ryon losing control appeared before his eyes, as if he had become a different person. No matter how strong his will was, he looked at it and thought, "So that's his intention." Then he raised his coffee cup and took a sip. "Judging by how he behaves like a man of his word, I don't think he's lying. He even answered very honestly. He pondered over this for a long time. It was like tasting the forbidden fruit. Compared to the reward, the risk of failure was quite small. Perhaps this was the poisoned apple he had to eat. For someone as sick as him, achieving top rank would be extremely difficult, but he was a man who had been reborn. Ryon extended his hand and said, "Condition NDT0 accepted." "I agree." The elite disciple's eyes lit up. "Good." A blue flame appeared and enveloped his hand. The system announced, "You have accepted the bet. Wrath." He reminded himself, "If I use my past life's experience, I can never lose." Outside the city, the warm golden sunlight of dawn had begun to rise. A recruit lay on the ground, exhausted, with sweat dripping down his face. They sat there complaining wearily. "My legs are about to explode. I can't stand anymore. I've been running all morning and now this." They recalled Rimmer smiling as he assigned the task. "What you're doing is the horse stance. Even though it's just a basic stance, don't underestimate it." The recruits were in pain while he stood to the side, laughing. This is the fundamental stance in martial arts. Everyone has to practice it. Hold the stance until I say, "Stop. I'm going to sleep now." Then he added, "Of course it's not mandatory. So let me remind you again, you're resting, not me." One of them angrily shouted, "This is too hard. I'm done." "When will we ever learn sword arts?" another said helplessly. "Forget it. All we've done so far is run and hold stances." Baron walked by and said, "Then stop complaining. The basic training session is over. Go practice. Since we're only learning basic exercises, your sword arts will erode to nothing." The elite disciple watched them leave with a hint of regret. "They're gone." It asked, "They're going to practice sword arts. Aren't you going with them?" Ryon replied bluntly, "I don't need to go. Practicing sword arts with these pathetic skills now would just be a waste of time." He continued with his physical training. Despite the fatigue, what he needed now wasn't a sword, but foundational strength and stamina. He wanted to balance his ice and fire skills. Due to the ice curse, his physical strength was much weaker than others. For growth and training, the foundation was still the most important. Sweat continuously dripped down his chin. He was so focused on his prank that now I need to focus on strengthening my body more than anything else. Finally, he stood up, and at that moment there was a figure standing outside. It turned out to be Ronan, she thought to herself. His name is Ryon. She looked at him, evaluating his progress. He's improving so fast. His weights are heavier than yesterday. I'm sure I heard he was sick. She stood there lost in thought, but day by day, the weights he lifted were clearly getting heavier. It's obvious that only through hard training can one lift heavier weights. Actually, Ryon was lifting weights at this moment, but but increasing the weight every day. Like, this is unreasonable. How can he add 10 kilos in just 1 week? She wondered perhaps it's because he's different. How can a patient be so persistent? Finally, Ronan decided to step inside, muttering to himself. His name is Ryon Ziggart. She walked up to Ryon, certain that this guy has something. He looked up, confused. Ronan Sullivan. He asked, "Why are you here?" The two of them faced each other, staring for a long while. Ryon thought to himself, what's going on with this kid's development? Ronan didn't say anything, just kept staring at Ryon. She slowly approached him, making him suspicious. The two of them sat silently next to each other, feeling a bit awkward. Before Ryon could understand what was happening, Ronan leaned down and started lifting weights. He didn't pay attention anymore and stood up to leave. But who would have thought Ronan would follow him? Whatever Ryon did, Ronan mimicked training while observing him. While training, Ronan couldn't stop marveling. It's indeed that scent from before. After that invigorating scent from Ryon earlier, after smelling it, my body feels lighter. Thanks to it, I can now lift heavier weights than before. Just as he was thinking, Ryon's voice brought him back to reality. Hey, do you have something to say to me or what? Hearing that, Ryon didn't ask much, but turned back to continue training. Though his face was still full of confusion, seeing him leave, Ronan muttered to himself, Ryon, I'll need to follow you a bit longer. And so Ronan followed like a shadow beside Ryon, doing whatever he did. Not long after, a group of students suddenly entered, led by Baron. Seeing Ronan trailing behind Ryon, one of the students following Baron angrily said, Ronan is following that guy again. What's so great about hanging out with someone kicked out of the main family lineage like him? At this moment, Baron also spoke up, holding the wooden stick. Useless. Just keep repeating these simple fitness drills. It's no good at all. Basically, Ryon lacks strength, so he needs those simple exercises. But no matter how hard he tries, he still can't match us. I don't know what this test will be about, but at least as preparation for that day, if it's just to develop his own martial arts, it would be quite stable to continue sword training. After saying that, he turned to the other students and left. Let's go. No need to pay attention to that stubborn mule. The results will speak for themselves on the test day. Later, while Ryon was training, a turquoise-haired student timidly approached and greeted him. Sir Ryon. Hello, I'm Dorian. Can I train with you? Dorian scratched his head shyly as he introduced himself. He was excited and wanted to ask Ryon for guidance. I want to learn the proper form. Ryon glanced at him and replied, Well, I don't pay much attention to that. Thank you. Even though it's not much. Dorian said, reaching into his pocket to find something. He took out a cookie and offered it to Ryon. Here, eat this. It's really good. I'm fine, so take it back. Just as Ryon was about to refuse, his eyes caught something and glanced at Ronan. In front of him was Ronan's face, full of anticipation for the cookie. It seems she really wants this cookie. Her eyes are sparkling. Ryon was at a loss for words and handed the cookie to Ronan. He sighed. Now there's another weirdo beside me. And so Dorian began training under the guidance and help of both Ryon and Ronan. Time passed by quickly. The trio of Ryon continued to train diligently. It had already been 6 months since they started training. While training, Ryon thought about pushing his life to the boundary between life and death every day. The backs of those who blocked his way during his early training days were no longer visible. Breathing out to the depths of his trachea, he focused only on those in front of him. Only 2 people remained in front of him. And then the final moment finally passed. The morning of the test day arrived, and outside the arena, many people had come to cheer for the students. Suddenly a voice echoed, Thank you all for coming. You are the guardians of the participants this time. Please follow the guidelines and move in order. Meanwhile, Ryon was talking to the elite disciple, who reminded him, Ryon Ziggart, I wonder if you still remember the bet with the elite disciple. The elite disciple laughed with a cunning smile. In the end, you still couldn't surpass those 2, so brace yourself and accept the wrath of the elite disciple. Ryon waved his hand dismissively, denying that the entire exam was different, so there was no way to predict anything in advance. He suddenly turned to Dorian with a speechless expression, adding more seriously, Dorian, what are you even doing down there? Dorian, who was currently sprawled on the ground in fear, trembling all over, stammered, It's just that I'm a bit too stressed because today's the exam day, haha. Just take a deep breath, and even the weakest guy like me can do it. Ronan stood nearby, calling out to Ryon. She then handed Ryon a cookie, saying, "Here, eat this cookie I brought." Ryon raised his hand to stop her. "No, Before he could finish, he looked up and saw Burden glaring at him with a murderous gaze. Ryon felt helpless about the people around him. Why were there such people near him? Meanwhile, on the stand, Sylvia happily said, "Helen, look over there. Yes, our Ryon is standing there so confidently." Glenn nodded in agreement. Of course, he's endured 6 months of rigorous training. Seeing Ryon talking to 2 other trainees, Sylvia seemed reassured. It seems our Ryon has made friends now. Given his personality, it's only natural. Young Master Ryon has never once complained, even though he's still young, and already so sensible making friends and everything else. I'm so proud of him. Sylvia smiled happily. Suddenly, everything around fell silent, as all eyes turned in one direction. A man slowly walked in. The crowd buzzed with astonishment. The family head is entering. The family head himself has come to watch. The man who entered was none other than family head Glenn Ziggart. Didn't he never personally attend before? Rimmer also asked in surprise, "Why is the family head here?" Puzzled by everyone's exaggerated reaction, he said, "This is an event that will shape the future of your clan. Why are you acting as if this is a place I shouldn't be?" Rimmer awkwardly laughed and replied, "Ha ha ha, of course not. Welcome, sir." Then he announced, "Since the family head is here, we won't waste any more time. We'll start the official trainee selection exam immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, the criteria you've all been curious about will now be revealed. The test today is to withstand my pressure wave," Rimmer declared as he released his pressure in all directions. Rimmer explained the exam. Pressure is an inseparable part of a warrior's life. This test will evaluate your ability to handle it. Suddenly, someone protested. "Wait a minute. I object. It hasn't been long since these kids started learning aura. Why test their pressure so soon?" Following this, many people spoke up, pointing out the reality that there are still children who haven't even learned aura yet. A simple stress test is just too unfair, and that's not even mentioning the words of some brats saying, "All you did this whole term was sleep through class." What's this test even supposed to prove? Rimmer sighed and explained, "Pressure isn't just about mana application. True pressure is the level of force a warrior has built through their achievements. It's proof of a warrior's capability even without aura." Someone still unconvinced tried to argue, but before they could finish, a voice rang out. He's not wrong. The person was shocked to see the family head addressing him. Glenn Ziggart continued, "Only those who have truly lived and trained can comprehend pressure." Hearing this, Rimmer seemed satisfied and smiled. He continued, "Even someone without aura can possess immense pressure, depending on the difficulty and persistence of their training." Rimmer praised cheerfully. "As expected of the family head, you truly understand everything." He turned to the crowd. "So I'm sure no one here has any objections to the exam now, right? Let's ignore the troublemakers and start the test immediately." Hearing his name, Ronan stepped forward. "Ronan, please step forward. Everyone else step back." "Now, Ronan Sullian, the pressure I'm about to release will be at a level you can overcome if you've given your all in training. If you can withstand the pressure and touch me, you'll pass." With that, Rimmer smirked. Then he slowly released his pressure onto Ronan. The test began immediately. A powerful force surged toward Ronan, making her cry out. Rimmer continued explaining, "You'll fail instantly if you use aura to resist this pressure. I want you to overcome this test with the willpower you've built through your training so far." Ronan gritted her teeth and pushed forward with all her might, and then she managed to grab Rimmer's arm. He immediately patted her head. Smiling, he praised, "You passed easily. I can see the sweet fruits of your relentless effort. I want you to keep charging forward with that willpower." Next up is Dorian. Dorian, startled to hear his name, trembled like autumn leaves, gaping like a fish. "What kind of ranking is this?" Rimmer said nonchalantly. "I grade however I damn please. So get your behind in gear and come here." Dorian had no choice but to slowly step forward. "You've seen what Ronan did before you, right? I want you to use the willpower you've built through training to overcome the pressure wall I've created." Dorian worried. "Do you really think I can do it, sir?" I'm quite infamous for having no willpower at all. Rimmer immediately released his pressure. Well, if you don't have it, I'll simply fail you. It's that simple. Dorian was quickly overwhelmed by the pressure. He clenched his teeth, trying not to collapse. Standing outside, Ryon was slightly amazed, analyzing the level of pressure being released. It's adjusted according to the target. He's adjusting the pressure based on the kids' levels and how much they've trained. So he's really been observing each of us in detail, huh? Meanwhile, Dorian had overcome the pressure and touched Rimmer. He smiled and said, "See, all you had to do was come here. You passed Dorian. However, you still lack confidence in your skills. I advise you to hold your head high and face it from now on." Seeing Dorian vomit out of fear, Rimmer called the next person. "Well, I think you've heard enough. Next." Time passed quickly, and it was soon the turn of the last few. Next, Baron. Seeing it was his turn, Baron confidently replied, "Yes." Seeing he was ready, Rimmer said, "Let's start right away." As before, he released his pressure on Baron, feeling the pressure relentlessly pushing him back. Baron clenched his teeth. Does he want me to reach him while enduring this? It's completely different from what I saw outside. How did Ronan manage to overcome this? His whole body trembled under the pressure, unable to move forward. I can't take another step. At this point, Baron had collapsed. Seeing this, Rimmer spoke up. You definitely have exceptional talent compared to the others. The number of people who can match you among the 160 trainees here can be counted on one hand. However, your peers and other trainees have wasted their time following you. What's the point of honing swordsmanship if one lacks a goal? What you should have been doing is not practicing your swordsmanship, but training your body and willpower. You always rely on aura when things get tough. If you use it now, you'll fail immediately. Rimmer's words woke Baron up. I can't fail here. I can never forget that moment when my father denied my brother entry. I can never forget his cold eyes. If I can't overcome this, I'll be discarded too. Thinking this, he mustered all his determination, stood up, and moved towards Rimmer. Rimmer said with satisfaction, "You passed." He reminded Baron with concern. You're still just a 12-year-old kid. I want you to stop acting like an adult and train at a pace suitable for your age. If all you do is look ahead, you won't notice the hidden thorns piercing your feet. Rimmer stopped and turned to Ryon. Now finally, Ryon. Ryon calmly stepped forward. You're the last one. Ready? Ryon decisively replied, of course. As usual, Rimmer said. Then let's begin. With that, the pressure was released. But this time, unlike before, Rimmer kept releasing pressure, making it stronger and stronger. Seeing Ryon enduring immense pressure, Sylvia worriedly shouted, Ryon. Glenn was also amazed at the pressure being released. What kind of devilish pressure is this? At this moment, under the immense pressure, Ryon stood calmly, as if nothing was happening. He spoke up, is this really my test? Rimmer, excited and intrigued, said, I don't know, but the talent I see in you definitely surpasses Ronan and Baron. Try enduring this. With that, Rimmer released even stronger pressure than before. Now Ryon also began to feel the difficulty. Leveling up isn't something contained within the body. It lies in the realm of the soul. And now I not only have Ryon Ziggart's soul tier, but also the level from my assassin incarnation. Thinking this, he lifted his foot and stepped forward. Seeing this, Rimmer was slightly surprised. Can he really withstand this much pressure? Glenn's face was also full of astonishment, struggling to accept reality. How can this be? This is absurd! Right now, this is something that should be beyond the realm of impossibility. As Rimmer's thoughts ended, Ryon had already touched him. Seeing the situation before them, everyone's eyes widened in amazement. Ryon now asked, is the test over? The trainees standing around were amazed and couldn't believe it. Did he just pass through that pressure impossible? He actually defeated that brat. How could a cripple with no aura possibly? Rimmer, also unable to believe it, asked, Hey, what are you? Ryon immediately said that the teacher had been observing his training for 6 months, and he was Ryon. The teacher asked that because he had performed better than everything he had been taught over the past 6 months. The teacher had created pressure that exceeded his abilities, deliberately causing trouble, but unexpectedly he had managed to break through it. Ryon then made a gesture as if to explain something. Suddenly he seemed to understand the meaning of Ryon's gesture. I see, he said. He laughed and said, Ha ha ha, it seems the Grand Master has distracted you. Ziggart is the last candidate. The official selection ceremony has ended. Now we will announce the top candidates that you are all curious about. Rimmer's words made everyone present tense. The top trainee of the training academy this year is Ziggart. On the stands, Sylvia and Helen burst with emotion. Look, our Ryon has taken first place. Miss Sylvia Ryon has done it. The people around couldn't stop discussing the result. I can't believe Ryon is the top trainee. If he managed to break through that pressure, it must be true. But how did he surpass young Master Baron? Suddenly, Baron shouted in protest. I don't accept this. This isn't right. You're lying. Rimmer wondered what kind of lie is this. In terms of endurance strength and talent, Ryon is inferior to me. I can't accept someone like him taking first place. Clearly, he's up to something. Baron's words made the surrounding people doubt the results, murmuring and discussing. That does sound plausible. How did he rank first, despite being cursed? I heard he doesn't even have an aura. Did he bribe the instructors? If the rumors about Instructor Rimmer are true, that seems likely. Baron continued, We are all warriors of the Ziggart family. Instead of a written test, I think we should settle this with a duel to determine who deserves to pass. Hearing this, Rimmer smiled and asked him, Are you that desperate for the top spot, Baron? The question made Baron blush and deny. No, that's not it. Rimmer turned to Glenn and said, Unfortunately, the test is already over. Clan leader, what do you think we should do? The clan leader thought for a moment, and then spoke. Ryon, it seems the others don't accept this result. Do you want to duel Baron? Hearing the clan leader's question, Baron looked smugly at Ryon. But to everyone's surprise, Ryon straightforwardly replied, No, the test is over, and the results are final. Why should I duel him when there's nothing to gain? Then Ryon turned to Baron and said, You keep preaching about honor and legitimacy, Baron. I didn't expect you to lose so miserably. His words infuriated Baron. You bastard! The clan leader spoke up. Then let's do it. Duel for the top student position. If you win, I'll award you a bronze card. Ryon was surprised by the condition, thinking to himself, A bronze card. The Ziggart clan awards gold, silver, and bronze cards based on achievements. Each card corresponds to a different reward, even if it's just a bronze card. But a card personally awarded by the clan leader. He must be offering something decent. It seems he's not too pleased with me taking first place. Thinking this, Ryon responded, I understand. Then let's begin. This will determine the most talented student. This is a one-round duel. Using aura or weapons will result in disqualification. Only hand-to-hand combat is allowed. After hearing the rules, Ryon and Baron stepped forward preparing to fight. All right, begin. As soon as Rimmer's words ended, Baron charged at Ryon with incredible speed, but Ryon quickly dodged. Then Baron launched a relentless series of attacks at Ryon. Ryon continued to evade each strike. This is the Tiger's Gap Fist that my father personally taught me. There's no rule against using fist techniques, so this isn't a violation. Seeing Ryon being overwhelmed by Baron, the students praised as expected of young Master Baron. That kid Ryon can't even fight back. As he fought, Baron thought, someone weaker than me, and from a branch family at that. In his mind, Baron recalled the past. Forget it, Baron. The Ziggart clan doesn't need weaklings. Don't disappoint me, Baron Ziggart. Father is watching. I have to prove myself. I can't lose to someone like you here. Despite Baron's continuous attacks, Ryon effortlessly dodged. I can see everything, from his punches to his rhythm. Every strike is crystal clear before my eyes. At this moment, Baron shouted at Ryon, Have you had enough? Ryon Ziggart, I'll finish you with this move. Ryon calmly replied, Why would I surrender? Then he clenched his fist and threw a punch toward Baron. Their fists collided, but it seemed Ryon was stronger. Baron took the full force of the punch and was sent flying. He panicked. What the hell is this? Seeing this scene, everyone around was left gaping in astonishment, unable to comprehend. That was the missing tiger fist. But how? Baron, after taking the punch, collapsed onto the arena floor, wheezing heavily, unable to believe it. He asked Ryon, How do you know the missing tiger fist? Ryon calmly replied, You showed it to me. I just copied your technique. In the stands, the crowd couldn't stop discussing it. Did he just use the missing tiger fist? This is absurd. How could he possibly use it? Was it secretly taught to him? If not, how is this even possible? It's unbelievable. Witnessing Baron's defeat at Rayon's hands, Rimmer was equally astonished. This kid really has talent. He managed to neutralize the vortex of the missing Tiger Fist by creating a countervailing vortex. Just being able to read an opponent's martial path is enough to be called a genius. But he turned it into his own skill. This is the kind of talent that can stand at the pinnacle of the continent. This is what the Ziggart family has been searching for, a heaven-sent talent. Concluding his thoughts, Rimmer announced the result. I think this match is over. As everyone can see, the outcome is quite clear. The winner is Ryon Ziggart. With this, today's test has come to an end. Sylvia at this moment ran down from the stands. She quickly made her way to Ryon. She happily hugged Ryon gently, patting his head. Both Sylvia and Helens were overjoyed at Ryon's victory, smiling at him. The essence of the Empire flies with you, they said. I'm hungry. Let's go home. Over at Ronan's side, it was the same. Ronan's father, overwhelmed with happiness, hugged him and wept. As for Baron, he was escorted out by a steward. Suddenly, Baron saw something that made him both anxious and sad. In the crowd, he saw his father looking at him, but then his father turned and left. This left him feeling a deep sense of loss. That evening at the Baron estate, his father called him into the study to talk. His father turned his back to him and coldly said, "Baron." He quickly replied, "Yes, father." "Do you remember what I told you? I told you to return as the top cadet and warned you never to lose to anyone. Was that too much to ask? I told you to defeat the Sullian family and after crushing that Ryon, return as the top of your class. Have you forgotten about Wendy? You lost to that trash who was cast out of the family. Are you trying to make me a laughingstock?" Baron's father continued to scold him. He asked Baron, "Or do you want your fate to be like your two older brothers?" Baron panicked, said, "No, father. You've ruined your first chance. They will choose the top cadet after grading the students at the graduation ceremony. Make sure you bring that position back to me." With that, he dismissed Baron from the room. "Go," he said. Baron bowed his head sadly and replied, "Yeah." As he walked away, Baron thought about his father's words. If you still want to live under the Ziggart family, don't fail in this last chance. He angrily punched the wall. Damn it! It's all because of that cursed bastard. I can't believe all this happened because of that trash Ryon. Damn it, how did it come to this? I'll definitely train harder so I never lose again. Suddenly, Baron stopped. In front of him was the training hall. Why did I come here? I came here unconsciously while thinking. Why? He pushed the door open and entered. He looked around the training hall. No one was there. Is it because the test just ended? Now Baron was planning to train, but he suddenly noticed the storage area. He focused on the compartment labeled with Ryon's name. Out of curiosity, he went over and opened the locker. If I just take a peek, it should be fine, right? I'm not stealing anything, I'm just looking. What he saw left Baron momentarily stunned. What is this? What's with all these shoes? Even a rough count shows there are over 10 pairs here. Did he go through all these in just 6 months? I've only had to replace my shoes twice? Baron was amazed at the number of Ryon's shoes, and then he thought about himself. It seemed he had found the answer. That's right, now I remember. He's always training. While I was skipping the basics and swinging my sword around to show off to others. Or when I was relaxing in my room, even though he embodies the essence of the Ziggart family, I was doing the complete opposite. Baron felt ashamed as he reflected on this. He looked around the training hall for a moment. Then he put Ryon's shoes back in their place and left. It seemed that in his mind he had silently made a decision. The scene shifts to Ryon's location, where the Essence Emperor is continuously exclaiming, "Oh heavens, I can't believe it! I, the Essence Emperor, have lived for over 100 years, yet I've never encountered anyone like you." "What exactly are you? Who knows? You can think whatever you like, Your Majesty. First tell me what this unique ability is," Ryon said as he opened his status window to check. "You've won the bet with Wrath. The reward will be given to the victor. All skill points have increased by 2. Those possessed by Wrath will receive a random unique ability. A 1-star Snowbloom Intuition has been created." Seeing the skill Ryon received, the Essence Emperor muttered, "Snowbloom Intuition, you've received an ability far too good for someone as ordinary as you." This ability enhances the user's perception range. Even at just 1 star, it increases it by about 10%. Essence Emperor. My perception has increased tenfold compared to before. Hearing this, Ryon was astonished. Really? That's amazing. But he wondered, why is it called Snow Bloom Intuition? I named it that because it sounded nice. Don't you like it? Ryon scoffed. You're terrible at naming things. Huh, you dare say that to me. Suddenly, the butler arrived at Ryon's location. The Patriarch has summoned you, young master. Sylvia panicked. He's summoning him. Did Ryon do something wrong? The butler chuckled reassuringly. Ha ha, don't worry, miss. He explained the Patriarch simply wishes to personally present the bronze token to the young master. Soon after, Ryon stood before the Patriarch. He knelt and paid his respects. I greet the Patriarch. Glenn spoke. Though I dislike it, I will keep my promise. Yes, Patriarch. The butler, following orders, handed the bronze token to Ryon. Ryon Ziggart, as promised, you shall be granted a bronze token. When you return it in the future, you will receive an item or a privilege of equivalent value. Ryon gazed at the bronze token deep in thought. Then he suddenly made a request. In that case, I have a request to make right now. Sylvia Ziggart, what must I do to restore my mother's former status? Ryon asked. His words surprised Glenn Ziggart. He said her initial status. You must mean her position in the direct lineage. Yes, that's correct, Ryon replied, thinking to himself. Why is he suddenly being so agreeable? What's going on? The Patriarch then gave his answer. Achievement. If you accomplish something recognized by the entire family, it's possible. But it's not that simple. Gaining others' recognition is as difficult as plucking stars from the sky. It's nearly impossible, especially for a brat like you. Hearing this, Ryon smiled and said, But you said it's possible, didn't you? With that, he placed the bronze token back in its original spot to the butler's astonishment. That's all? Thank you for your answer, Patriarch. Then he turned to leave. But Ryon had only taken a few steps when the Patriarch stopped him. Wait. Yes, you haven't asked about your reward yet. That was just a question. I can give you the answer without the token. Ryon was skeptical. Really, I never expected to hear such words from the Northern Destroyer King. Speak your wish. Ryon clenched his fist, determined. Then there is something I've thought about, something I need most. He made his request. I want a cultivation technique. The instructors will teach you that when you begin basic training. I need a better spiritual energy cultivation technique than what's taught in basic training. Please grant me a technique worthy of this bronze token. A cultivation technique. My previous Shadow Chi technique isn't enough. To restore Sylvia's position and behead Darus, I need an aura far more powerful and exceptional than that, Glenn asked again. So what you want is a cultivation technique, correct? Then he snapped his fingers, signaling something. A section of the wall near Ryon opened up. From it, bookshelves emerged surrounding him. Looking at what was before him, Ryon was stunned. What is this? This is one of the Ziggart family's bookshelves. If you place your hand on the center, the book you need will appear immediately. Ah, I see. With that, he touched the center. I just need something better than Glenn's Shadow Chi technique. I hope something useful appears. From the bookshelf, a book detached itself and flew to him. What is this old, tattered book? Seeing the book, Ryon held both Glenn and the butler widened their eyes in shock. What's going on? How did you get that book? 10,000 Flames Art. Ryon was also puzzled as he flipped through the book. What kind of technique is this? But as soon as he touched it, a strange light emanated from the book. Following that, pages from the book continuously flew out surrounding him. Ryon was amazed as he absorbed the contents of the book. The scene before him suddenly reminded Glenn of the past. Do you think Sylvia was ostracized by the family? That's not something I need to know. The prosperity of the family is the top priority now. Go attend to other matters. Sylvia became close to another man and left the family. Don't report such trivial matters to me. After days of thinking only about the family and setting aside emotions, I built an army capable of overcoming the wall of evil. Our clan grows stronger by the day. So what have I truly lost? Sir, there's news that your son-in-law and granddaughter have been attacked. The attackers appear to be the twin ashen demons from Eden, whom Lady Sylvia once investigated. She seems unharmed, but the other two died on the spot. The report states that the attack was too sudden to prevent. Poor clan head, I finally feel something again. But things can never return to how they were. So Ryon, even if you and Sylvia despise me this time, I must protect you. Returning to reality. Ryon was endlessly astonished, pondering what had just happened. What is this? My body and mind keep being swayed by them. Suddenly, the clan head's voice interrupted his thoughts. Ryon Ziggart. What did you just do? Ryon, equally puzzled, replied, I don't know. I only remember the cultivation manual disappearing from my hands. What is the name of the book? It's The Art of Eternal Flames. The Art of Eternal Flames requires you to face the eternal fire. Have you memorized all of it? Glenn Ziggart suddenly stood up and asked, You said you remember the contents. Ryon firmly replied, Yes, I do. Hearing this, he nodded slightly and said, I understand. That's enough. His authoritative voice continued. You've received the reward for the bronze token. Now go back. This left Ryon slightly confused, but he calmly replied, Yes, sir. After that, he took the bronze token and left under the watchful eyes of Glenn Ziggart and the steward Loren. The two watched Ryon until his figure completely disappeared beyond the door. Shortly after, Loren voiced his speculation, is the cultivation technique young Master Ryon received, the one the other confirmed. Yes. Glenn Ziggart closed his eyes and leaned back gently against the chair behind him. He continued in a deep voice, It is the cultivation technique of the first clan head. As he spoke, he couldn't hide his astonishment. In the history of the Ziggart clan, no one has ever been able to retrieve or read that technique. Who would have thought the boy would learn the art of eternal flames? Hearing this, the steward worriedly said, If this gets out, young Master Ryon and Lady Sylvia could be in danger. Glenn, having already considered this, smiled confidently and said, Don't worry. No one knows about the art of eternal flames. As Ryon stepped out the door, a book from the study suddenly disappeared. This made Logan exclaim in suspicion. The cultivation manual is gone. What do we do now? Len calmly explained. It's fine. It has been passed on to someone else. Standing before hundreds of cultivation manuals, he solemnly said, After all, no one has ever been able to learn the art of eternal flames. If it wasn't passed on to the boy, it would have been lost forever. A glimmer of hope appeared on his face. I have a feeling. The image of Ryon training appeared, and Glenn's authoritative voice softly echoed, A new wind will blow in the future. Ryon sat on the bed in a training posture, his mind endlessly pondering. This is too bizarre. Why would he grant me this? Not to mention the bronze token, even a gold token wouldn't be enough to exchange for this technique. He closed his eyes and began to enter a training state. This is no less than the fire orb. I must learn it properly. In his mental space, Ryon slowly approached the flame. He reached out his hand, preparing to touch it. But just as he was about to succeed, the flame suddenly vanished. This made Ryon frown in disappointment. He thought dejectedly, I failed again. Ryon stared gloomily at his hand. Even after many attempts, it's so hard to accumulate spiritual energy. I didn't expect to master such a high-level technique in one go. Suddenly, the Essence Emperor spoke in a mocking tone. It seems you're having trouble. He continued, Pour all your strength into it. Be careful. If someone interrupts your training, it could be disastrous. Just touching the technique could cripple you. That would be sad. Hearing this, Ryon couldn't help but frown and glance at this unpleasant figure. What is he plotting? He thought angrily. Ryon couldn't help but imagine the scene of his energy backlash. The art of eternal flames absorbs natural energy and accumulates spiritual energy in the core. If I'm interrupted at a critical moment, my mana channels or core meridians could be severed, and I could become crippled. It's even more dangerous for me because my mana channels contain frost-forged energy. After thinking this, he responded to the Essence Emperor. If you already know this, then don't interfere. But he just smiled mockingly. I wonder what will happen. Ryon slightly furrowed his brow, not understanding his words. Suddenly, he opened his mouth. Wait, don't tell me. Sure enough, as Ryon suspected, the Essence Emperor laughed with a dangerous tone. Just once. Let me interrupt you once during your training. Ryon was speechless at his audacity. You must enjoy using a crippled body, don't you? But he just indifferently replied. It's nothing, he continued. You're just a human, so it's natural you couldn't overcome it. But even if your limbs were severed, or your core energy exploded, my Essence Emperor could restore everything. He leaned closer to Ryon's ear and whispered, when you're crippled and have abandoned everything, that's the best opportunity for my Essence Emperor. Hearing his cunning words, Ryon simply smirked. I see. You only speak the truth once, right? I'm really looking forward to seeing what trick you'll pull this time. Hearing the human's challenging words, the Essence Emperor grew even more arrogant, snorting. You're already done for. Tremble every day, because you'll never know when my Essence Emperor will strike. Looking at his smug face, Ryon couldn't help but think, this guy is truly an enemy. He continued to think, he's a demon from the demon realm, always ready to possess my body at any opportunity. He's the embodiment of wrath. He sighed wearily. I thought he had quieted down and given up on that plan. From now on, I'll have to be wary of him again. He then spoke up. All right, let's leave it for later. We have more urgent matters to deal with first. The Essence Emperor asked, So you're finally going to deal with her, huh? Ryon immediately replied, It can't be a coincidence. She's been coming here every night. Both of them moved to the window and looked down below. Ryon said coldly, I have to handle her, while thinking to himself, It's been a while since I've done this old job. Outside the building by the riverside, a woman dressed as a maid was quietly doing something. The maid of the Judiel building was intently writing a soul script communique on a piece of paper, muttering to herself. I have nothing to report, except when he keeps muttering to himself. But this time I really have something to report. Remembering what happened a few hours ago, she couldn't help but be amazed. I never thought he could receive such a high-level technique with just that ancestral bronze mandate. She recalled the scene of observing him training and the incredibly intense flow of mana during his cultivation. It's truly unbelievable. Her hand kept writing. This is indeed crucial information for the Trung Vo Kung. After finishing, she carefully folded the paper and thought, since it's an order, I have to do it, but he's just a kid. I wonder how long I can keep this from him. Then she gently dropped the secret letter into the water and watched it flow away. Only when the letter had drifted a certain distance did Judiel let out a soft sigh. Just as she said time to go back, a blade was already at her throat, accompanied by a dangerous warning. If you dare make a sound, I'll kill you. The blade's owner continued to threaten. If you move, you'll die too. The cold voice commanded Judiel to lower her gaze and look at the lake. Faced with this imminent danger, Judiel had no choice but to comply, her mind racing. Who is he? She slowly lowered her gaze, sweat beginning to trickle down. Who could emit such a murderous aura? The moment she recognized the familiar face reflected in the water, Judiel couldn't help but be shocked. Ryon. How did this kid manage to track me? As if reading her thoughts, Ryon simply explained, Ever since returning to this building, I've sensed your prying eyes. So what information have you gathered? This made Judiel even more off guard. How could he know everything already? Recalling the days of secretly observing her target, despite being very careful, she had been discovered long ago. Judiel couldn't stop wondering. I thought I left no trace. Was he just pretending not to notice? Why? Suddenly Ryon demanded, Open your mouth! Judiel had no choice but to tremble and comply. At that moment, Ryon shoved something into her mouth. Forced to swallow the strange substance, she gagged and felt nauseous. She kept moaning, eventually kneeling down and vomiting, struggling to get the strange thing out of her mouth, but failing. Ryon calmly picked up the paper that hadn't drifted far yet. He opened the secret letter, but found the writing inside had completely disappeared. He turned to the person who had just written it. I can't read the contents of this letter. This type of paper requires a special method to read right. Ryon coldly asked word by word water, earth, fire, and sunlight. The moment Ryon mentioned moonlight, Judiel's face showed unmistakable confusion. She stammered, How did you know? Ryon responded by slowly revealing the contents of the secret letter Baron Ziggart Karun Ziggart. Daniel read up to this point and confirmed. So it's Karun Ziggart's order, leaving Judiel even more stunned. Looking at Rayon's expressionless face, Judiel panicked, thinking, "No, it's impossible. My expressions are flawless. I've trained for years to become a skilled shadow weaver." He couldn't have read that much. Suddenly, she remembered the substance Rayon had just shoved into her mouth. Wait, no. The excruciating pain in my body. Could he really read my thoughts so easily now? The more she thought about it, the more she trembled like a leaf in a blizzard. There was only one possible explanation for this. What he had forced down her throat. The image of a dead insect surfaced, shocking Judith to her core. She collapsed, wondering, could it be the rhyme-bound parasite? The confrontation between Judiel and Karun Ziggarts unfolded, where he ordered her to infiltrate the annex building and send him all the information about Rayon and Sylvia. He emphasized that if she performed this task well, he would grant her that thing. Returning to reality, the spy maid, trembling with fear, knelt down and asked Rayon, "Did you feed me the ancient worm, didn't you?" Hearing this, Rayon was momentarily surprised and retorted, "You even know about the ancient worm." Then his voice turned intrigued. "The fact that you know about the ancient worm surprises me." As soon as she received that confirmation, a wave of nausea surged violently, causing Judiel to collapse backward. She clutched her chest in agony. By introducing it into the target's body, the poisoner could not only track their location, but also their thoughts. The ancient worm was one of the most dreaded curses in this world. The poisoner could kill the target with agony beyond endurance at will. Her expression left no doubt it was indeed the ancient worm. Rayon paid no heed to her pained and terrified demeanor, coldly declaring, "You sent this letter to Karun Ziggart, so you must be a spy from Void Heart Hall. This mission must have started 7 months ago after the judgment ceremony. You've investigated thoroughly, haven't you?" He picked up the paper and smirked. "Not just me, but also my mother Helen and all the other maids." Judiel's expression grew even paler. "I thought this would be a simple mission." In her mind, Karun's orders kept replaying, "Just gather 10 pieces of information about that child, Rayon, and the crippled Sylvia." I thought I could complete the mission easily, but there's a monster living in this annex building. Threatened by the aura of the one she called a monster, Judiel hurriedly pleaded, "I'll change the content. I'll report false information." But Rayon coldly dismissed her. "Even if you alter the intelligence, Karun will still find out about me eventually." He added another sentence, trampling her pride. "It will only make him realize your incompetence." Suddenly, Rayon leaned in close to Judiel's face, his crimson eyes widening, blazing with murderous intent and mockery for the trembling prey before him. Then he commanded, "From now on, you'll be a double agent." He continued, "You'll report to him any information he's about to discover, hide the crucial details, and not reveal them to anyone. Instead, you'll bring me valuable intelligence from his side." Hearing this, Judiel could only tremble and comply. "I'll do as you say, my lord." Receiving this answer, Rayon nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he stood up and walked away smiling as he bid farewell. Until next time. His voice echoed everywhere enough for Judiel, who was still recovering, to hear, "I hope to receive useful information." On the way back to the bedroom, the Essence Emperor curiously asked, "How did you summon the ancient worm?" Rayon calmly replied, "I wouldn't use something so vile. I gave her a poison pill that caused her temporary excruciating pain." The Essence Emperor was even more astonished. "Wait, so earlier you read her thoughts?" Rayon explained indifferently. "You can deduce others' intentions based on various factors. Others might not notice, but I can." The Essence Emperor was stunned by Rayon's answer and muttered, "This is the real devil." A few days later, while Rayon was still engrossed in training, the day to return to the training school arrived. Throughout that time, he had never stopped trying. Even by the day of departure, Rayon still hadn't been able to create an aura. At the training school, the sound of lively chatter filled the air, creating a particularly bustling atmosphere. Rayon calmly observed his surroundings. Only 42 people had passed, leaving just a quarter of the original number. He recalled the face of that energetic teacher. "Rimmer, you're truly strict when it comes to results." Suddenly a voice called out Ryon. Hearing his name, Ryon turned around and recognized the girl as Ronan. Ronan slowly approached him. Then she stood facing Ryon, making him somewhat puzzled. Ronan stared at him intently, as if she wanted to say something. A small memory of hers surfaced. "So young Master Ryon helped our daughter train. It was a memory from a few days ago." At the Sullian family mansion, Ronan was focused on eating dessert when her mother asked, "So did you greet and thank him?" Ronan simply replied, "Yes, when he gave me snacks." Her mother continued, "What about when he helped you train?" Hearing this, Ronan pondered for a moment, then innocently said, "No. Father told me not to speak to boys first." Her mother's expression immediately darkened. "Ah, I see." After that, her mother seriously taught her daughter Ronan proper manners, emphasizing that gender doesn't matter when expressing gratitude. She continued, "If you've received help, you must always respect and be grateful to them. That's basic courtesy." Hearing this, Ronan's face turned unusually flushed, and her mother reminded her again, "Remember, don't forget that. Okay?" Returning to reality, Ronan mustered all her courage to thank Ryon, which made him unusually flustered. The Essence Emperor was equally puzzled and asked, "Why did she suddenly say thank you?" But even Ryon didn't know and replied in confusion, "I don't know. How would I know?" After successfully expressing her gratitude, Ronan proudly gave herself a mental pat on the back. At the same time, an excited voice rang out. "Young Master Ryon." Dorian rushed over, panting heavily, and said, "Young Master, how are you? As for me, I thought I was going to die. Even as a temporary trainee, I already felt like I was on the brink of death." After finishing his first sentence, he continued to ramble on. "So I can't even imagine how much harder it will be now that I'm an official trainee. I keep having nightmares. Last night I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, just afraid I wouldn't make it. By the way, it really makes the Essence Emperor put on a judging face when you talk so much." Dorian kept talking non-stop, "But I'm really happy because young Master Ryon is the top trainee. If young Master Baron were the top, Before he could finish his sentence, Baron's face, as if he had just been splashed with cold water, suddenly appeared behind Dorian, making him scream in terror. Dorian was so scared that he plopped down on the ground, ready to face Baron's wrath. But it seemed Baron didn't pay much attention to him. Baron slowly walked over and stood in front of Ryon, his expression as cold as before. The two of them stared at each other for a while, neither speaking first. Suddenly, Baron executed a flawlessly formal bow and said, "I apologize. I admit my failure last week, which made everyone see my shameful state." He continued, "However, I won't give up." His eyes became extremely determined. "No matter how much effort it takes, I will stand proudly before you." Then he turned and left his words trailing behind him. "I won't retreat and I won't give up." The Essence Emperor and Ryon watched Baron leave with mixed emotions. Ryon quietly thought, "To think a 13-year-old could own his failures. Truly noble breeding shows." But it seemed the Essence Emperor was still upset about the previous incident, as he grumbled irritably. "He's already been beaten once. Yet he still doesn't know his place. Just go and gouge his eyes out already." Hearing this, Ryon sighed and comforted him. "It's good enough that you've calmed down this much. Just relax." The monster-like figure still seemed unconvinced and shouted, "Who cares about that?" Just then, Rimmer's voice rang out. "Sorry I'm late." He chuckled awkwardly and said, "I overslept because I may have over-celebrated with wine last night. Have you all rested well?" After all, 42 trainees lined up neatly. Rimmer regained his serious demeanor as a teacher and spoke first. "Congratulations on becoming official trainees. We will begin formal training starting today." Ryon listened intently as he explained that the overall structure would remain similar to before, but a few additional training programs would be added. Rimmer began introducing the first lesson. "We will learn about spiritual energy cultivation methods when a loud noise suddenly rang out, making everyone turn their attention to the source of the sound. It was a girl with long black hair, hands on her hips looking at the group in front of her. After successfully opening the door, she cursed irritably. "Damn it! This door just wouldn't open. I almost got into trouble. Dorian recognized the person who was throwing a tantrum and stammered in fear. That person must be... Then Rimmer's calm voice followed. Finally, you've arrived. Everyone pay attention. I'm not the one in charge of guiding her, but she is the trainee who failed last term's evaluation. He then said, from now on, everyone will train together, so let's greet her. The girl spoke first. Her demeanor full of confidence. I am Martha Ziggart. The direct lineage Martha Ziggart suddenly sighed, her expression clearly not very friendly. Rimmer continued with the smile. She may look like that, but she's actually a very kind girl. But his words were immediately cut off by Martha. First of all, Martha stepped forward, standing among the new trainees, and asked, who's the top trainee here? Ryon didn't react, but just silently listened to Martha ramble. I can't let someone of lower standing be above me. I need to see what bastard's claiming the top spot. Her expression turned challenging. Come out and let's settle this right here, fists and all. Martha kept moving among the trainees, searching for her target, and taunted. Why don't we settle this right here, fists and all? Ryon, with a troubled expression, whispered to the Essence Emperor. Is there something wrong with the feng shui? Why do I keep getting involved with these people? Finally, he calmly stepped forward and declared, I am Ryon Ziggart, the top-ranked student. Immediately, he received a sneer from Martha. She crossed her arms, looked down at him with disdain, and remarked, Ryon, you don't look like a top-ranked student at all. Well, that's fine. Martha clenched her fists, ready to fight. No need for words. Let's settle this with a match. Suddenly, Baron criticized her behavior. Martha Ziggart, how uncouth can you be? His words made her pause for a moment. Anger flared up in Martha as she snapped, You brat, how dare you speak so rudely to your senior? She stepped closer, glaring at Baron as if she wanted to hit him. However, he didn't flinch, and instead furrowed his brows, meeting her gaze head-on. Martha threatened, If you keep spouting such nonsense, you'll die right here. Next time, choose your words carefully. Baron retorted firmly. Young Master Ryon Ziggart was recognized as the top student in front of the lords and instructors. Are you implying they lack judgment? Hearing this, her expression turned mocking. I thought you'd make a fuss about that, but apparently not. That's why I did this. Baron remained unwavering and replied seriously, I don't want to look back on that embarrassing version of myself anymore. Ryon was utterly surprised by this conversation. Baron has really changed. Suddenly, Ronan shielded Ryon, leaving both him and the Essence Emperor momentarily stunned. Ronan spread his arms protectively and said, Stay back. Seeing Ryon being protected by these two, Martha scoffed and said disdainfully, How touching. What a precious little friendship. She then turned to leave. If I keep this up, I'll be the one in the wrong. Fine, I'll play the villain. A mysterious smile appeared on Martha's face. But mark this, I always finish. Immediately after, she blitzed toward Ryon, attacking, while saying, I hate cowards who hide behind others. They're even more pathetic than the arrogant ones. This clearly shocked Ronan and Baron, who were caught off guard by Martha's sudden attack. She loosed a mana-clad fist toward Ryon, who dodged it effortlessly. Ryon slipped aside like a shadow, easily evading her punch, and even countering it, nullifying her attack. Martha was completely taken aback, never expecting Ryon to handle her strike so gracefully. Before she could recover, Ryon retaliated with a punch of his own. Though Martha dodged it directly, the force of the punch created a shockwave. It sent both of them flying apart, creating distance between them. Watching the fight, Baron couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Meanwhile, Instructor Rimmer seemed amused, smiling, as he observed the two. Martha was clearly shaken by the punch. She sighed as if losing confidence. Her anger and competitiveness began to cloud her judgment. Martha trembled and laughed mockingly. How ridiculous! Her strikes grew wild, each kick cratering the earth as she threatened, Don't think you can just walk away from this. Martha raised one hand, preparing to throw another punch, while taunting, You're not getting off that easy. Suddenly, Rimmer grabbed her arm from behind and said calmly, That's enough theatrics. She glanced back in surprise. When did you get here? Rimmer looked down at the difficult student and began to assert his authority. Martha, you seem to think I'm made of air. Even if you think I'm lenient, don't act like I'm invisible. Ignoring Martha's attempts to break free, Rimmer continued. Baron and Ronan have likely mastered spiritual energy, but Ryon hasn't yet. Don't you think winning with such an advantage isn't something to be proud of? Finally, he released her and chuckled. I'll let you fight Ryon freely after he learns spiritual energy. Martha, annoyed, shook off Rimmer's hand and said I was about to stop anyway. Rimmer, accustomed to Martha's brash behavior, smiled and pointed in a direction. Return to your position, Ryon. Ryon nodded and replied, Yes, sir. Immediately, the Essence Emperor roared. What are you doing? How dare you let that brat attack me? You should dismember her limb from limb and entomb her in glacial ice for millennia. Ryon calmly replied, I already retaliated, but it only made this monster angrier. You'd want me to decapitate her, but I insist, now is not the time. The Essence Emperor, bored out of his mind, glanced at Ryon's scheming expression. It would be better to lure her with something she wants, rather than using this first-rank student title. Ryon followed Rimmer inside and told the person clinging to him, Just wait, next time I'll show you a good show. Inside the building, all 42 students were training intensely. After a while, Rimmer, satisfied, spoke up, All right, everyone, take a 10-minute break. Baron quickly drank a lot of water. After replenishing his energy, he silently thought, Just as I expected, it's not easy at all. Since I've learned the high-level 2-star techniques, it's not too difficult for me, but the 3-star ones are challenging because they require combining various advanced techniques. Then Baron glanced at Ryon, but as for Ryon, he was still persistently training. Baron silently assessed, even though it's only been a month since he started. Baron continued to think. Even I took a month to learn the 7 Phantasm Strike. He only started learning sword arts at the same time as me. Watching Ryon's precise movements, Baron couldn't help but marvel. It seems I'm not the only one feeling pressured by his progress. His gaze turned to the person training frantically beside him and asked, Are you also being caught up? Martha Ziggart. Hit right in the heart! She gasped, stopped her movements, and began cursing. Damn it! Martha stood there, catching her breath for a while, her face showing defiance as she thought Ryon Ziggart. Even though this is his first time learning martial arts, how can he progress so quickly? Martha tried to compare. He doesn't seem like he was taught beforehand, like Baron or Crane. And his body isn't normal either. There's still ice inside him. How can he train all day with that body? The more she thought, the more envious she became, gritting her teeth. I can't fall behind like this. Martha recalled the praises she had received and complimented herself. My talent is formidable. That's what everyone says about me. She remembered the past. Ever since I was adopted by the Ziggart family, I've always been a hunter. She continued to narrate about herself. I surpassed all the direct and collateral descendants, those good-for-nothings who always boast about being geniuses. Martha smirked and mocked them when they were in despair. Martha kept affirming, I am the genius. I am the best. That's who I used to be. But Martha's current situation had been turned upside down, and she knew it very well. She gritted her teeth and thought, But now I'm really worried I can't control myself anymore. Late at night, the butler close to Martha had been waiting for her for a long time. He respectfully bowed and greeted her. You performed very well today, Lady Martha. Martha just responded with a sad, Seeing his lady so downcast, a butler like him began to think of ways to comfort her. Finally, he spoke up. There's no need to worry, lady. Martha frowned and snapped. What are you talking about? The butler calmly replied. As I said, because he has shown his good side, people have forgotten. But young Master Ryon will never have a chance to defeat you, lady. Hearing this, Martha frowned even more and asked in a doubtful tone, He will never defeat me. What are you basing that on? The butler smiled mysteriously and said, Because young Master Ryon has a fatal weakness that he cannot overcome. But Ryon was still persistently training his sword grip extremely firm and meeting the standards. Sweat had drenched Ryon's hair. Though tired, his sword skills were improving day by day. A student approached another student and said, I want to ask you something, but the other student immediately said, Look at Ryon and learn. Look at his posture. But that student seemed shy and immediately refused. No, I can't ask. Hearing this, the other student was surprised and replied, "But his sword skills are so good." Clap Martha's applause rang out, and she smiled an enigmatic smile, praising excellent. Martha used a tone that couldn't be more fake to comment on Rayon's level. "I didn't expect that in such a short time you could already train with me. You're even better than a genius. You learn so fast." Suddenly her industrial smile returned to her usual smile, but sure enough, the following words were all venomous, aimed at provoking Rayon. "With your weak mana sensitivity, no matter how much you train, it's useless. What a pity." Martha's voice was loud enough for everyone in the training hall to hear. "Perhaps at least you could become a sword instructor." Everyone fell silent at this conversation, including Rimmer. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Martha arrogantly thought, "No one said anything, just as I expected." She kept criticizing Rayon. "No one thinks this fool still hasn't mastered aura after 4 months." Everything stemmed from the conversation between Martha and her butler. The butler said that young Master Rayon had no aura talent at all. Hearing this, Martha was shocked and opened her mouth wide. "Huh?" Seeing the young lady so astonished, he explained, "You probably don't know about this because it happened after you were adopted, but during the mana sensitivity evaluation ceremony, young Master Rayon scored the lowest." His voice was calm and soft. "The only one in the 5th training hall who hasn't mastered aura is young Master Rayon. The bronze medal will only grant him a mid-level training method, or perhaps slightly better, just a notch above the basic training methods everyone else receives." He continued, "But since he hasn't mastered any method yet, the evaluation results are likely accurate. He might be the most skilled in swordsmanship and combat, but without the ability to use aura, he can never become a true martial artist." Hearing this, Martha's expression shifted from astonishment to excitement, and finally she burst into laughter. After reminiscing about the past, Martha smugly ran her fingers through her hair, still irritated about losing to that guy. She smirked, "That guy isn't even worth my time." Her train of thought was interrupted by Ronan's sharp, piercing gaze. Seeing Ronan staring at her as if he wanted to say something, Martha put her hands on her hips and asked, "Do you have something to say to me?" Ronan casually ordered, "Go get to work." Martha seemed quite amused. "Oh, is that all?" Ronan frowned and repeated, "Go." Martha's face lit up with a mischievous grin as she hummed, "I'm off then." As she was about to leave, she proudly boasted, "I still have to teach the main class, you know." Ronan watched Martha leave with an icy expression. That evening, inside the training room, Rayon sat resting on a chair, 2 empty water bottles at his feet. He sighed wearily and wiped his sweat with a towel. "I think that's enough for today." Then he smiled, genuinely pleased. "It's strange, this thrill of honing skills rather than just killing. In my past life on the battlefield, I wasn't taught martial arts, but survival and assassination. My assassination skills were refined, but I couldn't learn anything else." He kept feeling a sense of novelty. "I never expected to feel this happy learning martial arts to improve myself." Suddenly, the Essence Emperor roared in frustration. "Open your eyes, worm. She spat on your honor." Rayon, puzzled, asked, "What honor?" The Essence Emperor was stunned. "That black-haired girl, she kept bad-mouthing you," Rayon replied indifferently. "Oh really? I didn't hear. I was too focused." The smoky monster snorted. "You should pay more attention. If she had talked about me like that, I would have frozen her into ice." "Scolded like this?" Rayon calmly replied, "I already said it. There's no benefit in fighting her now." He stood up and muttered, "Even without the 10,000 blaze cultivation, I could easily defeat her." Before he could finish, Rayon saw Ronan waiting for him behind the door. He softly called her name Ronan. He continued, "Why are you standing there?" Ronan didn't answer, but opened the box in her hand and took out a round brown cake. She handed it to him and said, "Eat it." Rayon took it and felt the temperature of the cake in his hand. "It's so cold. What is this?" Seeing his hesitation, Ronan ordered, "Eat it." Rayon nodded blankly. "All right." As he was about to put the cake in his mouth, Rayon briefly thought, "I'm an assassin. I shouldn't eat things given by others." But the cake successfully entered his mouth. "She probably wouldn't poison me." The flavor began to spread. Rayon was quite surprised by the taste, while the Essence Emperor showed an extremely delighted and excited expression. "What is this? In the demon world, I've never tasted anything this sweet. It's cold, too. What is it? Ronan asked. How is it? Ryon nodded. It's delicious. The Essence Emperor flitted around, clearly loving this new treat. More I want more. Ronan explained it's ice cream. After that, she left. Ryon hurriedly called out, Hey, wait! The Essence Emperor became even more frantic. Give me another one before you go. Seeing Ronan had already left, he grumbled. She's so strange. Why didn't she give me another one? Meanwhile, Ryon pondered another matter. Does she care about me? He recalled earlier when Ronan acted like a child with her love for sweets. It seems there were only 4 pieces. He speculated she must have saved one for me. She probably struggled with that decision. Thinking this, Ryon smiled and sighed. But I'm fine, aren't I? As he left, he said, I should repay her kindness later. The Essence Emperor still hadn't forgotten the delicious flavor. He happily suggested, then ask her for another one. At the annex building, Ryon announced, I'm back. Immediately, a group of servants warmly welcomed him. It's been so long. Why did it take so long for you to return? Ryon gently replied. It's only been a week, the servant asked. Are you hungry? Let me prepare something for you, Ryon quickly declined. No, I'm not. But before he could finish, the servant urgently ordered the others. Hurry up. A moment later, Judiel handed Ryon a confidential report and timidly said, This is the report I'll be sending to the Intermediate Martial Hall. Ryon asked, What did they say? Judiel stammered, No, nothing much. Then she continued saying they had ordered me to investigate more thoroughly because your progress in swordsmanship and combat skills was too rapid, but it seems they've lost interest since you can't use aura. Ryon immediately asked another question. What about my mother? Judiel didn't dare look directly at Ryon and replied, I think they've also lost interest in Lady Sylvia. She guessed that they would recall me soon. Hearing this, Ryon frowned. This won't do. I still have use for her. Judiel hesitantly said, Young master. Ryon glanced at her, signaling her to speak quickly. Judiel then asked, Are you deliberately not learning aura? Ryon suddenly flashed a deadly smile. Who knows? He asked softly. What do you think his aura immediately made her tremble in fear? It's nothing. I apologize for asking such an inappropriate question. Ryon smiled and ordered, All right, you may leave. Judiel replied in a small voice. Yes. The Essence Emperor frowned and said, They actually think you're deliberately not learning. Ryon calmly replied, He uses the situation and environment for his own benefit. That's very smart, isn't it? The Essence Emperor asked in confusion, Why is aura so difficult for you? I've never experienced this before. Ryon chuckled and replied, I don't know either. Let's just go train. The Essence Emperor was stunned and exclaimed, Again. He kept reminding Ryon, go to sleep. Ryon ignored him and insisted, You have to train to improve. The sight that greeted him when he opened the door surprised Ryon a little. It turned out Rimmer had been waiting outside for him for some time. Ryon softly called out, Instructor Rimmer. Hearing this, Rimmer happily turned to look at him. Oh, couldn't sleep. Ryon indifferently asked, Why are you here? Rimmer stepped forward and nodded, saying, I came to teach you. Then he placed a hand on Ryon's shoulder. Rimmer said, I'll show you your mana attributes. Ryon followed Rimmer into the forest, puzzled. I thought you were going to teach me about attributes or something. Why are we just walking around like this? Stop complaining and wait. I may be a bit lazy, but I'm an excellent teacher, you know. Ryon looked around curiously. How are you going to teach me about mana attributes in a place like this? Rimmer just smiled and looked at him. He recalled his first impression of Ryon. I still can't forget the first time I saw your cultivation technique. Rimmer described it as a flame as hot as molten lava. He commented, It's completely different from ordinary cultivation techniques. Rimmer thought he must have tried to adapt to the coldness of his body, along with the flame, instead of removing them from his mana veins. He imagined with interest if Ryon could truly master this cultivation technique. After reminiscing, Rimmer sighed softly. Then he said, This should be enough. Ryon stopped and observed where he was standing. He asked in confusion, in the middle of the forest, Why here? Rimmer suddenly waved his hand, and a gust of wind appeared blowing over Ryon. Rimmer explained, I wanted to create a wind blade to protect my lord. What you're seeing now is that. Then he began to create a stronger wind, even showing the elemental colors within it. He continued. This is the wind I chose earlier. Ryon widened his eyes, feeling the sensation on his hand. Rimmer softly said, I did weaken it to let you get used to it, but you don't seem afraid at all. You're not childish. Then he leaned on his hand. Since birth I've been able to sense this wind because I'm an elf, but you're a human, and your mana veins are filled with frost energy, so it will be harder for you. Rimmer explained there are many types of wind. Warm, cold, or sharp. Then he raised his hand to the sky and said, I wanted a wind blade that could pierce through anything. Finally, he proudly said, and I've achieved it. Then he told Ryon, you must find your own. Think about the flame you want to have. Suddenly, Ryon spoke up. This is the north. Unless I set this forest on fire, I won't be able to see a proper flame. Rimmer smiled teasingly and said, if we do that, we'll be beheaded immediately. He looked at Ryon with an interested gaze. Then he said, but there's a place that's perfect for you. After a while, the two of them arrived at a forge. Rimmer called out to the person inside. Hey, old man, I'm here. The old man replied in a deep voice, I was wondering why the flame was acting up. So it's you. Rimmer crossed his arms and smiled awkwardly. Looks like we'll fail again tonight, Ryon curiously asked. Where are we? Rimmer gently explained, this is the place with the hottest and brightest flame in the north. He added a charcoal forge. The old man inside the forge asked, What have you brought this time, Rimmer? Rimmer shook his head and said, Hey, he's the family head's grandson. But the old man did not seem to care, and replied, I'm just a retired old man. Unless the family head comes himself. Suddenly, Ryon was slightly surprised. What he looked at the fiercely burning flames in front of him, and exclaimed, Is this really a flame? He remembered in his past life he had seen countless flames, campfires he had made himself, high-level fire magic created by mages, and so on. He looked at the current flame as if it were one of those flames. Ryon sensed the temperature of the flame's image. He began to focus on the image of the flame he desired. Just as his hand was about to grasp it, the flame vanished. Ryon silently felt disappointed as the old man reduced the flame's size. The old man's hoarse voice rang out, My name is Valken. The old man Valken reminded him, If you want to be polite, you should go somewhere else. Ryon was utterly surprised when he heard the name Valken. He looked at the grizzled old man and remembered a world-renowned craftsman known for his unparalleled skill. Could it really be Valken? Ryon thought of the man who had forged the heaven-rend blade of Glen Ziggart, but he had disappeared 30 years ago. Yet here he was. Immediately, Ryon greeted him politely. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Ryon Ziggart, Valken asked softly. Did you tell him about me? Rimmer immediately shook his head in denial. Not at all. Then Rimmer turned to explain to Ryon that old man is a retired craftsman of Ziggart. He is a retired craftsman, but he has been tending the flame here for 10 years. Rimmer continued, he watches this flame all year so that the children won't see a proper flame anywhere else. Then Rimmer asked, Can you help me with something? Valken pondered for a moment before replying, Why don't you go to those blacksmiths? Rimmer immediately said, There are too many eyes there. I don't want others to see this cultivation technique before he masters it. Hearing this, Valken asked curiously, What do you mean? Rimmer replied, Because Ryon is Sylvia's son. This time Valken turned to look at Ryon. Ryon seized the opportunity and sincerely said, I won't trouble you. Please let me feel this flame. Valken stared at him for a while. Then he replied, I'm making charcoal. While Ryon was still confused, Valken continued. Golden charcoal creates a stronger flame than white or black charcoal. I've been doing this here for 10 years. Then he said, If you're not bothering me, do whatever you want. With Valken's permission, Ryon's face lit up with joy. He was overjoyed and said, Thank you so much. Then Rimmer and Valken left the forge, leaving Ryon alone inside. Rimmer stood beside him and praised, You're really kind. I didn't expect you to agree so easily. Then Rimmer friendly placed his hand on Valken's shoulder and said, If you treat him well, I'll bring you some fine wine. But Valken's reply surprised Rimmer greatly. It's not because of you. Valken explained his actions. The flame in the forge blazed fiercely when that child entered so strong that it shattered the charcoal below. He concluded that child has the ability to control the flame. Then he muttered, "If it's him." Valken smiled, "Then I think he can make my dream come true." Ryon had been coming to the forge for 7 months and had been thinking about the image of the flame he desired. Ryon sat still, continuously murmuring, "Flame, I understand now." The image of a fireball surged up. Ryon slowly stepped forward and touched it, his mind constantly thinking. They say fire is the most fearsome and powerful element, but if you can control it, it's a different story. A tamed flame is stronger than any other element, and the 10,000 blaze cultivation has also awakened. He suddenly remembered Rimmer's teaching, "Imagine the image of the flame you want to have." So Ryon murmured again, the image of the flame I need." He remembered the enemy he wanted to defeat, Darus, to help Sylvia gain the main family title. The path to his goal was shrouded in darkness, unable to see anything. The torch lit the path, the flame defeated the monsters, a persistent flame. Ahead, a beautiful light emitted. Ryon gradually immersed himself in it. That was the flame he desired. Ryon patiently cultivated. He felt a stronger fire energy than usual running through his body. He felt the temperature of the forge's space seeping into his skin, forcing him to focus and grasp it. He needed to feel it a little more. In his subconscious, Ryon's entire body seemed to be surrounded by the flame, which momentarily astonished him. This was a completely indeterminate state. How could he see his own subconscious right before his eye? He pursed his lips, thinking, if I focus a little more. Then suddenly a stream of frost elemental mana appeared in his left hand. The Essence Emperor smiled slyly. It's my turn now. Didn't I say I'd wait until you were at your weakest freeze? As the demon finished speaking, an extremely powerful mana enveloped Ryon's body, quickly freezing his left hand. This horrified Ryon. I was too careless. Why now, of all times? He recalled the past 7 months, forgetting that the demon had been quiet lately. But he was not his ally. The demon's smiling face made him forget that he was a devil who wanted his life. It was the Demon King. Surrounded by the Demon King's immense mana, Ryon struggled uncomfortably. Damn it, it feels like my body is being torn apart. It's so hard to breathe. But if I move now, I'll die. If I use the 10,000 blaze cultivation, I'll also die. He frantically thought about how he needed to focus his aura. Ryon struggled to breathe, gasping for air to survive. He had to think, his mind racing as the ice began to freeze his lower body. Ryon shook his head in difficulty, but his mind was too foggy. The demon watched Ryon suffering with delight, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he asked, Your struggle is truly beautiful. Did you really think you could withstand my power like before? Then he added, It's pointless. Ryon's eyes began to drift into a dreamlike state, the demon's deceitful voice echoing throughout the space. Your body and soul now belong to me, he declared loudly. Your efforts, your life, all of it is meaningless. You're no different from that furnace worker. But don't worry, I'll surely avenge you. Just as Ryon was about to lose his sanity, the demon suggested a way to counterattack. The furnace, the furnace. Thanks for the suggestion. Finally, Ryon used all his remaining strength to gather his power. He clenched his teeth, determined to go all out. If he didn't succeed, he would die. The flames in the furnace suddenly roared fiercely. Instead of absorbing natural mana heated by the furnace, he would directly absorb mana from the furnace itself. It was a flame far stronger and hotter, capable of devouring everything. Ryon screamed, Absorb it! Ryon's body began to absorb mana from the furnace, his mouth muttering, Keep trying. This shocked the Demon King, who shouted, What are you doing? The 3 coals in the furnace began to glow brighter. Valken, still patiently observing the furnace, was startled by the mana fluctuations and the sudden burst of flames, causing him to jump to his feet. His panic didn't subside. What's going on here? Why did the flames suddenly rise so high? I've never seen such intense flames before. He looked around and noticed something unusual. What's wrong with this furnace? Valken glanced at the boy still meditating on the other side, puzzled. Rayon Ziggart. Rayon's entire body was trembling, even though he was sitting close to the furnace, which made Valken feel extremely strange. How can it be cold when the furnace is burning like this? He then stood up and approached Rayon, calling out worriedly. Hey, are you okay? Valken pointed a finger at Rayon, confused. Why are you shaking like a leaf? Say something. Just as Valken was about to touch, Rayon Rimmer appeared out of nowhere and seriously stopped him. Valken asked in surprise Rimmer. Rimmer simply reminded him. Leave him alone. Don't touch him. The wrinkles on Valken's face deepened. What are you talking about? He might die. Rimmer calmly spread his hands and explained he's currently in a completely unstable state. We can't do anything. If we touch him, he'll vomit blood and die. Hearing this, Valken reluctantly lowered his hands. He asked softly, Is that the cold you mentioned? Why can't we do anything about it? Rimmer nodded anxiously. It's too dangerous. Rimmer looked at Rayon and silently prayed, Rayon, please don't die. Inside his consciousness, a fierce battle was still raging. Watching the flames melt away his ice and gradually envelop the entire space, the Demon King screamed madly, Stop! You can't do anything! Of course, someone as determined and desperate to live as Rayon would never listen to the words of a demon always ready to take his life. He gritted his teeth, thinking, Nonsense, I've already died once in vain. Rayon's eyes became sharper than ever. My past life was meaningless. In the end, I died with my eyes open. I definitely won't let that happen again. As time passed, Rayon got closer to the desired flame. He reached out with all his might, trying to touch it. Outside, the temperature in the furnace was about to exceed the limit. Valken worriedly shouted, The temperature is too high. If this continues, the furnace won't be able to withstand such a sudden spike in heat. Rimmer focused on sensing the mana in the furnace, which was gathering in one place. He was surprised by his own conclusion. Rayon, are you absorbing mana? In his subconscious, Rayon roared fiercely, the firepower within him erupting. No matter how hard the Demon King tried, he could no longer resist. Rayon successfully grasped the flame. The Demon King had finally lost. Immediately, a massive explosion erupted, a fireball bursting across the entire space. It formed a mushroom-shaped explosion inside the forge, towering as high as an entire city. Rimmer, startled and worried, shouted, Rayon, are you okay? Valken also anxiously called out Rayon Ziggart. As the smoke and flames cleared, Rimmer saw a figure emerging from the explosion. Rayon slowly stood up, surrounded by sparkling elemental particles. To Rimmer's astonishment, he realized that what was on Rayon's body now was the Sunfire Corona. Beside Rayon, a system notification appeared. System alert. You have learned the Sunfire cultivation technique. Rayon observed the snowflower in his hand as the system's announcements continued to reverberate around him. The 10,000 Flames cultivation system had reached 2 stars due to the high temperature. Fire resistance had been generated after the level up, causing the frost curse to melt. The weak endurance attribute vanished, and the cold energy condensed into a frost aura. Finally, the system confirmed the frostbound aura has reached 2-star rank due to the frigid surge. Hearing this, Rayon happily patted his chest. Things were progressing better than he had imagined. He could develop further right away. As he silently marveled at how much he had achieved, another notification suddenly appeared. Rayon focused intently on the new line of information. After reading it, he couldn't help but be astonished. Was this a dream? Did it really give him everything? In just a moment, he had gained what would have taken him years to achieve. The Demon Lord still couldn't believe he had lost in the recent battle. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it! Furious, he flew around erratically, venting his anger while moving. What are you? Your spirit has always been weak, so how could you endure this? Rayon responded, adding fuel to the fire. I never said it was impossible. Don't misunderstand that. Then he sighed, thinking, even so, I almost died this time. I need to be more careful. After this, it's certain. Seeing the demon lord's defiant expression, Ryon became even more determined. Even if they were closer now, he was still an enemy. Ryon couldn't let him see his weaknesses or secrets. Suddenly, Valken's hoarse voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, are you okay?" "Yes," Ryon calmly replied. "I'm fine." Hearing this, Valken asked, "Did you get your aura?" Ryon smiled and answered, "Yes, thanks to you." Then he apologized. "I'm sorry about the broken forge. That was my fault." Valken just sighed. "It's fine, as long as you're okay." He continued, "I'll build another forge." At that moment, a strange light emitted from the remaining forge caught his attention. Ryon asked curiously, "What's that?" Valken hurried over to the spot, muttering, "Please let it be." Without finishing his sentence, he grabbed a shovel and began pulling something out of the forge. On the shovel appeared 3 golden cinders, all emitting a soft, gentle light. Valken couldn't believe his eyes. He stammered, "Sunforged cinders, how?" Memories of the past flooded back, and the whispers of those around him resurfaced. He must have gone to the forge again. "They said he wants to create Sunforged cinders. It's been years, and they only exist in legends. I thought he had retired. He must be bored." Valken gazed at the cinders and muttered, "It seems you're not the only lucky one here." He handed them to Ryon to examine. "These are Sunforged cinders." Valken began to explain. "They burn hotter than dawn embers and longer than dusk coals. Thanks to you, I've created what I've been trying to make for decades." His sudden gratitude made Ryon quickly decline, "I didn't do anything." Hearing this, Valken fell silent for a moment. Then he continued, "Every time you train here, the flames grow stronger. Your breathing makes the fire burn hotter, and the heat spreads throughout this place." Valken smiled and said, "I'm just a hammer-souled relic who only knows how to work with tools, but I know what you've done. It's all thanks to you." Finally, he asked, "So I want to ask you something, Ryon." "What is your goal?" Ryon murmured. "My goal?" Valken nodded. "Yes, what kind of swordsman do you want to become?" Ryon pondered for a moment, then firmly placed a hand on his chest and declared, "I want to become a warrior who never gives up, no matter the opponent." Valken nodded in satisfaction. "I didn't expect a young man to say something like that. A swordsman who never gives up." He continued, "In 3 to 5 years, you'll be able to wield a sword, when you feel your mind is steady enough. Come find me. I'll save these for that day." He pointed at the glowing golden cinders and said this. Ryon asked in surprise, "You mean you'll forge a sword for me?" "I heard you retired," Valken calmly replied. "People retire and come back all the time." Before Ryon left, Valken reminded him, "Make sure you live until then, Ryon." Rimmer observed their farewell from above. He smiled and said, "So that's what happened. The boy finally has his aura. People really do worry, don't they?" Rimmer suddenly turned and asked the person behind him, "Am I right?" The person standing with Rimmer was none other than the family head, Glenn Ziggart. Rimmer grinned and said, "You come here every day because you're worried about him. Now you must feel relieved." Glenn denied it. "I didn't come here because I was worried." Rimmer laughed and praised Ryon. Perhaps because of the forge's heat, the quantity and purity of his aura are extremely high. The boy has stabilized his aura already. "What talent?" Suddenly Glenn said seriously. "This won't do." This made Rimmer turn to him in confusion. Rimmer calmly explained his statement. He has turned his flaws into strengths. In the 5th training hall, Ronan was still holding the box of cold cake in his hand. His eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed toward the door, wondering in his heart when Ryon would return. She recalled the not-so-nice things other trainees had said about Ryon, like, "Have you heard about Ryon?" He still hasn't created an aura yet. It's been 7 months already. Maybe he's not as good as the rumors say. Young Master Baron or Miss Martha should take his place. He probably isn't that great anyway. Ronan's hand gripping the cake box tightened even more. She wanted to help him. Her mother had told her to repay the kindness of those who had helped her. While she was deep in thought, the door suddenly opened. Ronan looked at Ryon's figure appearing with a joyful heart. Each of Ryon's steps was firm, but Ryon was still arguing with the demon's name. "I told you not to try and respond to me," he said as a warning. "Don't get too arrogant. One day I will take over your body." Rayon decided to ignore him and walked on. He nodded, yeah, keep it up, but then suddenly stopped, seeing Ronan standing there as if waiting for him. Rayon softly asked Ronan. Hearing him call her name, Ronan slowly looked up at him. Then she opened the cake box, revealing 4 colorful and eye-catching cakes inside. Ronan handed them to Rayon and said, "Keep it up." Suddenly she hesitated as she sensed a strange surge of power. Seeing her sincerity, Rayon didn't refuse. He picked up a blue cake and said, "Thanks." "Ah, it's the cream from last time." "Thanks." Meanwhile, Ronan felt the surge of power even more clearly. She blinked, thinking, this cold energy. She sensed the power emanating from Rayon's body and commented, stronger and much more comfortable now. Rayon politely said to Ronan, "Thank you." He took a bite, and the sweet, refreshing flavor immediately filled his mouth. The gluttonous Demon King also enjoyed it, continuously praising. So delicious. He was so delighted that he forgot about the earlier argument, his whole body flailing around. "It's been a while since I last ate, but it's still as good as ever. Eat the other 2 as well," Rayon had to remind him. "You know, this is his food, right? Don't be so greedy. Get yourself together." Then he helped her close the cake box and didn't forget to thank her again. It was delicious. "Thank you," Ronan asked in confusion. "You're not going to eat more?" Rayon calmly replied, "1 is enough for me. Thank you." Ronan asked again, "Are you feeling better?" Rayon was a bit dazed. Then he sighed unconsciously. "Yeah, I'm feeling better." Hearing this, Ronan smiled contentedly. Finally, she left with a cheerful heart. Carrying the cake box, Rayon saw her happy mood and smiled along. He muttered softly, "What a strange girl." A while later during training, Rimmer stepped forward and declared, "If you keep training like this all day, it'll get boring. That's why this month I've prepared something more special." He reminded the students, "You've been practicing the basics and cultivating for 7 months now. It's time for you to ignite your energy heart." This announcement made the trainees curious. One trainee whispered to the person next to him, "Why is he suddenly doing this?" The other person also didn't know and shook his head. "I'm wondering the same thing." A series of conversations broke out. What is he planning to do? In response, Rimmer gave a mysterious smile. Then he announced, "You will compete against each other for 1 month." Clearly, this made Martha extremely excited. He continued, "The results of these matches will affect your graduation ranking." Rimmer continued to advise the trainees, "I suggest you prepare carefully for the upcoming matches." While he was speaking, suddenly a hand shot up, followed by Martha's blunt voice. "Wait," she said with hidden meaning. "What about those who are falling behind and still haven't created an aura?" Her words immediately brought the atmosphere down, and all eyes seemed to turn toward Rayon. Rimmer's response dispelled the negative atmosphere. "Fortunately, I've heard that those students have already created their auras." Hearing this, Martha exclaimed in surprise. "Huh, since when?" He smiled and replied, "Maybe yesterday or today. I'm not sure." Martha glanced at Rayon and smirked provocatively. "I finally have a chance. I thought I'd die of boredom. It's been too long." Then she stepped closer to Rayon, her tone becoming increasingly overbearing. "Remember what I said. I don't take orders from those weaker than me." Martha kept taunting Rayon. "I've endured you long enough. I'm sure you've struggled a lot in a position beyond your reach." Then she confidently declared, "I'll seize this opportunity and settle things with you once and for all." A hand suddenly blocked Martha's action. Baron spoke up again. "Martha Ziggart, step back," he continued. "He hasn't even had his aura for a full day yet." "Do you have no honor as a swordsman?" Being talked about like that, Martha naturally didn't pay it any mind. She shook her head and patted Baron's shoulder. "Young Master Baron, our Baron, you've grown up with such prestige. Honor must be very important to you, but honor is something reserved for those who deserve it." Baron tried to remind Martha in a near whisper, but she cut him off. "Those idiots learned aura in just a month, but our top student took a whole 6 months." Seeing Baron and the other students remain silent, Martha pressed on her words, growing even more cutting. "Even for advanced techniques, the average time is about 7 months. That means this fool here is utterly incompetent. Since you both participated in the evaluation, you should know that." Martha sneered. A swordsman who hasn't learned aura can never make a name for themselves. No matter how skilled their swordsmanship is without aura, they're useless. Then she turned to Rimmer and asked, "Teacher, you came up with this duel idea to change the top student, didn't you?" Of course, Rimmer just shrugged and replied, "Who knows? I don't know." Martha ignored him and called out directly, Raon Ziggart. She warned him, "You've been at the top for too long. It's time for you to step down." Seeing Raon still silent, Martha put her hands on her hips and challenged him. "So as I said, let's duel to decide who the top student is." Finally, Raon spoke up, his voice firm. "No." He calmly said, "Without money, how can there be gambling? If you want to bet on my top position, you'll have to offer something of equal value." Martha laughed mockingly at his words. "You still don't understand your position, do you? Are you stupid? No one here is on your side." Then Raon's next words left her speechless. "Are you scared?" Raon remained completely calm, even smiling as he said it. Martha, astonished, asked again, "What the hell did you just say?" Someone as competitive as her naturally couldn't stand being insulted like that. She laughed fiercely, her mouth spewing words like ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Then she returned to her usual mocking demeanor, hands on her hips, sighing. "Ha ha, all right, I'll let it slide. You want me to offer something, huh?" With that, she produced an item. "This is a primordial elixir my father gave me. It strengthens the body and aura." She shook the item in front of Raon and said, "If you win, I'll give this to you. How about it?" "Not bad, right?" Raon smiled mysteriously and whispered, "Do you remember when I said we should wait until we could deal with Martha? There's something I want from her." However, the Demon King didn't hear clearly and asked, "What did you say?" Raon just smiled and said, "This is our opportunity." 1 month later, in Martha's room, Martha stared at the calendar marked with the day of the fight and muttered, "It's been a month." Confidently, she cracked her knuckles, her face filled with determination. "Finally, I have my chance for revenge." Recalling her first fight with Raon, she couldn't help but feel bitter. "Before coming here, I had never been beaten by someone my own age. That was the first time someone defeated me." Frowning, Martha was filled with resolve. "This is my chance to avenge the humiliation he caused me 8 lunar cycles ago." After preparing, Martha strode forward confidently. "That bastard Raon has only learned aura for a month. He can't possibly beat someone who's trained for 3 years like me." Thinking this, she clenched her fist. But waiting for a talentless whelp like him is just a waste of time. A wave of painful memories flooded back. Martha pursed her lips. "I must grow stronger. I need to save someone." She declared fiercely, "This is your end." Round Ziggart. At the 5th training ground, the duel was about to begin. Rimmer, playing the role of an excellent teacher, shouted, "Everyone attention!" After all the students had gathered, Rimmer began offering some advice. Observing a fight is just as useful as participating in sparring. You should watch carefully and think ahead about your moves. He gently encouraged them. "Don't worry, just give it your all." Then he announced the match list. The first match is between Baron Ziggart and Dorian. Immediately, Baron shouted, "Yes, sir." On Dorian's side, things didn't look promising. The boy trembled as he raised his hand and said, "Teacher Rimmer." Rimmer nodded and asked, "What is it?" Dorian stammered, "I surrender." His answer left both of them stunned. Rimmer blinked and said, "We haven't even started yet." So Dorian quickly made an excuse. "I'm not feeling well. I caught a cold yesterday, so I'm still feeling chills and body aches, and I didn't sleep well last night." "It's true, teacher." The Demon King was irritated by the situation and roared, "If he were my subordinate, I'd have his head on the spot." Raon, who had anticipated Dorian's behavior, just said indifferently, "I saw this coming." Rimmer helplessly encouraged Dorian. "You should try fighting Baron. You'll definitely learn something, even if you lose." Seeing his teacher say that, Dorian reluctantly complied. "Yes, I understand." A few minutes later, Dorian was quickly defeated by Baron. "The boy Dorian!" His eyes wide, muttered, I surrender." Rimmer frowned and told young Master Baron that he still couldn't control his emotions, saying that if he had fought properly, he would have defeated him in 5 stances. In response, the young master's answer carried a hint of irritation, and he couldn't help but feel angry at his attitude. Then Rimmer turned to comment on Dorian, who was still lying on the ground. "Dorian, why do you keep running away? I told you you could do it." If you had fought back, you could have lasted longer." Hearing this, Dorian stammered in response. "I'm sorry, but it was too scary." Rimmer sighed. "All right, next." The list of participants was immediately announced. Ronan versus Crane. Rimmer shouted loudly, "Begin!" Immediately, Crane launched the first attack toward Ronan. The blade moved so fast that it was already close to Ronan's face, right after she swung her sword upward. Crane's attack was quickly countered by Ronan. The sword immediately flew out of his hand. Now Crane was utterly surprised that her attack had been deflected like that, her expression as if saying, "This is the end." Crane's sword was knocked away by Ronan and fell to the ground. Rimmer clapped his hands, signaling, "Enough." He began giving feedback to each person. "Crane, you're too tense. You need to relax when holding the sword." As for Ronan, that was a beautiful counterattack, but your aura still couldn't hold until the end of the match. Rimmer once again read the list of students participating in the next battle. As the afternoon descended, the students intently watched the final match because they were the last ones, so they were very eager. The final match was the battle between Martha and Ryon. Martha swung an attack, her face clearly excited. Ryon immediately blocked it, his expression extremely serious. The battle was extremely fierce, with Martha continuously launching relentless attacks toward Ryon. After a while, Ryon counterattacked, and Martha showed a surprised expression when she was countered. Another strike came from Ryon. Although Martha managed to block it, her unreadable expression clearly showed that she was gradually being overwhelmed by Ryon. A strike aimed right at her neck came from Ryon. Martha hurriedly dodged and immediately stepped back. Both of them immediately entered a defensive stance. Martha spoke first. "I didn't expect you to block all my attacks. I must admit you're quite talented." Then she countered, "But your talent is limited to swordsmanship." After saying that, she continued to swing her sword upward, shouting loudly, "A half-baked warrior like you who can't even use aura properly will never shine." Her aura immediately burst out, enveloping her body. Martha gathered strength in one leg, preparing to leap. Finally, she jumped and launched an aura-infused attack toward Ryon. Ryon quickly blocked it, but the heavy pressure made it difficult for him to withstand. Martha exerted even more force. "Oh, you blocked that. But how long can you keep this up?" At the same time, Martha thought to herself, the ability to use aura is extremely important, even more so than swordsmanship. After 7 months, your energy can only produce a tiny aura the size of a pea. At this rate, you'll never become a swordsman. The more Martha thought, the more aggressive she became. She threatened viciously, "If you don't surrender, my next strike will shatter your bones." But before she could finish, Ryon's counterattack caught her off guard. She quickly blocked the counterattack but was still pushed back. Ryon calmly said, "You keep talking about the talent of your family. You value their talent a bit too much, don't you?" Martha laughed and replied, "You must be annoyed because you have no talent. That's why I want to show you what real talent can do." Ryon coldly responded, "If that's the case, then I'll show you the opposite." With that, Ryon unleashed a fire-type aura, asserting that talent wasn't the most important thing. Martha was stunned by the situation before her. Then Ryon began to unleash his ultimate technique, the Infernal Ascension Flare. Martha stared at it, muttering, "What is that flame?" Her instincts warned her that it was dangerous, definitely not ordinary fire. There was something hidden behind those flames. She silently marveled, "Why is it so beautiful yet so chilling?" Martha swallowed lightly, then firmly gripped the hilt of her sword. She coldly said, "I guess I have to get serious too." With that, she unleashed her ultimate technique, the Crystalline Apex Strike. Ryon silently analyzed Martha's skill. The Crystalline Apex Strike is when one concentrates aura at a single point. At her age, she's already mastered it. Impressive. I guess she's planning to focus all her strength on the next strike. Martha raised her sword seriously. "I admit he's very strong, but you won't be able to block this move." With that, she began to take her stance. With a leap, Martha charged forward, launching a flurry of attacks toward Ryon. The clash of their auras immediately created shockwaves, and the ground began to tear apart. A group of students exclaimed in alarm, "The ground is cracking." What's happening? The battle before them had made the atmosphere extremely tense, with dust and wind swirling everywhere. A sword was broken in half. Martha lay unconscious on the ground, her hand still tightly gripping the broken piece of the sword, while Ryon calmly looked at her with an unharmed demeanor. The trainees were utterly surprised, whispering among themselves. Ryon won. How could Martha lose? What's with his aura? Meanwhile, Ryon remained composed, rubbing his wrist. After a moment of observation, he quietly assessed his opponent. Even unconscious, she still clenches her fist. She possesses something even more remarkable than skill or talent. Ryon concluded that is her mental strength. At the main building, Glennon nodded and said, "So Ryon has defeated Martha." Rimmer immediately replied, yes. He completely defeated her even though Martha had trained her aura for 4 years beforehand. It's truly unbelievable. Glenn calmly remarked, "The flame we saw that day was indeed magnificent, like a flower made of fire. Its power far exceeded its size. I'm sure everyone in the family knows about this by now. Guide the boy so he doesn't become arrogant." Rimmer happily nodded. Of course. Then Glenn asked, "But how is Martha doing?" Rimmer honestly replied, "She seems a bit shocked, but her wounds are easy to heal. Martha is currently sitting pensively on her bed." Rimmer continued, "The biggest issue is the psychological shock. He sincerely hoped I hope she can overcome it." Early in the morning, a flower was being carefully planted by Ryon into the ground. As he focused on his task, the Demon King kept nagging. "Can't you be more careful, or I'll freeze you." Being constantly nagged by this machine, Ryon visibly showed his annoyance. He opened his mouth to retort, "You haven't done anything yourself, so stop making empty noise." Hearing this, the Demon King grew even more irritated and shouted, "It's because of your elemental resistance." Ryon indifferently replied, "Lucky for you, you know that." After that, he began to sink into his thoughts about the evening after he defeated Martha. The miraculous pill he received had boosted Ryon's strength. The 4th ignition circuit had formed, reaching level 4. The level 4 ignition circuit was enhancing his body and soul. His strength, agility, and stamina had increased while fatigue and mana sensitivity had disappeared. More precisely, what he had achieved up to now was only now being fully realized thanks to Mart's pill. He continued to think, many things have been enhanced, but the most notable is water resistance level 4. Thanks to that, Rast's attacks didn't faze me. Since today was the last day off, Ryon wanted to spend some time in the garden. He wanted to tend to the garden and plant some flowers. The Demon King. Rast clearly hadn't stopped his incessant nagging. He kept instructing Ryon, "You fool, you need to dig deeper." "Not like that. What are you doing?" This made Ryon increasingly annoyed, his face showing clear frustration. "Why do I have to listen to this guy even while gardening?" He reminded Ryon, "You need to use your hands to avoid breaking them." His understanding of gardening made Ryon wonder, how does he know so much about gardening? Before Ryon could ask, Rast quickly explained, his voice filled with pride. "When I was in the demon realm, I always filled my garden with frost blooms. The other demons respected me a lot for it." As Ryon was trying to figure out how to deal with this meddlesome demon, he noticed a familiar figure appearing at the gate. It was Martha with a sullen face, wearing her usual attire. Martha's appearance here was unexpected. Ryon coldly asked, "You're not here to cause trouble, are you?" "What are you here for?" But it seemed Martha wasn't ready to answer immediately. Ryon kept guessing. What is she thinking? I thought she was mature, but now she's acting like a child. He shook his head. No, that's not important right now. Soon after, Martha spoke up, her tone as blunt as ever. "I want a rematch with you, Ryon Ziggart." Hearing this, Ryon said with disdain, "You're pathetic. You still haven't accepted your loss." Martha immediately retorted, "I didn't say I don't accept the loss. I just don't understand why, so I came here to find out." Ryon indifferently asked, "What do I get out of this?" Martha exclaimed. Ryon said, "When the loser challenges the winner, they should at least bring a gift." This shocked her, and she dismissed it as nonsense. "Why should I pay for a fight?" Ryon naturally replied, "But I need it." Martha could only grit her teeth and stand there looking at him, not wanting to fight. "What should I do?" Her gaze stopped at the beautiful flowers. A wicked thought arose. Should I stomp on these flowers? You must really like flowers, huh? What a surprise. But Rayon's response made her hesitate. Not really. Rayon explained, I don't like flowers. I don't understand why people like them either. I only garden because of my mother. Hearing this, Martha got annoyed, clicked her tongue, and decided to stop the nonsense in her head. Then she turned her back and left. Whatever, I'm leaving. Suddenly, Sylvia stepped out of the house and called her son Rayon. There you are. Seeing her, Rayon called back. Mom, she happily said I was wondering where you were. Is that your friend? A new friend from training? The old woman asked. And when Martha heard this, she turned to look at her, wondering if this was Sylvia Ziggart, the woman who had left her family for a man and returned to save her child, the one who had bravely acted for her own child. Sylvia observed Martha and gently said, With those black eyes and hair, you must be Martha. It's a pleasure to meet you. Rayon, sensing a bad trend, quickly interjected. She's not my friend, so let me handle this. Let's go. But the woman simply said, I just want to talk to your friend, that's all. Then she stepped forward and took Martha's hand. I heard you fought Rayon. Were you hurt? Martha stood still and replied, I'm fine. Hearing this, Sylvia softly said, Really, I was so worried. She gently stroked Martha's cheek, causing her to blush suddenly. I heard Daniel brought a talented child here. You're also very pretty. You're so lucky, both talented and beautiful. Then she cheerfully asked, But why did you come here? Martha half-truthfully replied, I just wanted to talk to Rayon. I'll leave after I'm done. But Sylvia, perhaps because she rarely had guests, warmly invited her to stay. You should stay and eat with us. Martha was startled and asked, Huh? Really? Sylvia continued, I can't let Rayon's friend go home hungry. Being held by such a beautiful woman made Martha so flustered that she stammered, That's... A while later in the dining room, Rayon and Martha sat across from each other, enjoying the dishes Sylvia had prepared. Rayon was astonished, thinking, What's going on? Why is Mom being so friendly? On the other side, Sylvia kept chatting with this special guest. I love meat soup, so I always cook this dish. She asked, You're a year older than Rayon, right? Martha obediently nodded. Yes, I'm 15. Sylvia continued. Do you face any difficulties in your training? Martha softly replied. Not really. Sylvia added. We have a great chef here, but the meat isn't as good as the meat from our main house, so it might be a bit tough compared to what you're used to. Suddenly she placed a hand on Martha's shoulder. She smiled and gently reminded, Chew your food thoroughly now. Don't give yourself a stomachache, all right? The image of another woman appeared, saying the same words, Chew thoroughly. Now don't get a stomachache, dear. Young Martha obediently nodded, Yes, Mom. The memory ended, and Martha ate while feeling sad. After finishing the meal, Martha politely said, It was delicious, thank you. Sylvia bid her farewell. Take care of Rayon, won't you? On the other side, Rayon muttered suspiciously. What's going on? I was sure she came to fight. Did she eat something weird? Rayon, confused, could only vaguely reply. Maybe. On the way back, Martha couldn't stop thinking, Rayon must think I'm crazy. Martha remembered Sylvia again, but her gaze was so much like her mother's. She couldn't refuse her. The image of Sylvia appeared, and Martha quietly noticed that her face hair and voice were all very different. But at that moment, she had felt the same way as when she was with her mother. Recalling her dark past, Martha grew angry. After her mother was kidnapped by the Pale Blood cult and she was adopted by Daniel, she vowed never to lose until she found her mother, and she had kept that promise until now. But that day she had lost to Rayon. Martha worried, thinking that Ziggart's adopted me for my talent, but if I lose like this, I might be kicked out. She anxiously thought, Father is a gentleman, but what if that's just an act? Then I have no hope of finding my mother. She trembled, thinking I shouldn't have lost. The steward's voice rang out. Young Miss Martha, you're back. You're later than I expected, Martha asked. Were you waiting for me? The man replied, I was waiting to deliver a missive from Lord Daniel to you. Martha was surprised as she took the letter. Father wrote to me? The steward nodded. Yes, it was written after the match. The letter read, Martha, congratulations on your first loss. A loss doesn't make you a loser, but don't dwell on it too much. Instead, think about why you lost. That will help you improve. I wanted to come comfort you myself, but my mission is taking longer than expected. I'm sorry I couldn't be by your side right now." At the end of the letter, he added, "I'm still searching for your mother. I haven't given up, so neither should you." Martha clenched the letter and ordered the steward, "Tell father that I will remember his words and that I'm very grateful." The steward respectfully nodded. "Yes, young miss." Closing the door, Martha sank into her thoughts. She had lost miserably. She touched the dagger's quillon. "It's not because I was careless or anything. I just lost." Then she pushed her hair back and prepared to make a cut. It seemed she had made up her mind. "Now I must accept this defeat and move forward. I can't disgrace father." Strands of Martha's long hair fell, accompanied by thoughts from the depths of her heart. "If I pretend it never happened, I won't learn anything and will be too ashamed to face father." After cutting off her long hair, Martha set the dagger down and gripped the quillon. "Let's start over. I'll do my best to move forward. I'll leave this foolish and miserable past behind." Looking at herself with fiery determination in the mirror, Martha vowed, "I will become stronger." The next day, Martha's strange change left some trainees astonished. "What's going on, Miss Martha? What's wrong?" Martha stood with her hands on her hips in front of Rayon and called his name Rayon Ziggart. She continued, "I won't make excuses for what I've done, but I will keep my promise." Hearing this, Rayon asked curiously, "A promise?" Martha turned abruptly and walked away, saying, "I mean the promise that the loser must obey the winner. That's all I wanted to say. I'm leaving now." Rayon sighed. He thought to himself, what a surprise. Even if she promised, I didn't expect her to obediently accept it like that. He watched Martha's retreating figure and remarked, Martha has definitely changed in such a short time. Though she's still young, that attitude is truly admirable. Suddenly, she kicked Dorian and cursed. "Why are you standing in front of me?" "Get lost," Dorian stammered. "I'm sorry," Rayon thought helplessly, "but it seems she's only like that with me." The new year had arrived, and though small, many things had changed. Rayon quietly assessed. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Martha still followed my words even after the new year passed. He continued to observe Baron has become calmer and more reliable, and Ronan's sword has grown sharper than before, though her expression remains the same. He looked at himself. As for me, risking my life in dangerous training has become a daily routine. Seeing Rayon's rapid progress, many trainees couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this possible? We just learned that technique, and he's already mastered it in half a day. He must have learned it beforehand. How can he be so proficient so quickly?" They continued to gossip, with some even comparing Rayon's movements to Rimmer's. But he just stood still, closed his eyes for a moment, and his posture was even more precise than the teacher's. A few days ago, Rimmer came to report to Lord Glenn about Rayon's achievements. "It's unbelievable. That boy must have used his brain to memorize all those images. He's a monster, a true monster." Glenn frowned and asked, "Are you his personal steward or something? Every time you meet me, you only talk about him." Rimmer simply smiled charmingly and said, "My lord, I know what you mean. I know you want to hear about him too." Suddenly, Rimmer noticed something below. He asked Lord Glenn, but the servants in the main building seem very busy. "What are they preparing for?" Glenn coldly replied, "We're not preparing anything. We're just about to have guests." Rimmer asked guests. Glenn said the envoy from the Kingdom of Owen will be here in a few days. The Kingdom of Owen is one of the 6 kingdoms located at the center of the continent. It is one of the few that still maintains friendly relations with Ziggart and rarely interacts with others. It is a kingdom of knights that highly values swordsmanship and martial arts. Rimmer pondered and asked further, "Who is the envoy from the Kingdom of Owen?" Glenn replied in a deep voice. "They announced it's the 3rd prince, but Duke Taton is likely the true representative." Hearing the name Duke Taton, Rimmer muttered, "Taton, that lunatic, ended up becoming a duke." Rimmer thought to himself, "Wait, the 3rd prince is still young, right? Probably around the same age as Rayon and Baron." Glenn simply replied, "I don't know. I've never looked into him." Then the Lord reminded, "You should also tell your students to behave properly." Rimmer was slightly surprised what even the 5th training hall. Glenn calmly explained, "The squires will escort the 3rd prince, and they said they want to observe how our swordsmen and knights train. We can't let them see any weakness of Ziggart. Rimmer stroked his chin thoughtfully. The third prince and the squires of the kingdom of Owen are around Rayon's age, huh? Then he smiled slightly. This might be quite interesting. Glenn, standing beside him, couldn't help but comment. You look like you're plotting something. Back to the present, after Rimmer announced shocking news, most of the trainees were extremely surprised. What we're going to spar with the squires of the kingdom of Owen. Rimmer smiled and said, Yes, you must have heard that their envoy is visiting. The third prince is also coming, and he said he wants to spar with you. One trainee stammered, But why so suddenly? Rimmer raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you scared? I've told you before, a swordsman must always be ready to draw his sword, even in his sleep. Some other trainees whispered, I heard he wanted to visit the 6th training hall instead of us. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Of course, everything was related to the esteemed teacher Rimmer. Earlier, Rimmer had gone to the third prince's encampment and respectfully said, Your Highness, I heard you visited the 6th training hall. Judging by your expression, they must have disappointed you. If you have time, I invite you to visit the 5th training hall. Rimmer emphasized, I will make sure you are impressed. Back to reality, Rimmer showed no remorse and said, It's understandable that you're surprised. I announced it too suddenly. Meet them first, then make your judgment. Then he raised his voice. The door is open. Everyone come in. A group of soldiers entered, led by a strikingly handsome blonde young man. Rimmer introduced them. They are the pride of the kingdom of Owen the Squires. The blonde young man introduced himself. A pleasure to meet you. I am Green D. Owen. Rayon observed intently. So that must be the third prince of the Owen kingdom. He's exceptionally talented despite his young age. He commented just by looking, You can tell he has the strongest aura among those people. Rimmer suddenly asked Rayon, What about you? Are you eager to fight them? Rayon looked towards the 3 princes, thinking the one in the middle might be a good opponent to practice the water wave technique and the star sword technique he just learned. Then Rayon replied, No, I want to fight him. Rimmer nodded and declared, If the top student is eager, then surely all of you agree. Let's begin. We need a total of 20 people. Follow Rayon and choose who you want to fight. Suddenly he paused for a moment. I forgot something important. Rimmer's voice, though seemingly joking, carried a dangerous tone. I've bet this month's salary on you all, so you must win. If you lose, I'll skin you alive. This left the trainees stunned, not knowing how to react. After a while, Rayon had finished selecting the participants. This should be enough, he said. Then he ordered, Observe the knights you'll be facing first. He reminded them to pay close attention to their hands. Some trainees noticed an interesting detail and exclaimed in surprise. No, they're trembling. Rayon explained, They may appear confident on the outside, but they're just like us. They're just trainees around our age and are anxious about the upcoming fight. He raised his voice. We are no less than any other kingdom in terms of hard work. Your sweat and tears will yield deserving results. Rayon strongly encouraged, Don't worry and give it your all. Show them how good we are. Encouraged by Rayon, all the participants shouted in unison, Yes! Then he said, I'll decide the order. He carefully analyzed, The first match is crucial as it will boost everyone's morale. That's why I'll send someone who is sure to win. Rayon pointed to someone and said, Martha will go first. Rayon asked, Can you do it? Martha immediately waved her hand. Yes, I'll finish it quickly. Rimmer's voice rang out. When you're ready, step into the center. After seeing Martha's opponent, the trainees were stunned. Wait, is he really the same age as us? The trainees exclaimed, He's so huge, he looks like a real knight. The other side introduced, First, I am a combatant from the Owen Kingdom Darus. Your body is in excellent condition despite your youth. I think we'll have a good match. The trainees' voices overlapped. The size difference is too big. Even if it's Lady Martha, it will be tough to win. But Martha's condition was clearly excellent, seemingly unaffected by the size difference. She confidently flipped her hair and said, I'll win. Stop talking nonsense and come at me. The third prince was immediately drawn to the first match. He commented, She's overwhelming her opponent. The swordsman from the second training hall is truly strong. He assessed that they lived up to the name Ziggart, and in terms of skill, they could certainly rival the knights in this kingdom. However, he was quite disappointed with the next destination. The sixth training hall is pitiful. Despite good training, they can't even match the Roberts apprentices. Back to reality, he was utterly amazed by this match. He evaluated. But it seems this training hall also has some very talented trainees. Duke Tartan softly said, "Yesterday your team suddenly appeared and invited me to the fifth training hall. Was it for this Rimmer?" Rimmer shrugged and replied, "Getting to spar with one of the 6 Knight Orders of the Empire is a rare opportunity. I thought it would be a good lesson for them." I can hardly believe the words coming from the mouth of someone who once called himself a sword genius. Rimmer glanced at Tartan and said, "Then we should return to our usual demeanor." "Right, want to make a little wager with me?" Tartan muttered, shaking his head. "Still can't give up that gambling habit, huh? What do you want to bet on?" Rimmer immediately replied, "There will be 20 sparring matches in total, and we'll even give prizes to the winners. Wouldn't it be more fun if we bet something instead of just watching?" Tartan inquired. "They've all been well trained in Owen." "Do you think your kids can win?" Rimmer lightly shrugged and replied, "It seems you have a lot of faith in your apprentices." Then he turned his gaze towards his trainees and said, "But I have my own faith." In the match, Martha was fiercely overwhelming her opponent. One of her attacks immediately shattered her opponent's sword, leaving him astonished. How is she so strong? Martha still had energy to spare. She drove her pommel into Tarsa's gut. Tarse howled in pain and then collapsed, clutching his stomach. Rimmer's voice rang out, "The winner is Martha." Ryon stiffly thought to himself, "I take back my words. I thought her swordsmanship had become more tempered after fighting me." He observed, "But on the contrary, both her speed and power have evolved." Martha confidently smiled and said, "You only rely on strength yet. You didn't even dare to go all out with your first strike, you half-hearted moron." "You didn't even dare to put your full strength into the first strike, you idiot," Ryon muttered. "This match is so boring. Watching 2 ants fight would be more entertaining than this. I'm so done with this." Ryon shot him a reproachful look, like a dog mocking a cat for having too much fur. Rast snorted and began boasting when I was in the demon world. He rambled on about how even younger demons fought more interestingly. Not wanting to hear him prattle on about egg-washing duty, Ryon slammed his hand down successfully, trapping Rast in a separate space. "You're ruining the mood. Shut up for a bit," he muttered. Rimmer's voice rang out again, continuing the announcements. The 18th match, Ronan versus Idalia. Hearing this, Ryon gestured subtly. "It's your turn now." 2 opponents, one with white hair and the other with red, stepped onto the field together. Idalia spoke first. "So you're Ronan. That vacant stare of yours really pisses me off." With that, she unleashed her fire-attuned aura. Ronan frowned at the sight. "I don't like fire," he said. As soon as he finished speaking, Ronan released his ice-attuned aura. Ice clashed with fire as the 2 charged at each other. The moment their opposing auras collided, a burst of steam erupted, veiling the arena in mist, a perfect advantage for Ronan's skills. Idalia remained alert, gripping her sword tightly as she scanned her surroundings. Ronan's figure appeared behind her. Idalia immediately noticed and swung her sword, shouting, "Over there!" But Ronan's image flickered a decoy. Idalia frowned. An afterimage. Just as she let her guard down, Ronan successfully pressed his blade against her neck. Rimmer announced, "The 18th match, Ronan wins." Idalia watched as Ronan prepared to leave and quickly called out, "I lost!" But that was a good match. But Ronan paid her no mind, instead rushing over to ask Ryon, "Did you watch the match?" "Of course," Ryon replied, observing closely. "Your footwork has improved a lot. Well done." Ronan, satisfied, plopped down on the ground and said, "Thanks." Rimmer cheerfully encouraged, "Whether you win or lose, these are all spectacular matches. The atmosphere is heating up. Let's continue with the 19th match." He said Baron and Sarun stepped forward. The 2 opponents met. Owen introduced, "First, I'm Sarun, an apprentice knight." In response, Baron courteously introduced himself. I'm Baron Ziggart, a trainee. Down in the stands, Ryon quietly assessed this Serun guy is pretty strong. Aside from the three princes, he's the strongest among the rest. Rimmer shouted, "Begin immediately." Baron assumed his combat stance. The two charged at each other, neither yielding, exchanging decisive blows and blocking each other's attacks. Realizing his opponent was his equal, Baron carefully considered their techniques. Our skills are quite similar, he thought. If I let my guard down even for a second, I'll be finished. And he's probably thinking the same. Then once again they threw themselves at each other with all their might. They fought so fiercely that both their swords shattered in unison. The students outside the match buzzed with discussion. Both their swords are broken. So what now? Rimmer smiled and announced the final result. Match 19, draw. Let's hear it for mutual destruction, Ryon said to Baron as he walked past Solid Work Baron. That apprentice knight is Owen's top prospect. But Baron didn't seem satisfied with the result. He frowned and muttered, "What does that matter? If I fight for Zieghart's honor, I win. Period." Ryon gently patted his shoulder. "Don't worry." Ryon's gaze sharpened. "I'll win this final match and bring glory to House Ziggart." The third prince looked at his opponent with disappointment. "This is my opponent," he silently assessed Ryon. "Your aura's pedestrian," he said disdainfully. "Are you truly a direct descendant of Ziggart?" Contrary to his expectations, Ryon calmly replied, "No." The prince frowned, thinking, "This is a waste of time." I didn't expect to be stuck in such a meaningless match. He glanced at Martha, Ronan, and Baron, wishing he could fight one of them instead. Thinking it over, he asked Instructor Rimmer, "I have a proposal." Rimmer nodded and asked, "What is it?" He pointed toward Martha and Ronan. "I don't think those two are tired yet." "Can I fight them after I defeat him?" Rimmer smiled and replied, "I'm fine with that, but you'll have to win first." The prince smirked and waved his hand. "Warm up! This match will end quickly." He prepared to draw his sword confident. "I won't use my aura to conserve energy," he thought. Up above, Duke Tatan noticed something about Ryon. He immediately asked Rimmer, "What's with that monstrosity? I almost missed it, because he's so unremarkable." Rimmer smiled and said, "You're not completely blind, are you? If you know, why not warn the third prince? He seems to be underestimating Ryon." He continued, "He'll soon become the future of Owen Kingdom, but he's never experienced defeat. Teaching him a lesson here might be a good idea." Tartan frowned and said, "But the third prince is strong. Even a sword prodigy wouldn't defeat him easily." Rimmer calmly crossed his arms and replied, "True, it won't be easy," after saying that Rimmer proposed a new wager. "How about we make a bet?" Tartan glanced at him again. "You really like gambling, don't you?" Rimmer smiled and said, "It's a simple one, just a drink." Tartan reluctantly agreed. "What are we betting on?" Rimmer raised 5 fingers and confidently declared, "Ryon will defeat the prince in 5 moves." Below the stands, Ryon had already unleashed his aura and was in an attacking stance. Green clearly didn't expect things to unfold this way. Tartan was equally astonished. Ryon quickly defeated Green. The prince spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Ryon sheathed his sword and said, "I think it's over." Rimmer's eyes crinkled with laughter. Good heavens, it didn't even take 5 moves. Green gradually regained his strength. "I'm still alive." I underestimated him. I thought there must be some reason he was ranked last. Watching Ryon standing calmly, Tartan concluded, "It's because he's simply too strong." Tartan, unconvinced, asked, "Is he really a student? His techniques and swordsmanship are flawless." Hearing his old friend's words, Rimmer became even more boastful. "That's why I said Ryon would win." Rimmer brought up the wager again. "I'll book us a luxurious place to stay." Green used all his strength to sit up and hurriedly called out, "Ryon, stop, I haven't lost yet." Rimmer's voice rang out, "Your Highness, the match is over." But Green immediately interrupted, "I haven't shown you my true skills yet. If I'd fought seriously from the start..." Before he could finish, Martha suddenly appeared. "Is that a lost puppy I hear?" she added. "Why can't a prince accept defeat? How annoying." Martha's taunts reminded me of someone I knew. Green widened his eyes, looking at Martha. Once again, she cut him off and bluntly said, "Hey, Prince, I'm being as polite as I can with you." Then she glared threateningly. "Get out now, you've lost." Idalia clearly couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Shut up. You're speaking to His Highness." But Martha just laughed provocatively. "He's royalty, but I'm of the main lineage. Why should I bow down?" Rimmer, sensing the tension, clapped his hands to calm everyone down. "Enough. Let's hear Rayon's thoughts." He asked Rayon, "You can choose what you want." Rayon replied, "You've already made the wager. The match is over, so there's no reason to continue." But the third prince stubbornly refused to concede. He shouted, "I admit defeat." He spoke sincerely, "I misjudged you. I underestimated you from the start. I'm deeply ashamed of this." Then he knelt and pleaded, "Please fight me one more time. If I leave like this, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." "I beg you, Rayon Ziggart." Rayon looked at Green with disbelief, thinking to himself, I didn't expect him to apologize and lower his sword. I thought he was just an arrogant prince. Finally, Rayon agreed. "All right, but only once." Green, of course, couldn't miss this opportunity, and eagerly said, "Of course." Another match began. Green tightly gripped the gold command medallion in his hand. He reflected on himself, "I was too complacent, which is why I underestimated him and lost." Then with determination, he tore the cord around his neck that held the gold medallion. He unleashed his colossal aura, resolute that this time he would fight with all his strength. The surge of aura terrified everyone present. Tartan grew even more stunned as the old man stammered about the 3 sword arts princes, but the princes already knew what he was trying to say. They shot back. "This is no time to be holding back your power," he declared. "I'll fight him with everything I've got." Rast had appeared at some point. He chuckled and commented, "This guy's an idiot. He doesn't even realize you're still holding back." Rayon just looked at him and confidently said, "I can win this time too." Rast said with interest, "He has more aura than you, and he's stronger too." Rayon then suggested, "Want to make a bet?" Rast immediately agreed. Of course. A system notification appeared. Wrath desires to place bet. Condition defeat. Owen's third prince. Reward +4 to all stats. Penalty +10. Wrath emotion. Green declared war. "Let's begin." He used his foot to gain momentum, then unleashed a strike at Rayon. Rayon quickly blocked the attack. The clash of auras created a monumental shockwave. The two continued to fight fiercely, their auras surging relentlessly. Green frowned, thinking, "I've used all my strength, but he hasn't been pushed back at all." He looked at Rayon's intensely focused expression and couldn't help but marvel. Rayon Ziggart, a genius. No, perhaps calling him a monster would be more accurate. Finally, he took a deep breath as if he had made a decision. He resolved to fight Rayon with all his might. Green's body continuously channeled arcane-infused aura, which accumulated to an unprecedented level. Rayon observed from a distance. That must be the Perez swordsmanship passed down only to the heir of the Owen kingdom. Judging by the convergence of his magic in this sword technique, he's going all out in the next move. Rayon also began to activate his skills. He unleashed a massive amount of aura and prepared his stance ready to engage. "All right, let's go." Green emphasized, "All my power is here. Take this move." Rayon Ziggart. Rayon cautiously observed the ultimate technique of the family. So it was the swordsmanship of Perez, a technique only passed down to the heirs of the Owen kingdom. He must have planned to pour all his strength into the next attack. He firmly gripped his sword and reminded himself that he had memorized all the swordsmanship techniques the 3 princes had used. Then he also began to unleash his own ultimate technique, 10,000 Flames Cultivation. Green slightly frowned at Rayon's skill. On Rayon's side, he finished activating his ultimate technique and shouted, "Golden Flame Sunder!" Green tried to remind himself not to waver. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "Not yet." Then he began to unleash a sword strike filled with demonic energy, slashing toward Rayon while shouting, "I still have this skill." Rayon quickly used his aura-infused sword to block this attack. 2 auras of distinct elements clashing to create a stunning contrast. Rayon and his opponent continuously unleashed a mix of strong and weak techniques, all aimed at defeating each other. One strike, two strikes. Soon after, his opponent forced Ryon to retreat. Green, with a pleased expression, clenched his lips. I've pushed back his swordsmanship. I'm gaining the upper hand. But Green's joy didn't last long. Ryon unleashed a move that shattered his opponent's sword into two pieces. The third prince stared in shock at his now broken sword. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "My light blade." Seeing the opening, Ryon quickly launched a move to defeat Green. He smiled faintly, thinking, "This time you also intended to sever my attack, didn't you?" Green quickly fell to the ground. Rimmer's voice rang out once more. "The winner is Ryon Ziggart." The prince in defeat knelt down, maintaining his defeated posture. He picked up his light blade and thought, "Surely I surpass him in speed and strength." Green smiled faintly. Did he use the sword's truth to counter my light blade? Then he composed himself and approached Ryon, saying, "The world is truly vast, isn't it?" He bravely let go of the feeling of defeat and happily accepted it by extending his hand toward Ryon. "Thank you. Through this match I've learned a lot. I admit my defeat." Ryon also smiled and shook his hand. "I've also learned a great deal." The two shook hands. Green spoke first. "I apologize for underestimating you earlier. Please consider it as if I wasn't here." Hearing this, Ryon politely replied, "It's all right." Then the prince asked, "May I ask your age?" Ryon honestly answered, "I'm 14 this year." Hearing this, Green sighed and shook his head. "I've been defeated by a younger swordsman both in skill and character." Then he handed Ryon something and said, "Take this." Ryon couldn't help but wonder, "What is it?" Ryon received the golden command medallion that had been hanging around his neck. Without further suspense, Green calmly explained, "This is proof that Owen's third prince, Green D. Owen, is willing to fulfill any request from you in the future." This left Ryon very surprised. "Why would you give me something so valuable?" Green cheerfully said, "I lost, but you truly opened my eyes. I feel as if I've awakened to many things. I think I'm fortunate to have lost to someone like you." He turned and left with a hopeful expression. "Surely we'll meet again someday. I hope you'll still be stronger than me then." The third prince added, "I think the desire to catch up to you in strength is quite intriguing." Then Green approached Rimmer and said, "Trainer Rimmer, we lost. You've won the bet." Rimmer generously nodded. "Very well." Then he called out to Tartan, "Tartan, let's go!" He completely pulled Tartan out of his dazed state. "Yes, Your Highness." Green smiled and said, "I have something to do right now." On Ryon's side, he tightly held the medallion Green had given him, feeling quite complex. In his past life, completing missions without any reward was normal. Now receiving such a gift left him utterly surprised. He smiled faintly, thinking, what a strange feeling. He walked away, followed by the trainees of the 5th training ground. Each step was filled with excitement. This life surprises me in ways I couldn't have imagined. At the main house, Glenn Ziggart, after hearing the prince's thoughts, calmly concluded, "So that's the lesson you learned from the recent match?" Green nodded and said, "Yes, I thought I was the best, but he helped me reflect and learn many things. He's like an experienced, mature swordsman." He placed a hand on his chest and spoke with great respect. "I've fought many battles across the 6 kingdoms, but this is the first time I've seen a trainee as strong as Ryon. He's younger than me, but I could learn so much from him." Glenn pondered and replied, "I understand." Green continued, "That's why I plan to return after this training session. I want to quickly practice and learn from what I've gained from him." Understanding the excitement of the family head, Glenn Ziggart nodded slightly. "Very well. Please send my thanks to the king in your letter." The prince immediately replied respectfully, "I will. Thank you." The sky now displayed the colors of sunset, casting its glow over Owen's returning delegation from the north. On the way, Tartan rode his horse closer to Green, his demeanor hesitant. Green quickly noticed and turned to Tartan, asking, "What is it?" "Your Grace, do you have something to say?" With the third prince's permission, Tartan decided to voice his thoughts. "Your Highness, revealing your strength and even using the Perez sword technique in the battle with Ryon, I think that was a bit excessive." He sincerely reminded, "Concealing one's strength is crucial, Your Highness." Hearing this, Green could only laugh helplessly. I know I did go a bit overboard. Still worried, Tartan added. Giving him the command medallion was also a bit much. Green gently brushed it off. It's nothing serious. He rode his horse slowly, speaking evenly to the Duke Raon. Ziggart has shown goodwill toward me. He might have been angry at being underestimated, but in the end he treated me with respect, so I simply reciprocated that goodwill. He continued. Raon showed me a secret sword technique. Hearing this, Tartan still had some objections. That may be true, but Green smiled faintly and added, that command medallion was an investment. This left Tartan slightly puzzled. What do you mean, Your Highness? The third prince explained. At his age, he possesses remarkable skill, character, and spirit. Even if he's not of the direct lineage, he will undoubtedly become an outstanding figure in the future. Then he revealed his true intention. Wouldn't it be beneficial for us to be on good terms with someone like that? Hearing this, Duke Tartan couldn't help but admire the foresight of his nation's third prince. Your Highness, you've thought far ahead indeed. Praised Green simply chuckled. I grew up in the royal court. If I couldn't think like this, I might as well be dead. As the conversation ended, Green quietly thought of the person who had left a lasting impression on him, Raon Ziggart. He recalled Raon's flustered expression when surrounded by praise and expectations. I'm quite curious how strong will you be the next time we meet. At the same time, in the main building of Ziggart, the Ironblood steward Ronan maintained his formal posture while speaking to his master. You must be pleased to see your grandson recognized by a prince from another kingdom sword sovereign. Hearing this, Glenn looked puzzled. What are you talking about? Loren explained, pointing out something Glenn hadn't noticed. It's been a long time since I've seen you smile so warmly, Sword Sovereign. Reflexively, Glenn raised his hand to touch his face, muttering smiling. Huh? Loren responded, yes, Sword Sovereign. You smiled when the prince mentioned young Master Raon's name. At this, Glenn couldn't believe it, and denied it. You're getting old, Loren. You must be mistaken. The steward simply smiled, seemingly accustomed to his master's cold exterior and warm heart. Then he changed the subject. Sword Sovereign. I'm a bit concerned about what Duke Tartan said. What do you plan to do? Mentioning this, Glenn fell into thought for a moment. He recalled the conversation from a few hours ago. Tartan had said to him, There's something I need to tell you aside from the Sovereign's missive from the prince. With Glenn's permission, Tartan solemnly conveyed, I have a message from His Imperial Majesty, Lekros Alberton, de Owen II, of the Kingdom of Owen, which I must deliver to you. Glenn's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed that this was not good news. Indeed, the five shadows have begun to move again. At the 5th trainingsground, Rimmer praised his students wholeheartedly. You all did exceptionally well in the sparring session with the trainees from the Kingdom of Owen. Then he announced a new training program. It seems you're all ready. Next week, I'll prepare a special skills training session for you. Hearing this, the students began to whisper among themselves. Special skills training. The timid Dorian spoke up. What is this special training about? Rimmer honestly replied. Well, calling it special training isn't entirely accurate. He emphasized, it's more like a real battle. You should prepare yourselves to sweat and shed tears. Rimmer delved deeper into the training content. Deep in the southern mountains of the Ziggart territory, there's a bandit group called the Snow Tiger Claws. He continued. Their members are scattered across the south and north, living off tolls collected from travelers in the area. But recently, they've become more brazen. Rimmer recounted recent incidents to the students. They've been killing and robbing merchants more frequently. Hearing this, some students, though unfamiliar with this mission, bravely asked, So our mission is to eliminate them? Rimmer pondered for a moment before answering. That was the original plan. Another student chimed in. Original plan. Has the mission changed? Why don't we ambush them? Before the student could finish, Rimmer immediately cut him off. We can't. He coldly stated they ambushed and wiped out an entire village in the south, burning everything to the ground. The terrifying and dangerous nature of this mission left most of the students trembling in fear. Rimmer observed for a moment, then propped himself up and explained that was why the mission had changed to tracking them down before eliminating them. Although they were just a band of robbers, they were all anonymous veiled aura users, so we couldn't afford to be careless. Finally, Rimmer set the mission start time. We'll depart tomorrow evening. Be prepared. A leaf was swiftly bisected by a sharp blade. The master of this flow blade technique was none other than Ronan. She raised her sword, gave it a slight flick, then put on a sad expression. I want to practice my stance a bit more before we depart, but things aren't going as I hoped. She recalled Rion's movements and pondered in confusion. Rion's sword thrusts were so fluid and smooth. She couldn't figure out where her own problem lay. Her gaze turned toward the training dojo, and she thought to herself, Rion must be training inside at this hour. Should I go ask him for advice? Ronan stared intently at the building for a while. In the end, she turned away. Never mind. I don't want to bother him. She gripped her sword tightly and focused on her training. I'll just train on my own. Sometime later, the sun began to dip close to the horizon. The rainwater pooled on the ground reflected the image of the training dojo trembling slightly. Exhausted, Ronan lay down on a large boulder, thinking to herself, I've grown weaker than before, but my movements are smoother today. That's enough for now. Then she got up and looked toward the training dojo. Rion must still be training. I'll stop by to say goodbye before heading home. Suddenly, she hesitated for a moment. Ronan remembered her mother's reminder. Come home early this weekend. I bought some ice cream. So Ronan decided to follow her heart and head home. I'll ask him tomorrow. When we meet, I'll bring him some ice cream. Ronan began walking, but she sensed someone following her. From behind, a strange man appeared. He suddenly called out her name, and Ronan immediately turned to look. Reflexively, she asked softly, "Who's there?" But when she fully saw the man's face, Ronan's expression turned to one of terror, an expression never before seen on her usually indifferent face. The man had snow-white hair, just like hers. He smiled and said, "It's been a while." Ronan trembled and called out his name, Syria. The man Syria Sullian gave a faint smile. His face resembled Ronan's by about 70–80%. He slowly approached the trembling Ronan and said with a smile, "Aren't you happy to see your brother? You're making me sad." Suddenly, his gentle tone turned sharp. "Didn't I tell you not to make that face?" Syria knelt on one knee and spoke softly to his sister. "The Iron Blade trials have been quite good for you. You've become stronger than I expected." He smiled and said, "I'm very proud of you, Ronan." But Ronan's fearful expression showed that his words carried no good intentions. Syria suddenly widened his eyes, staring at Ronan, his voice almost threatening. "But you wouldn't risk your life to join any reckless battles or confrontations, would you?" Ronan, terrified, screamed, tears nearly spilling out, and used all her strength to distance herself from this dangerous man. Syria sighed, speaking as he reached into his pocket, as if pulling something out. "Have you forgotten everything I taught you? I guess I'll have to remind you." He spoke in an extremely calm tone, recalling Ronan's painful memories. "The squirrel you used to raise named Ruby, right?" And just as he expected, Ronan screamed in fear. "Brother, please." In Syria's hand appeared a small squirrel, curled up and still breathing. Then Syria held it out toward Ronan, smiling in a seemingly friendly manner, but his words shattered that facade. "You remember, don't you, how Ruby died because you didn't listen to me?" Ronan screamed in horror, wanting to stop her insane brother. "Brother, wait!" But just as Ronan rushed forward, the hand that had been gently holding the small creature mercilessly crushed it, turning it into a bloody, mangled mess. Ronan was completely frozen, her eyes lifeless and devoid of vitality. Dark memories flooded her mind, deaths and haunting obsessions continuously surrounded Ronan. Along with Syria's disgusted expression, it terrified Ronan, to the point where she no longer had the strength to struggle. Ronan screamed in agony, clutching her head tightly. The obsession that had been haunting her was now deeply ingrained in the mind of a 14-year-old child. Ronan gasped for breath, her screams echoing everywhere, as if she was trying to use her voice to save herself. Seeing his sister now more obedient, Syria slowly whispered into Ronan's ear, each word carving deeply into her young mind. "Ronan, remember, you belong to me. He continued speaking his words like a devil's hypnotic spell, relentless until the day of judgment arrives. Syria warned, "Don't do anything dangerous. All you need to do is survive until I tell you otherwise." Suddenly, a surprise attack lunged straight toward Syria. It created a massive collision, collapsing a sturdy wall. But Syria dodged in time, his expression icy cold as he observed the one who had ambushed him. Ronan was still haunted, seemingly unaware of the attack that had just happened, right in front of her, trembling and clutching her head in misery. Ryon appeared, standing protectively in front of Ronan's sword in hand, his expression extremely alert, and softly called out to the person before him. Then he coldly asked, his eyes filled with killing intent, "Who are you?" The man didn't answer, but instead mockingly reminded him, "You should introduce yourself before asking someone else's identity. Barging in like this, we can't have a proper conversation. Facing someone like Ryon, it's better not to talk too much, or you'll have no way to refute. You're the one blocking the path in this narrow alley. How can you say we're the problem?" Hearing his words, Syria's face clearly showed displeasure. "Are you a thief or a robber?" But he still had to maintain a fake attitude to salvage his image. He mentioned his relationship with Ronan to dispel Ryon's suspicions. "I understand why you'd think that, but I'm not a thief. In fact, I'm her brother." Ryon wasn't entirely convinced and glanced at Ronan hoping for confirmation, but only saw her terrified expression. She couldn't speak, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Her expression showed she was in no state to respond. Knowing he would raise doubts, Ryon looked at him sharply. Ronan seemed quite frightened. "Are you really her brother Serian?" Out of options, raised his hands in surrender. "Maybe I went a bit too far with the joke. It's been a while since I last saw her." Immediately, Ryon scolded him, wondering if he had some mental issue. "Do you think crushing a squirrel in front of her is a joke?" Syria continued to laugh, scratching his head, pretending to be clueless. "So you saw that? It wasn't a real squirrel, just a toy." Seeing that Ryon didn't believe him, he held out his hand for inspection. "See, there's nothing on my hands." This guy wouldn't stop until he won the argument. Siren would never admit to threatening his sister. "I didn't kill a real squirrel. Don't overthink it." Ryon didn't believe a single word, having witnessed everything. He had burned the squirrel's flesh and blood with his aura. He was clever in giving a reasonable excuse, but Ryon's sword remained ready for battle. "I just came to bring her some snacks. I'll be away on a long mission soon, so I wanted to see her before I left." Syria stared at her, his tone full of hidden meaning. "Ronan, it seems you have a good friend here. You two should stay good friends." After a long ramble, he finally left. This goodbye was something she couldn't accept. "Sorry for joking too much. Stay healthy. See you later." Only now did Ryon realize who he was. I know that man. Though handsome on the outside, his heart was wicked. Ryon knew everything about Syria. He was a swordsmanship genius of the Sullian family, and one of the 12 monsters expected to become the next generation's Heaven Blade of the continent. The symbol that represented his power. The blue sword. Syria Sullian. That's why Ryon had seen through Syria's true nature long ago. He just wanted to see how well he could act. Before reincarnating, he had only heard of him. This was the first time he saw him in person. He was a madman, pretending to be a kind hero. Today's encounter with Syria made Ryon realize he emitted the same disgusting stench as when he faced Darus. Finally seeing her calm down, Ryon reached out to help her up. Ronan. For some reason, she felt he was only gentle with Crane, from his gaze to his actions. "Let's go. I'll take you home." Taking her to the carriage, Ryon and she stood there, unsure of what to say. Before getting into the carriage, Ronan paused for a moment. "Thank you for seeing me home." He knew she had been terrified and gently reassured her. "Sleep early tonight. See you tomorrow." Still worried about Ronan's condition, the carriage had gone far, but his eyes never left it. Ronan helplessly lowered her head, blaming herself for not being stronger. Even after returning home, she couldn't escape the haunting memories. She never turned on the lights in her room. The box Syrian had brought was opened, but Ronan didn't pay much attention to it, leaving it on the table. She was still lost in the past, burying her face in her arms, afraid she might cry. He's back, just like before. He hasn't changed at all. She remembered the time Ruby had scratched her arm, though she had tried to explain to her brother Ronan, held her pet close. Syria, Ruby is just a bit sensitive because she's pregnant. I'm fine. It doesn't hurt. No one could have imagined his heartlessness, leaving Ruby unable to recover. Not only that Syrian's behavior was somewhat abnormal, without understanding his thoughts, he said, "You are mine. You cannot be hurt now, nor ever in the future. You just need to breathe and live well." All the threats he made to her caused Ronan's spirit to deteriorate day by day. "If you tell your parents, I will kill them. Even if it's your family, I will destroy everything. I will burn everyone except you." Because of this, she became a timid person, thinking that someone would get hurt if she mentioned them. It was best to live in silence. Simply fearing that Syria would put them in danger, she isolated herself. Everything would be fine, as long as she kept her mouth shut. Later, Ronan's attention turned to someone else. She thought she was the only lonely one, the only one suffering. She felt somewhat comforted, her fears gradually fading, but there was someone with whom she could share her pain. With him by her side, Ronan became more determined and confident in the path she had chosen. After meeting Ziggart, she knew how good he was, how hard he tried, and how much hardship he endured. He was like a ray of light. Through admiration, she gained strength to fight. Seeing him change others' perspectives with his efforts, she thought she could do the same. She tried her best to stay by his side to become a better person. Reality was always harsh for Ronan, but it seemed she still couldn't succeed. If she remained weak, she would never escape the nightmare like the box he brought. It was fine as long as she could endure. The houses here had a unique style characteristic of the southernmost region of the Ziggart territory, Cebu village. The group of swordsmen arrived with Rimmer before splitting up. The instructor reminded them, "Tonight we will rest here." Hearing the instructor's words, the students felt an added burden. "You've done well traveling through the spatial gate. You must be tired. Rest well tonight, as this will be your last chance to relax before starting the mission." The owner came out personally to guide the students. "Welcome, swordsman from Ziggart. This way I'll lead you to your rooms." Rimmer thanked him on behalf of everyone for his hospitality. The fire blazing as the cold winter was indeed nothing short of wonderful. Rayon suddenly spoke nonsense, making no sense at all. "Thank you, Fury, for making even the Frost Sovereign wonder, what are you talking about?" He began to recall when they were investigating someone. "If not for your suggestion, I wouldn't have noticed yesterday. I didn't know he was hiding his energy." The Frost Sovereign felt something strange over there, so much that Rayon finally noticed. It was indeed a strange encounter. "Of course I would do that for the ice cream girl." He also felt somewhat reassured. He won't return for a long time as he's on a mission. Ronan will remain like this as long as he is her brother. The Frost Sovereign was even more reckless than him. "Give me the body of that fool. I'll return it to you after I kill him." Rayon was shocked by his decision. What? It flew proudly in the air, boasting about its prestige. "The Frost Sovereign will repay double and take revenge tenfold. The girl who introduced me to such delicious ice cream, I will do this for her." He couldn't handle this situation. "Are you joking? How can I refuse?" But it insisted. "The Frost Sovereign is serious." Rayon couldn't gamble on such a foolish act. Even if you're telling the truth, it's still impossible. He had his own way of thinking, showing deeper understanding. He hurt Ronan. Even if you kill him, it won't change what happened to her. The Frost Sovereign also fell into deep thought. It turned out their connection began long ago. Her image was still deeply etched in his mind. Ronan was the first to care for me both in this life and the previous one. Rayon engraved it in his heart, determined to protect Ronan. If anything happens to her, I will kill whoever is responsible. All the students were exhausted, as if suffering from motion sickness. 2 days after leaving the Ziggart territory, we arrived at the village devastated by the Frostfang tigers. Suddenly, someone screamed upon seeing blackened feet. "What is this?" The swordsman couldn't comprehend it. "Is that really a person burned black?" Why would they do that? The students visiting the village were shocked. Not just one, but many others were in the same condition. How cruel. Baron froze for 5 seconds upon seeing the blackened corpse. We're all human, Rayon said angrily at their actions. Too cruel. They beheaded them before burning them. He noticed a female student who showed no fear, but remained calm. Martha wasn't disturbed by the corpses. She must have seen many in the past or killed people herself. When she accidentally turned around and looked at him, she realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. Just as Rayon was wondering where she had run off to, she found herself face to face with a charred corpse. Where was Ronan? At her feet lay the hand of one of the victims killed by the bandits. Ronan tried to restrain herself, covering her mouth with her hand to avoid screaming. After giving the trainees some time to take in the gruesome scene, Rimmer gathered everyone to explain that the horrific sight before them was the work of the Frostfang marauders. While the instructor was giving warnings, Baron was distracted, lost in his own thoughts. Remember this moment well, and never forget it. Stay vigilant if you encounter them. The instructor brought out an item repeatedly emphasizing its importance. This is called the Frost Silent Flute. It won't make any sound no matter how hard you blow it, and only those trained to hear it can detect its call, so don't hesitate to use it in an emergency. Ronan also received one wondering how to use it. While Rimmer continued speaking, the instructors will respond immediately and come to your aid as quickly as possible. No matter how dangerous the enemy, the instructor trusted his trainees. Their blades are merciless, and the consequences of encountering them are unimaginable, but instead of immediately blowing the flute, you should try to do everything you can first. You can attempt to fight them without our help. Rimmer was very straightforward and unafraid of any force. Don't hesitate to eliminate them. At the first opportunity, for their crimes are already deserving of death. In contrast to everyone's courageous spirit, Ronan sank into silence. When the instructor announced the day's activities, she stood at the back, too afraid to speak. Divide into groups as ordered by the team leaders. Martha will be in Group A, and Baron will join Group B. Everyone will move in groups of 3 or 4. Holding the sword in her hand, she was still haunted by Syria's words. Remember, Ronan, you belong to me. The image of him threatening her became clearer with each passing moment. Don't do anything dangerous that could get you hurt. Just keep living until the day I need you. I'll kill anything that dares to harm you. Before she could calm down, she was startled by someone calling her name Ronan. Rayon unexpectedly invited Ronan to join him in forming a group. Will you come with me? Her mood didn't improve, the worry in her heart still unresolved. The snow fell heavier than before, and Ronan hesitated. But with him by her side, Ronan decided to follow to ease the tension. As soon as he saw the landscape, Rayon had already formulated a plan. The peak of White Peak, from that high point, we can observe the situation below, and it would also be easier to escape from the enemy. If we're at a disadvantage, it would be the perfect place for them to hide. Drawing from his past life's experience, he confidently asserted, but precisely because it's such a perfect spot, the bandits wouldn't hide there, as it could be our focal point. Rayon boldly guessed that the bandits would likely hide among the large trees in the forest. They would never choose such an exposed location knowing they're being pursued. They're hiding somewhere else, having found a safer spot. The most dangerous place is often the safest. He looked ahead and saw only snow, meaning the hill was their only option. While it might seem exposed and easily observable, there might be a hidden spot inside, not leaving her alone. He turned back to call Ronan. Let's hurry. In the group with Rayon, things were quite relaxed. Using half of his past life skills was enough. We should check the hill first. Leave the forest to the other teams. Ronan trusted him completely. All right. Watching her figure walk away, Rayon could feel the deep sadness in Ronan's heart. The sovereign appeared at just the right moment. Your concern for her is quite obvious. Aren't you going to say anything to her, even though you truly care? I can't focus on Ronan's personal matters. I'm not even sure what to say to her. Besides, it's her family's business. Deep down, he also knew his relationship with his mother wasn't good, because he couldn't even understand his own feelings toward Sylvia. There's no way I could give her any good advice about her family. It's not that he gave up halfway. Ryon believed that making a little effort each day would eventually lead to success. But he didn't know what Syria had done to Ronan in the past. Perhaps he could solve this problem if given the chance, though. Finding that opportunity would be difficult. When he and Ronan reached the end of the path, Ryon confirmed that his thoughts were correct. Everything was within his expectations. Both clung to tree trunks to navigate the increasingly difficult path, as the ground below was completely covered in snow. However, this couldn't hinder his knowledge of a hidden forest behind the hill, invisible to outsiders and quite deep. Experience from his past life helped Dawn easily expose their deceitful tricks. It seemed all traces of humans had been concealed, making it impossible for others to find them. Still, such tricks only fooled amateurs. Once he acted, everything would fall into place. For him, it was useless. It was because Ryon had trained extensively in the past, acquiring many essential skills for any situation. Simply killing the target wasn't enough to become the best assassin. One had to excel in all aspects, including stealth reconnaissance and information gathering. Given the bandits' capabilities, he not only predicted their moves accurately, but also felt no fear. They might deceive an ordinary hunter or others, but against him, it was futile. Ronan, I think the base of the snow tiger claw is nearby. Ryon still felt it was better to remain cautious. Follow me and stay as silent as possible, even in your breathing. Ronan obediently complied. Suddenly, he and she abruptly stopped, his right hand ready to draw his sword at any moment. Ryon noticed only a few mouse traps on the ground. He thought it was nothing worth paying attention to. Underestimating others brings danger faster. He was certain, based on his predictions, that they had nothing special except for the traps at the entrance. Perhaps they thought no one would come this far, as there were many traces of living beings around. However, Ryon didn't expect the bandits to be outside the gate with a young boy. It seemed they had underestimated us. Just a glance was enough for him to figure it out. Is that boy a hostage? His observational skills hadn't diminished over time. The bandits guarding the gate were quite large, but he didn't sense any strong aura from them. They were just low-level warriors. He clearly recognized the enemy worthy of him. The burly figure near the hostage was strong enough to make a living with his swordsmanship. To achieve such analytical skills today, Ryon had worked hard in the past. The bandits must be gathered inside. They wouldn't leave their only hostage outside in such a simple watchtower. He imagined the situation wasn't favorable for direct combat. There were probably about 10 bandits inside. Should I sound the alarm for everyone, I could retreat now and attack with the main force when they arrive. But that was just a thought. Reality didn't give Ryon more time to prepare. The hostage's condition was extremely critical. At this rate, the boy will freeze to death. He won't survive until the main force arrives to assist. He was ready to draw his sword and fight them. In theory, he would proceed step by step. They hadn't noticed his presence yet. The best course of action now was to rescue the hostage before they discovered us and deal with them as quickly as possible. He and Ronan were smart to hide in the bushes opposite the boy. She didn't trust herself, afraid she would mess things up. But what calmed Ronan down was his concern. Ronan, look at me. Ryon knew how to soothe the person in front of him. He assured her, don't worry too much. We can save the boy, but I need your help. He had to make sure Ronan agreed with the plan he had outlined once he took action. You use magic to block the sound. I'll handle the main task, and you keep an eye on the guards. Can you do it? Ronan didn't dare show her concern, fearing she would be a burden to him. Can I change like him? Finally, she bravely looked straight ahead. I'll try. One of the bandits yawned and complained to his comrade. I'm so sleepy. How much longer until our shift ends? Her sudden appearance made them freeze. Who are you? Ronan, filled with trust, activated the radiant barrier to block the flow of sound. By the time they realized the shield around them, it was too late. Damn it! The bandits panicked, not knowing what to do. Our voices can't escape. Did that girl just block the noise with magic Russo kept criticizing the village? Why would someone use magic in such a remote place? At the same time, Ryon charged at them with his sword. This was his chance. Before dealing with the burly one at the back, he would... Before they could see him, he had already swung his sword, taking out 2 of them first. Unexpectedly, the force was so strong that the bandit's severed head accidentally caught Ronan's eye. She immediately froze, unable to believe what she saw. The image of Ruby lying motionless on the ground reappeared in Ronan's mind. She recalled the horrifying scene when the squirrels at her feet stopped moving. Ronan's desperate scream caused the shield to disappear, but at the critical moment something went wrong. Raon's face turned pale. Damn it, the soundproof magic barrier had shattered. Only now did he realize that his actions had inadvertently affected her. Her psychological trauma resurfaced because of that situation. Ronan slumped to the ground. Raon suddenly felt anxious. At this rate, the bandits will discover us. Just as one of the bandits intended to harm Ronan, Raon quickly rushed over. You can touch me and get away with it, but if you dare lay a finger on her, you've chosen death. Ronan was still in a state of fear, unaware of the danger he was in. Fortunately, he managed to subdue the bandit in time, pressing the sword against his chin as a warning. Raon always keeps his word. This isn't an empty threat. If you know what's good for you, don't scream. I haven't given you permission to speak. If you dare make a sound, you're dead. You must answer my questions. If you refuse, I'll extract your bones. The bandit, helpless, had no choice but to comply. Even if Raon is rude to others, she is an exception. He always pays attention to Ronan. If he didn't care, how would he know through her breathing that she was scared? Without a word of reproach, Raon smiled faintly, acknowledging Ronan's contribution. Thanks to her, he was able to act. Despite her fear, she had done well. His conversation with the bandit was brief and to the point. Information about them was crucial. You belong to the Snow Tiger Claw gang, right? Correct. How many members are there? Where are they sleeping? There are 39 of them in the forest. How many hostages are there? 1. Raon's anxiety grew. Indeed, there was still 1 hostage. At that moment, the boy who had just been rescued stammered. Sir Knight, the hostage inside is my sister. Please save her. Ronan quickly reassured the boy. Don't worry. Once we've calmed down, we'll save her. Stay calm. He spoke the truth, but she didn't believe him. Human strength has its limits, Ronan. I didn't say that, but you're so sure. Anyway, you'll do it, won't you? Raon couldn't refuse Ronan. He explained his lack of confidence. I only do what I'm capable of. It's not that I'm afraid of the bandits, but it's better to call for help. The hostage will be safer. There are 36 bandits and 1 loan shark inside, so it could be very dangerous. This was the first time she voiced her opinion. Raon agreed with the decision. We can't be reckless in such a dangerous situation. Let's blow the whistle to signal for help. Yes, I think that would be better. Ronan blew into the whistle with all his might, as if afraid it wouldn't make a sound. Raon saw her using both hands to hold the whistle tightly and felt more confident. Even though she was nearby, she couldn't hear the whistle. That must be why Rimmer gave her this whistle. The person who needed to hear it was nowhere to be found. Before anything else, the bandits with their keen hearing shouted, making Raon and Ronan panic. It's the silent whistle. They're all coming after us. He couldn't understand the mechanism of the whistle. Why did the bandit have such sharp senses? He was right next to it and couldn't hear anything. Ronan didn't want the boy to see this scene. He had no choice but to use one of the bandits as a hostage. The gang leader hadn't yet seen Raon's prowess and arrogantly mocked him. You bastard, aren't you afraid to come here? You're quite reckless, aren't you? Aren't. He was the one who had detected the whistle. You blew the whistle to call for help, didn't you? But what concerned him wasn't why the leader had heard it. Who I called is none of your business. Let's exchange hostages. His words surprised the leader. You want to exchange hostages? Fine. Raon is just applying their own tactics. If you hand over the child, I'll return this one to you. He had overestimated the leader. You think I'll let the girl go so easily? That bastard's life means nothing to me. He's not worth releasing the kid for. The situation reversed. The leader successfully threatened him. If you don't want to see this girl's head roll, drop your sword now. The girl, seeing the sword, was terrified, tears welling up in her eyes. To temporarily ensure the girl's safety, it seemed Raon had accepted the situation. One step closer to peace. He was indeed a considerate man, not wanting her to witness a bloody scene that would worsen her psychological trauma. Lunan, step back. Wait for my signal. Unexpectedly, Ryon swiftly killed the bandit. The others were thrown into chaos as blood sprayed everywhere. The remaining bandits were terrified by his power. "You bastard, what did you just do?" Ryon wielded his sword, using his strength to propel it forward. The 3 bandits caught off guard were stunned by his attack. In an instant, the bandit threatening the girl was dealt with. "All right, Aeon, give the signal for her to carry out her mission." Ronan create a fog to obscure their vision. She quickly coordinated smoothly, following Aeon's instructions. To the bandits, the scene before them was no different from being caught in a snowstorm. The bald guy and the other bandits were furious, having to close their eyes. "Damn it, the fog has blocked our view." Seizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Ryon quickly carried the little girl away. By the time the bandits realized it, they had already lost track of him. "Damn it, he took the kid and ran." "That bastard, don't lose them. If you find them, kill them immediately." The pine tree was covered in snow, and the weather was getting colder by the minute. While the 2 children lay under the snow, wrapped in coats, Ryon still took the time to explain to her. "I think the kids passed out from the cold, so it's hard to run now. We can't forgive those bandits. If we leave them alone, who knows what other atrocities they'll commit in the village. Even though they outnumber us, I have to eliminate them here and now." He thought she shouldn't follow because it would be dangerous. "Ronan, you stay here and watch the kids." But she just looked at his wound. "Round, your hand is bleeding." Not wanting her to worry any longer, Ryon reassured her. "Ronan, it's okay. Once I deal with the bandits, I'll be right back." But he didn't know that she was also worried about him. Ronan grabbed the hem of his coat. Her eyes were filled with his image. "Ryon, don't go. You're injured and fighting now is too dangerous." Ronan really didn't want Ryon to fight the bandits alone. "The Rime Wardens will be here soon. Wait for them to come and help you." Her worry made him hesitate to leave. Ryon sat down, looking at the little girl, knowing that Ronan had been through so much fear that she was like this. He spoke to her very gently, always keeping his voice at just the right volume, unlike when he spoke to others. Indeed, every battle is terrifying, even for experienced swordsmen. Or for trainees like us, we all feel the same. Gently changing the subject, Ryon's eyes sparkled. But do you know what's the scariest thing? Ronan was stunned when he mentioned something she had never intended to change, sitting still and doing nothing. Ryon couldn't suppress his anger when he saw the state of the village now. The bandits had committed unforgivable atrocities. Some had sacrificed themselves to protect the village, and others fought to protect their loved ones. We can't turn a blind eye to their sacrifices. He looked straight into her eyes, reaffirming once again. We are swordsmen. His words seemed to infuse an eternal energy. Ryon, like a psychologist, had to fulfill his mission until the very last moment. We must follow in the footsteps of those who came before us and protect those who remain. Ryon's act of standing up showed his determination and reinforced Ronan's belief in the power of courage. I don't know how your brother treated you, but the more you fear someone, the more their shadow will appear, and the fear will only deepen in your mind. If you keep running from your fear, it will torment you for the rest of your life. Every word he spoke to her was gentle and filled with affection and encouragement. Ronan, only you can protect yourself and your loved ones. Ryon reached into his chest, not knowing what important item was there. He placed a small object in her palm, reminding her to move forward. From now on, whatever you do is entirely up to you, Ronan. Turning 180 degrees, Ryon stood before the cave entrance, challenging the bandits. No need to hide in the shadows anymore. She remained seated, saying nothing, but tears seemed ready to spill. She was deeply moved as Ryon brought new hope with the small wooden squirrel he placed in her palm. Ronan shed tears. I want to change. I want to forget. I don't want to be bound by the past anymore. I want to protect what's most precious to me. I won't hide in the shadows anymore. The small wooden squirrel he gave her today soothed some of her childhood memories and pointed toward a bright future ahead. I must keep moving forward. Ryon charged into the bandits' midst, and with a single sword strike, he took down several of them. Seeing this, the bandits shouted, "Damn it, kill him quickly," while the soldiers looked at Ryon with concern. He continued to yell, "Damn it, stop him now. He's just a kid," but no one could hold him back. As Ryon gradually approached the bandit, he shouted again, "Why can't you stop him?" Ryon, however, remained calm as he looked at him. Suddenly, a bandit lunged from behind, aiming to attack him, but Ryon noticed. As the strike came down, Ryon swiftly dodged to the side. But before he could think further, the older bandit seized the opportunity to slash directly at him, thinking to himself, "You're dead for sure, you damn rat!" His sword came down with a crash, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. But as the dust settled, he couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, "What the?" Looking down at his sword, Ryon was no longer there. He was shocked. Where did he go? Ryon suddenly appeared behind him and coldly said, "How long are you going to wait for an opportunity like a coward?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ryon swung his sword, severing the bandit's head from his neck, blood splattering everywhere. The surrounding bandits were terrified. A monster! How can he be so strong at his age? Is he really just a trainee? Ryon coldly looked at them and said, "Surrender! Your leader is all ready." Before he could finish an attack, suddenly came from somewhere, and Ryon quickly raised his sword to block it. The bandit leader's laughter rang out. "Ha how pathetic, you're losing to that brat. If this keeps up, we'll only embarrass ourselves when we join the North-South Alliance. You look wealthy. You must be from a well-off family. That's good." Ryon remained silent, calmly watching him. Suddenly, the leader leaped forward, swinging his sword, while saying, "I was worried there wouldn't be much ransom money when I caught you. But it seems God hasn't abandoned me." As he finished speaking, he slashed with great force toward Ryon, shouting, "I'll take you hostage!" Ryon struggled to block the leader's attack, thinking to himself, "This guy is the leader of the White Tiger Bandits. He's definitely not a novice swordsman. No, he's a full-fledged swordsman." While fighting the leader, a voice suddenly shouted, "Found them! That bastard and the hostage are here!" Outside, Ronan was struggling to fend off the bandits, her whole body trembling. Ryon panicked, worried for her. "Damn it, Ronan isn't ready for combat yet. I have to help her." The bandit leader took advantage of Ryon's distraction to attack more fiercely. "How dare you look away while I'm right in front of you? Worried about your little friend." Then he laughed gleefully. "You and I can have a bit more fun." He continued to attack relentlessly, forcing Ryon into a defensive position. Ryon thought to himself, "Damn it." Outside, the bandit shouted irritably at Ronan. "Damn it, you bastard, you're using some weird skills. It seems like you've never killed anyone before, huh?" As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at her. "Hand over the hostage. Stop stalling." Seeing the bandit charge, Ronan felt anxious and told herself, "I have to protect the children at all costs. But to do that, I have to kill the enemy in front of me." Thankfully, he's not a formidable opponent. Her grip on the sword tightened as she repeatedly reassured herself, "I have to kill him. I can do it. Kill him. Don't forget what Ryon said." Once again, she saw Syria appear. Ronan stared blankly as Syria blocked her sword with his hand. Her mind was in turmoil, screaming internally. "Go away!" She was lost in her thoughts. "No, I'm seeing him again. I have to drive him away. But I can't forget the fear from that day. Can I protect something like Ryon did? I can't even swing my sword properly in this situation. I'm scared. I've never protected anything before." As she was lost in her thoughts, she heard Ryon's voice calling Ronan. Hearing his call, she suddenly snapped out of her thoughts. Ryon looked at her with a reassuring smile. "It's okay. You can do this." Ronan's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at Ryon. She felt Ryon reaching out to her. "Don't worry. Come here to me." It was as if Ryon was pulling her out of that terrifying darkness. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she thought to herself, "I have to thank him." She swung her sword with all her might, grateful for the courage he had given her. She faced Syria but had no energy left. With a single sword strike, it felt like she had cut through the darkness in her heart. She continued to think. Because he helped me move forward, because he believed in me. She dashed past the bandit, slashing him across the chest, causing him to fall backward. Then she regained her composure, her eyes filled with determination. The bandit leader, seeing this, was annoyed. "You're losing to this brat. Useless fools." Hearing this, Ryon interjected, "She's not just a kid. She was a child who could overcome her past on her own, and she had a kind heart." As he spoke, he gripped his sword tightly. Flames erupted around them, but Ryon remained calm as he said, "She is a swordsman who has overcome many trials." Once his concern for Ronan faded, he gathered his energy, and a fiery flower appeared, the ultimate technique of the blazing lotus. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryon swiftly slashed at the leader, who collapsed on the spot. After a moment, Ryon went to inspect the bandits' belongings, thinking to himself, I should check if there are any more traps before the mages arrive. He picked up a flower from the ground. A two-colored flower. It was a rare herb, but did they really massacre the entire village just for this? While Ryon was pondering the flower, a voice suddenly called out, Is it over already? Seeing the flower in Ryon's hand, the man asked, Is that the two-colored flower Valken had? Then with a smug expression, he added, Did you two kill them all? So you're the leader of the Eternal Bandits, Ritter of the North-South Alliance? Ryon coldly replied, So what if I killed them? Ritter smiled and said, You're brave. Not only that, but you're also good at assessing the situation. You must be confident because you're skilled, right? Ignoring him, Ryon asked, Are you from the North-South Alliance? Ritter seemed slightly surprised by the question. Then he introduced himself. Yes, my name is Ritter. Hearing this, Ryon thought to himself, So he's the Ritter I've heard about before. A genius swordsman who joined the North-South Alliance with just a single sword and became the leader of a massive bandit group within 10 years. The Snow Tiger Claw bandits are nothing compared to him. He is truly a powerful swordsman. Before Ryon could think further, Ritter spoke up. A child from the prestigious Ziggart family. Right, your sword skills aren't impressive, so you must still be an apprentice. What should I do now? His voice lowered menacingly as he added, Should I kill you? After those words, the atmosphere between the two grew tense, and neither spoke further. Ryon looked at Ritter and thought to himself, his intent to kill is crystal clear. He immediately gripped his sword. For someone who had lived a previous life as an assassin, this was no issue at all. Suddenly, Ritter burst into laughter. Oh, can you withstand this pressure? You're not just an ordinary child, are you? Ryon remained calm, his expression unchanged. He assumed a ready stance and calculated in his mind, if I attack from behind, I can kill him. But if I face him head-on now, I won't be able to win. But for some reason, he didn't want to back down. Ryon slowly drew his sword. He didn't choose to attack from behind, but instead challenged him directly. Draw your sword and face me properly. Ritter was also surprised by his decision. If I do that, you'll die. Ryon calmly replied, The weak falling to the strong is natural. Ritter was slightly taken aback. Few kids your age can say something like that. Then he returned to his cheerful demeanor. After understanding your character, I don't really want to fight you. Killing you here would be a waste. Ryon remained cold as he replied, A warrior can't choose where they die. Hearing this, Ritter exclaimed, Wow, you're insane. Are you sure you're not a child? You've got a collection of philosophical quotes, huh? Then he turned away, looking elsewhere. There's another reason I don't want to kill you. Akfeng has been watching us for a while now. Hearing this, Ryon looked slightly puzzled. After saying that, Ritter jumped onto a nearby rock and called back to Ryon. If you were part of the North-South Alliance, it would be quite fun. He looked down from above and asked, So what's your name? Ryon slowly replied, My name is Ryon. Ryon Ziggart. He said, his entire being seeming to glow at that moment. Hearing this, Ritter smiled. Ryon Ziggart. I see. Then he leaped away, leaving one final message. I hope one day I'll hear of your fame from beyond White Peak and the Gazelle River. Seeing this, Ryon said to Ronan, He's gone. He turned to Ronan. Let's go too. Are you okay with that? As he was about to leave, Ronan called him back. Ryon, you're so hard to understand. Why are you turning back? She shyly asked, Did I do well? Hearing this, Ryon stood still for 5 seconds looking at her. Then he smiled gently. Ryon replied, Yes, you're the best. Hearing this, Ronan smiled happily, her face filled with joy. And so my mission, though short, felt very long, had come to an end. When he returned with the head of the Snow Tiger Claw bandits' leader, Ryon calmly presented it. Here's the leader of the Snow Tiger Claw bandits. Burton was surprised while Baron and Martha were furious at losing to me again. Rimmer comforted the other students who hadn't performed well, seemingly giving them advice, but ended up telling them the story of his first snow mission. Wan Lin Rast didn't miss the chance to boast either, proudly telling him the story of that big-eared guy, which wasn't impressive at all. I even froze an entire castle during my first mission, he said. Ryon could only helplessly listen as these two chatterboxes made his ears almost bleed. The rescued children had lost their parents, so the Sullian family decided to adopt them. The children seemed to like the idea because they liked Ronan. After returning from completing the mission, Ronan and I were summoned to the king. We were both awarded medals for our achievements. I was surprised to be praised by him, but I was even more astonished when he gifted me a two-colored flower. Ryon held the flower with a surprised expression and said, "Since I obtained it, I should keep it, even though it was an extremely rare divine medicine." Well, that's fine, he thought. After everything was done, Ryon returned home, but was utterly surprised, exclaiming, "What the hell?" Dorian stepped out from inside. Ryon, taken aback, asked, "Why are you here?" Dorian cheerfully replied, "Ah, young master, you've finally returned." Dorian scratched his head and continued, "Madame told me to come by and inform her when the mission was completed." Hearing this, Ryon said nothing. After a while he asked, "So did you tell my mother everything?" Dorian moved, wiped his tears, and said, "Of course I told Madame about your touching story." Ryon's face went blank, thinking, "What has this idiot done now?" At that moment, his mother Sylvia and the servants appeared. "Ryon, my son, the young master has returned." Seeing this, he thought to himself Sylvia would be furious if she knew I confronted the bandits. He stammered, "No, it's not that I intended to." Before he could finish, his mother rushed in and hugged him tightly. Sylvia looked at him and praised, "You did well, Ryon." Ryon was puzzled by Sylvia's attitude. Then she took his hand and said, "Did you think I would be angry with you?" Ryon replied, "You always tell me to be careful, Mom." Then she told him about the family head. "The reason our family head wields a sword is to protect the weak. I heard that he always extends his hand to those in need. The Ziggart family continues to uphold his wish." She smiled and continued, "My dream was to become such a swordsman myself. Why would I scold you for rescuing those hostages?" Sylvia placed her hand on his shoulder and emphasized, "I'm very proud of you." Sylvia hugged him again, making him flustered. The maids nearby were also happy. "We're so proud to hear the story. Tomorrow I'll go to the main hall and brag about this everywhere," Sylvia said emotionally. "My son has grown into a fine man." Seeing this, he also hugged her, thinking to himself, I can't understand her. Her emotions are so complex. Then he suddenly remembered Dorian. Ah, that idiot Dorian. The Flower Emperor appeared. Just remembered him. That coward ran away long ago. Hearing this, Ryon said nothing and glanced behind, also surprised. Then he clicked his tongue and let it go. Tonight wasn't so bad after all. The scene shifted to Ronan, who was reaching for the wooden squirrel. She lay there smiling happily. Ronan remembered when Ryon encouraged her. "You don't need to hide in the shadows anymore." Remembering that moment, she vowed to herself, next time I'll definitely thank him no matter what. Elsewhere, Rimmer was lying leisurely in a hammock. He recalled when Ryon fearlessly confronted Ritter, "Draw your sword and fight me." Rimmer felt excited and fell asleep with a smile. He lay there leisurely and mused. It's been a long time since I've seen the shadow of a lord in someone else. It seems the seed for the next king has been planted. Now everything is just beginning. The scene shifted to the main mansion of the Robert family. Someone was sitting in the room engrossed in something. It turned out to be Robert, who was writing a book, but suddenly he felt something. It was because his hands were bleeding, staining the pages of the book. He looked at his hands and thought, the wound still hasn't healed. Robert sat and thought about that scene from 17 years ago, sighing. It's been 17 years already. I've tried many high-grade divine medicines and invited renowned and talented scholars, but the wound still hasn't healed. He looked at the wound and remembered the person who caused it. A wound that never heals nor worsens, as if I just got injured yesterday. Perhaps it's reminding me not to forget that day. Robert wondered, is there a dead soul that wants me to remember? Is that it? He smiled and continued. It's terrible. I'm not one to dwell on the past. Then he ignored the wound and leaned on his hand, saying smugly, there's only a short time left before my lifelong wish comes true. Moving to where Ryon was examining his status board, the unfortunate curse had weakened the 10,000 flames. Breathing technique had reached 3 stars. The unfortunate aura had reached 3 stars. Sensory mastery had reached 3 stars. Flame resistance had reached 3 stars. He had achieved the goal of becoming a swordsmanship expert. His aura control speed had increased. All stats were rapidly rising. Swordsmanship proficiency had increased, and martial arts proficiency had increased. Ryon was overjoyed when he read those stats finally reaching the expert realm. He smiled to himself, thinking that even though it was just the initial level, it had been quite a struggle to get here. At that moment, the Flower Emperor's essence appeared, mocking him. How laughable! Even if you were a master swordsman to me, you're nothing but a tiny insect. Yet you feel proud over such minor progress. Ryon immediately retorted, not every 15-year-old can reach my level. Even if you search the entire continent, you won't find anyone my age who can match me. The Flower Emperor countered age. Only fools care about age on the battlefield. Age means nothing. Weak is weak. Ryon nodded in agreement. That's right. On the battlefield, no one has the obligation to go easy on you just because you're younger. I completely agree. The Flower Emperor continued. You fool, if you keep going like this, you won't even be able to touch a single finger of mine. Not even a fingernail. Ryon smiled and agreed. Isn't that right? The Flower Emperor was puzzled. Then why are you still smiling? Ryon calmly replied. Because I'm happy. In my past life, I never reached this level. You also admitted that I've grown stronger, didn't you? The Flower Emperor remained silent, just staring at him. After a while, it shouted, You think I'd praise a human? Especially someone like you, Ryon mocked. Why are you getting angry now? Ryon walked away, saying, I can hear your voice trembling, so I'm sure I'm not wrong. I've been with you long enough to know what you're thinking. The Flower Emperor was annoyed. A mere human dares to see through me. How infuriating. Then it shouted, Ryon, your rage won't affect me. If you don't regain your strength soon, I'll devour you. The Flower Emperor immediately went into storytelling mode. Hearing your nonsense makes me remember the old days. Ryon immediately lost patience. The Flower Emperor kept rambling about its past. Remember the day in hell when the demons challenged me. Ryon immediately slipped away. I'm going to stretch. The Flower Emperor called after him. Where are you going? Listen to me. During a training session, Rimmer clapped his hands and said, Everyone stop, now! He told everyone, let's end today's training here. You've worked hard. Seeing they were finishing early, Baron, said Master Rimmer, you were 20 minutes late today. We should make up for that 20 minutes. Rimmer quickly covered up. We can make it up tomorrow. Today is enough. Baron sighed helplessly. This irresponsible spirit. Seeing Rimmer leave, everyone also took a break. Ryon said, then let's wrap up. Those on cleaning duty stay behind. Dorian slowly walked over and opened the equipment cabinet door. He opened the door wide and took out the tools from inside. When he closed the door, Martha was already standing behind it. She grabbed Dorian's shoulder, making him scream in fright. She angrily said, Is cleaning with me that terrifying? Dorian stammered. No, it's my honor. Martha was furious. Just training alone keeps me busy enough. Then she turned and shouted at the others. What are you all staring at? I have to clean up. Get out of here. Ryon, seeing this, broke into a sweat, thinking, she really only stays calm when she's around me. Rimmer suddenly appeared from behind, smiling. She hasn't changed a bit. I'm sure she only stays composed when she's with you. Ryon turned around and called out Master Rimmer. I thought you had run away. Rimmer replied, I forgot something, so I came back. Everyone wondered what did he forget. Then Rimmer stood on the podium and called everyone over. Everyone pay attention. I still have something important to announce. Someone grumbled. What time is it now? Rimmer smiled awkwardly. Then he continued. It's about your second mission. Everyone listened attentively, waiting to hear what Rimmer would say next. Rimmer scratched his head embarrassed. Sorry about that. Seeing this, everyone's faces fell flat. Did he really forget something so important? Ryon, hearing about the mission, fell into thought. It's been nearly half a year since the first mission. The time for the second mission has come sooner than I expected. I have less experience handling the Ziggart family affairs than in my past life. Rimmer finally remembered and began explaining orcs have suddenly appeared and invaded the southern territory of Ziggart. Your mission this time is to eliminate the orcs threatening the villagers and protect both the people and the village. In other words, your mission is to protect the village and hunt monsters. Everyone below was excited. We're going to hunt orcs. Everyone eagerly chimed in, saying this is exactly the type of mission I've wanted to do all along. Finally, I can test my skills. While everyone was buzzing with excitement, Rimmer interjected, I see everyone's thrilled about the new mission, right, newcomers? Rimmer added one final reminder. This time, no teachers will accompany you. You'll have to go to the village on your own and work together to complete the mission. Baron asked from below, what if we find ourselves in a situation where we can't escape? Rimmer leaned on his hand and replied, it depends on you. If the mission becomes impossible, you need to know when to give up. So the leader must be able to accurately assess the situation. It's crucial for the leader to judge what's best and worst for the matter at hand. Hearing this, Dorian voiced his opinion. Isn't running away from a mission generally frowned upon? Rimmer continued to explain. Usually yes, but it depends on the situation. If you're surrounded by 5 monsters alone and still manage to escape, you should be praised. Dorian secretly rejoiced, great, so even if I run away, I won't get in trouble. Baron, seeing this, sighed helplessly without saying a word. Then Rimmer said, oh, you'll be leaving early the day after tomorrow. Everyone's faces went slack, and they exclaimed in unison. Only 2 days. After hearing this, everyone grew anxious. Why so little time? That's too much. It's already evening, and we only have 1 day left. Rimmer advised the students, there's a lot you need to prepare for a monster subjugation mission compared to defense or dungeon exploration. He smiled and added, you'll wreak villages if you're not fully prepared. So be careful. Baron immediately shouted, we'll prepare better than you think. Rimmer concluded his speech. That's enough for now. Meanwhile, Baron glanced over at Ryon. He saw Ryon calming everyone down. Professor Rimmer has always told us that we never know when or how a mission will come. Now is not the time to panic. We should prepare. The more you complain, the less time we have. Hearing this, everyone calmed down. Yeah, that's true. There's no guarantee we'll be fully prepared when the mission starts. Let's get moving. Rimmer, seeing that he had managed to reassure everyone, couldn't help but smile. Rimmer turned to everyone and said, additionally, the combative orcs are stronger than you think. Compared to your previous battles, they're much tougher. They outnumber you, so you won't have the advantage in numbers. He continued to explain, it will be difficult to face them one-on-one. It's best to dodge their attacks rather than block them. Carry as little baggage as possible and gather here at dawn 2 days from now. That was all. When Rimmer finished speaking, it was already getting dark outside. Time quickly passed, and it was the morning 2 days later. Ryon had already finished preparing his luggage at home. He looked at the bag and thought to himself, a bag with a lightning spell cast on it. Clearly, he doesn't intend to help us store our belongings. I think he's trying to say we have to do everything ourselves. That's fine with me. The Flower Emperor appeared, and seeing him so relaxed, said Arrogant One. Then it explained to him, do you think everything will go as you planned? Unexpected things can happen at any moment. Ryon nodded in agreement. That's true. Then he turned to tease the Flower Emperor, like the way you gave me all those stat points. The Flower Emperor angrily said, I wish I could sew your mouth shut. Ryon continued to provoke. Oh, can you really do that? While they were talking, there was a noise outside the door. Ryon wondered who could be visiting at this hour. He opened the door and asked, who is it? When Ryon saw the person outside, he was so surprised he couldn't speak. After a while, he finally managed to say, Mom! His mother scolded him. Ryon, you should have told me if you had a mission. Ryon asked in confusion, how did you know? Did Dorian tell you? His mother replied, Rimmer told me. Ryon cursed Rimmer in his heart, that damn orc. Then he turned to his mother, softened his tone, and apologized. I'm sorry, Mom. He took a deep breath and calmed down. Then she took his arms and said, Roan. Sylvia advised him. Being the class leader isn't just about representing the other students. You also have the responsibility to guide them on a better path. You shouldn't handle the mission alone. You should assign appropriate tasks to your teammates to minimize losses and lead everyone to success. Your friends' lives depend on your decisions. Rayon, hearing these words, thought to himself, I thought Mom would come to scold me, but instead she gave me advice. Then she placed her hand on his chest and said, the monster subjugation mission may seem easy, but it's actually very difficult. You must ensure you eliminate every single one to protect the villagers. Sylvia continued in a gentle tone. You should be aware of that when carrying out the mission. You're no longer just a student, you're a Ziggart knight. I want you to prove that you're a knight who can uphold the will of the Ziggart family. At this point, Rayon finally voiced his confusion. I thought you came here to scold me. Sylvia immediately showed her anger. I'm furious. I'm both worried and upset. But it was too late. She hugged him tightly, however. This wasn't the time to scold him for the sudden hug, as Rayon was still dazed. Sylvia comforted him with a gentle expression. I thought you'd come back ready to be scolded, but I'm glad you've grown brighter since the start of training. But I never stopped worrying about you. Rayon was surprised by her loving words. He seemed to feel his mother's love and buried his face in her embrace. On the morning of the mission, everyone had gathered. Rimmer stood on the podium giving final instructions. Anything can happen. Remember to be extremely careful. He spoke his final words before his students departed for their mission. Step back if you think it's too much. And everyone below shouted in unison, Yes, sir. Then Rimmer sat down. Well, then off you go. It usually takes a month. But since we've cleared the path, it should only take about 2 weeks. Then he wished everyone luck. Good luck to you all. And everyone responded in unison. Yes, Professor Rimmer. Rayon turned to direct everyone. Now form 4 lines. We'll move in the formation we discussed earlier. Rimmer, seeing Rayon like this, felt relieved. I'm sure they'll be fine. Rayon is not only talented in combat and spirit energy, but also excels in tactical planning. Rayon was directing everyone to remember their positions in case of combat. Rimmer looked at Rayon and marveled. I'm sure he'll complete the mission and return. He's only 15. Rayon directed everyone to check everything before leaving Dorian. And Crane checked all the items and the condition of the members. After everything was checked, everyone started moving. Rimmer watched Rayon from behind and thought to himself, I'm looking forward to seeing how he performs. An assistant, looking worried, said to Rimmer, Should we go and keep watch? At this distance, they won't notice if we leave. Rimmer immediately disagreed. Not yet. One of them is quite sharp. Then he lazily yawned and walked away. I'll take a nap before we leave, the assistants beside him were speechless. Then they turned to each other and said, Will it be okay? Should we go now? Seeing this, Rimmer interjected, You should worry about the orcs instead. In a desolate forest where human skulls were piled high, a person in black hooded clothing said, Are you certain about that information? The other person respectfully replied, Yes, we've confirmed it's in that village. Then he ordered, All right, then let's go. You can kill anyone who gets in your way. The hooded man's eyes turned red as he shouted, Move out! The scene shifted to the forest near the village. Rayon looked surprised when he saw someone. It turned out to be Ken, the top-ranked direct-line trainee from Ziggart's 6th training school. He was also surprised to see Rayon. Rayon spoke up. Why are you here? Ken asked in return. And you? Rayon looked at him and thought to himself, This is Ken Ziggart. I heard he joined the 6th training school late. Due to an injury, seems he's recovered now. Then he assessed Ken's physique. From his build, it's clear he's skilled with a sword. Ken spoke first. We're on a mission to eliminate orcs. What about your team, Rayon? Rayon replied. We're also on a mission to eliminate orcs. Ken was surprised. The same mission, I haven't heard anything about it. Rayon was also surprised. Really? The night before departure at a nearby bar, someone called out to Rimmer. Rimmer, I heard your students did well on their last mission, right? I heard they're still young but managed to defeat those bandits. Rimmer smiled happily, holding a beer. I already praised them, but I'm really impressed. How about sending them on an orc assault mission? They'll probably rush right in. Then I also got praised by the family head. As he was speaking, someone interrupted. No, the 6th training school will take this mission. The man approached Rimmer and said, For an assault mission, teamwork is more important than individual skill. Unlike the 5th school, the 6th school is more suited for this mission. Recently, the 6th training school completed Hell Training Week without any issues. So we'll take this mission, said Professor Methan of the 6th Training School. Rimmer didn't back down and retorted, Are you jealous because my kids are getting attention? Why not send both teams together? Methun was puzzled. You want to send 2 training schools on the same mission? Rimmer smiled and turned to look, then replied, We have to clear out the orcs anyway, so why not send both teams? A little competition will speed things up. What do you think? Methun agreed. All right, I'll get permission from the family head. Rimmer happily thought to himself, I'm looking forward to the results. Back in the forest near Barren Village, someone spoke up. There must be some mistake. Everyone can head back first. Then he concluded, we can handle it. Which annoyed Ken. Ken immediately retorted, I won't let that slide, Baron Ziggart. How long have you been at the 5th training school to develop such arrogance? This mission requires teamwork. Clearly, our Team 6 is more suited than Team 5. Team 5 has less experience and will surely face difficulties. Baron didn't back down and replied, Ken Ziggart, don't underestimate Team 5. Rayon beside him was deep in thought. Rimmer must have known about this. Why didn't he warn us? Then he closed his eyes and carefully pondered the reason why. Rimmer believed that experience was absolutely crucial, so this mission would be highly practical. But while teamwork and tactics were important, our team lacked both. Perhaps the teacher wanted Team 5 to face Team 6 so we could learn to improve ourselves. Seeing that his thoughts were correct, Rayon nodded. That makes sense. That cunning elf. Then consider this a good opportunity for the others to learn as well. Besides, Mom also advised me before I left. Rayon recalled his mother's words. I want to see you become a swordsman who protects others. Then he told himself, I can't back down now. After finishing his thoughts, he went to stop the other two. Calm down, you two. Are you really going to waste time arguing here? He approached and persuaded them. This isn't getting us anywhere. Let's make a bet and see how it goes. Baron, confused, asked, What do you mean if we don't understand the current situation? Why waste energy? Rayon turned and replied bluntly, You don't want to give up on the mission, and neither do I. Then he addressed everyone. This mission will involve many orcs, and there might even be an ambush. It's definitely going to be tough. He pointed his finger to the sky and continued. So let's decide who will lead this mission. He went on to persuade Ken and Baron, if we take out their commander and cause chaos, the rest will fall apart. If the main team struggles, it'll be an opportunity for the others. Both of them remained silent after hearing this. Then he turned to Ken. Does that sound good? Agreed. Rayon looked toward the distant mountain and said, Let's start from that mountain. Then everyone changed into their uniforms and ran up the mountain. Martha smiled, excited and confident. Simple conditions. Destroy or capture the enemy's flag first. It's much simpler than having to fight each one individually. Hearing this, Rayon asked, Then should we make a plan? Martha confidently replied, Why bother? They're all failures anyway. I'll wipe them out, so just wait here. Then she dashed toward Team 6. Martha was thrilled. Team 6 saw her and immediately went on the defensive. Martha shouted at them, With failures like you, we don't need any strategy. With that, she swung her sword down with great force. Meanwhile, Rayon, far away, activated his heightened perception. His senses sharpened to the point where he didn't even need to open his eyes. Rayon could sense the battles between the two teams. He thought to himself, the fight has begun. Ronan asked, Is it okay to just charge in without a plan? Rayon replied, They're all confident. Even if we say something, they won't listen. Seeing this, Ronan asked, Do we have a chance to win? Rayon answered without hesitation, We're definitely going to lose. On this side, Martha was struggling, and Baron was too. His words came true. They were losing miserably. Martha was furious. Why can't we break through? They're supposed to be the weakest, but their defense is too strong. One of Team 6 shouted, You're not the center of the universe. Don't underestimate us. Seeing Team 6's morale, Martha also felt the difficulty. The sky was gradually darkening as the sun began to set. Team 5 was battered and bruised, covered in dirt. Baron and Martha avoided Rayon's gaze. Rayon teased them. See how easy it is. Look who's being pushed back now. Then he turned to everyone and said, Misjudging is one thing, but the world won't wait for us to improve. You looked down on them because the Owain Kingdom doesn't value them, right? You thought we'd win because of our past achievements. But this is the result of fighting without a strategy, not knowing ourselves or our enemy. You just arrogantly charged in, wasting energy and spirit, revealing all our techniques to the enemy. Well done. Rion's words hit hard, and no one dared to speak up. Then he glanced at Team 6. They train every day too. Just because we look better doesn't mean we can underestimate them. Ronan looked at him sadly. So we've lost. Rion replied with a hint of self-doubt. No, there's still a chance. Baron stammered in surprise. Really? Martha, more cheerful, said, Whatever those bastards want me to do, I'll do it. Rion calmly said, At least you still have the spirit to try. All right then. Then he confidently declared, I'll chart our path to victory. The knights in training were idly chatting in the training hall. Team 5 is struggling so much, it's so satisfying to watch. Don't let your guard down, though. Team 5 once took down the Northern and Southern Alliance's Snow Tiger Claw. One of the knights spoke up, I bet they won't give up. Suddenly he stood up, hand on his sword, ready to fight. Just as expected, we'll end this now. The opponents appeared out of nowhere, insulting them. What idiots. It turned out Martha had heard all their nasty comments. She growled, If you badmouth us one more time, you'll regret it. With that, she immediately charged forward. The leader of the insulters shouted, Attack the front! Fourth formation, focus your aura forward! Martha's footsteps calmly advanced forward with lightning speed as she thrust her staff hard into her opponent's stomach. He couldn't block in time and could only grit his teeth, cursing inwardly. What the hell? She's attacking from the side! At that moment, the wind rustled through the leaves, sounding like they were cheering Martha on. Baron also joined the fray, raising his wooden sword high in the same stance he had prepared earlier. A knight with long brown hair tied in a ponytail shouted, Counterattack, as we planned. But Baron swiftly darted past with lightning speed, not giving his opponent a chance to touch him. Baron's face remained icy, but he muttered under his breath, Idiot. Then he glided like the wind past his opponents. Baron's speed left everyone stunned. His opponents fell one by one except for the brown-haired guy from earlier, who was slightly more skilled and managed to stay on his feet. But even he couldn't hide his astonishment. What the hell? His movements are so fast and vicious. Their eyes were glued to Baron, and only one thought crossed their minds. They've changed their combat style. Those who had looked down on them earlier now wore expressions of shock and fear. What the hell happened to make them change their combat style like this? On the other side, Martha was also fighting 1 against 3, but her momentum completely overwhelmed her opponents. Martha laughed excitedly as she fought. He was right. Earlier, Rion had told them, including Martha. Why do you think we'll lose when we're stronger individually? Baron vaguely mentioned information and tactics, and Rion immediately responded, Exactly. He began discussing strategy with the group. The 6th training hall knows our personalities and skills. They've prepared tactics around that. Everyone listened intently to Rion's words. However, they hadn't prepared anything thinking they would win anyway. In the end, they lost shamefully in a match they could have won. Dorian trembled upon hearing this, sweat pouring down his face. So we're going to lose. Martha, furious, grabbed Dorian by the collar and yelled, Shut up! He stammered. I'm sorry. Rion crossed his arms, his demeanor still calm. Even if we don't consider it a complete loss, we've expended a lot of stamina and aura. We're definitely at a disadvantage. Rion said something that made all the team members look at him intently. But it's not just about information and tactics. Baron hesitated and asked his friend Rion, Do you have an idea? Rion pointed out the strengths of their opponents one by one. Ken Ziggart. The top student of the 6th training hall has sharp eyes and keen intuition. Rion calmly analyzed. Thanks to that, he can detect others from a distance and deploy students who can counter you in battle. Martha cursed Ken Ziggart, and then Rion immediately connected with the members of their team to find a chance of victory. Martha's strengths are her power and endurance. But her attacks are too predictable, so he sent swordsmen who can withstand her attacks to drain her aura. Baron is quick, but his skills are quite basic, so he sent swordsmen who are good at improvisation. Rion continued leisurely, his expression calm. So how do we win? The simplest way would be to change the engagement sequence. He quickly dismissed the idea. But I think you don't want that. Martha immediately reacted, I don't like that. I have to win. Sorry, I feel the same way. Rayon calmly advised the members. Then you have to fight differently. Rayon sincerely pointed out the shortcomings in each member's fighting style. Your fighting style is too rigid and still has many gaps because you're not good at circulating aura around your body. So find the gaps and attack them. Starting with Baron. Rayon said, Baron, you're weak against opponents who rely on instinct to fight, but those guys are usually easy to deceive. You have to abandon your usual fighting style and trick them. Martha, fiery as ever, spoke up. Sounds good, but haven't you been here all along? It sounds like you've just been observing us. Fight. Rayon remained calm and confident in his assessment. It's true that Ken has sharper senses than the average student, but with a confident yet not arrogant attitude, Rayon declared firmly, My perception is sharper. Rayon carefully and meticulously observed each member fighting. They were doing very well. It seemed Ronan wouldn't lose. A footstep quietly approached from behind Rayon. He slowly spoke. Now then. Without needing to turn around, Rayon knew who was looking for him. He said leisurely, Shall we begin? It was Ken Ziggart, the opponent with keen observation skills that Rayon had mentioned earlier. Rayon remained seated on the chair, pondering for a few more minutes because the situation had changed from before. Ken had no choice but to go find the flag. Although Ken was the strongest in the opposing team, unlike the members of their own team, he didn't seem arrogant or haughty. His attitude when speaking to Rayon was not provocative at all. I was wondering why we lost, turns out. You told them to fight differently. The rumor that you weren't acknowledged by other trainees was completely wrong. Facing these words, Rayon remained silent, not bothering to argue further. Ken coldly declared with extreme confidence, but this battle would end here. Ken's hand tightened around his sword. Rayon, I heard your aura is of the fire attribute, and so is his. The light emanating from Ken was identical to Rayon's. If so, both were officially considered evenly matched, competing fairly. Rayon was slightly surprised. Ken also has a fire attribute aura, Ken said with a serious expression that didn't change. Unfortunately for you, I possess the highest grade of fire attribute aura. I also have more aura than most official swordsmen. In theory, you can't defeat me. Rayon finally spoke, his words dripping with disdain and sharpness. Why do people here talk so much before fighting? The flame god also began to awaken within Rayon. His eyes no longer relaxed, staring intently at his opponent. Both firmly gripped their wooden swords. Let's begin. Everyone was eager for victory. Rayon declared, I'll show you that my fire can overwhelm you. Before his opponent could react, Rayon moved at an astonishing speed, disappearing in an instant. Ken was momentarily flustered, slightly panicked. So fast, and those flames. But Ken quickly regained his composure. I heard he not only defeated Martha, but also Prince Owen. His aura isn't as strong as mine, but I'm sure he's very powerful. Rayon now appeared right before Ken's eyes. Naturally, both quickly charged at each other. Ken regained his confidence, thinking amidst the raging flames of battle. I am a strong person. Both clashed their wooden swords, colliding with dull thuds. The more they fought, the more Rayon seemed to gain the upper hand. The sword grazed Ken's cheek, leaving him utterly astonished. Ken couldn't believe it. What, this is absurd. He refused to accept this situation. Is my fire weaker? Ken screamed inwardly. Impossible! But just minutes later, Ken could no longer withstand Rayon's attacks. He roared in frustration and pain. Both flames merged, creating an explosion in the forest. Ken had lost. He lay on the ground under Rayon's sword. Rayon spoke in a mocking tone. Your fire is stronger, huh? But he was completely serious, not sure if he was genuinely acknowledging or just pitying his opponent. That's right. Dorian looked bewildered. Martha and Baron silently looked ahead. That person was... Dorian exclaimed with the shocked and surprised expression. Ken Ziggart, what are you doing here? Ken leaned against a tree, deep in thought. His clothes and face were smeared with mud from the recent battle. He thought to himself, the best way to turn the tide is to defeat the enemy leader. You knew this would happen, didn't you? Baron softly spoke. Not just that. Baron recalled earlier during the battle. You were right. We were easily deceived. Even I was. If not for you, I might have failed before the 6th training hall. Martha, being straightforward, also expressed. Though I don't want to admit it, he's right. If your judgment was wrong, even I might have turned my back on you. But in the end, we still won. They looked at Ryon and sincerely said, "We've come to understand your talent and efforts. We'll follow your orders without complaint." Ryon smiled, his attitude visibly brighter. It seems they've matured quite a bit after this. That's good. In his heart, he felt a quiet pride. This is the 5th training hall, I know. Ryon stood among the trainee knights and spoke firmly. Everyone did well. Perhaps you've all understood. Everyone listened to Ryon's words, no longer showing any disdain or mockery. The consequences of resting on victory and acting without thought. If this were a real battle, everyone would be dead, Ryon reminded them. Don't forget what you've learned today. Ken remained silent, leaning against a tree, watching Ryon's back. He whispered the name in his head. Ryon Ziggart. Ryon didn't notice Ken watching him. He instructed the knights, "The sun is about to set. Today we'll camp here. Split into small groups to gather firewood and assign rotating watch shifts." Ken finally silently acknowledged. He's better than I thought. He's skilled in combat and also knows how to lead. A look of admiration appeared on Ken's face. He had a better impression of Ryon than he expected. I thought the 5th training hall was full of arrogant people, but it turns out I was the most arrogant one. With a sincere and open attitude, Ken approached Ryon and extended his hand. I've learned a lot from you, Ryon Ziggart. Ken expressed his heartfelt praise. You taught me to never let my guard down and always have a contingency plan if the first one fails. Ken also admitted his earlier mistake. I thought I would surely win because I believed I understood you all. He openly admitted his mistake, but I didn't just lose a team match. I also lost a one-on-one duel with you. Ken spoke with utmost sincerity. What I thought was confidence turned out to be arrogance. Only now do I realize how insignificant I truly am. In the warm glow of the sunset, Ken said with gratitude, "Thank you." Hearing these words, Ryon immediately smiled, a happy and relieved smile. He was more sincere than even those from the direct lineage. The two shook hands. Ryon humbly said, "It's nothing. As I said, we'll give our all for you." 2 weeks later, winter had arrived. Thick snow blanketed the forest. When the trainee knights stopped on a mountain ridge, Ryon looked down at the village below and announced, "We've arrived." Ryon carefully analyzed the mission once more. A small, unremarkable village. Just a place where people lived and farmed to get by. This mission wasn't special either, just dealing with some monsters that occasionally appeared and caused trouble. But unease suddenly welled up in Ryon's heart. However, Ryon felt a chill run down his spine. He wondered, why do I feel like someone's watching me? Ryon looked around with a troubled expression. No examiners were following them. Moreover, the presence he felt carried killing intent. He decided to deal with it temporarily. The best course was to locate the source first. Ryon spoke to Baron. "Baron, there's something I need to ask of you." "What is it?" Ryon suddenly delegated the leadership role to Baron. The ominous presence seemed to genuinely concern Ryon. He told Baron, "You'll lead everyone in this mission." Ryon's sudden proposal left Baron bewildered. He asked, "Why is that?" Ryon calmly explained to everyone, in our first mission, only Ronan and I could handle the snow tiger claws. So perhaps it's better for you to lead. Didn't you say you wanted to be like me? Ryon's attitude showed complete trust in Baron. If that's the case, then prove yourself with what you've learned. Let's go. I'll show you. Baron quickly understood and agreed. He placed his hand over his chest and promised the members, "I'll be a good leader." Ryon informed the members, "You've all heard right. From now on, we'll follow Baron's instructions." Understood. Then Ryon turned to the only girl in the team, Martha. "I'll explain to you later. Just act as usual." Martha coldly said, then immediately turned and left. "You don't need to single me out like that. I'll follow all arrangements. I'm always normal." Ryon looked at the members and smiled gently. Then he whispered to Thin No. "Thin No, do you also feel someone watching us?" It glanced at him slightly. "Oh, you already know." Thin No exhaled its breath, swirling playfully. "Of course you've inherited my abilities after all. Ryon just wanted to find those hidden observers. He asked, "Where are they? How many?" Thin No answered with a somewhat mocking attitude. "If I tell you their direction, can you guess?" But Ryon quickly cut it off. "There's only one." Seeing Ryon realize it so quickly, Thin No suddenly felt embarrassed. Ryon calmly explained, "Because you said him, not them." Ryon's face was indifferent, but his words cut deep. "Thanks for letting me know, Thin No." Thin No, being mocked like this, became furious and gritted its teeth, cursing. It roared behind Ryon, but he wasn't much concerned. His mood hadn't relaxed since detecting the killing intent. He remained suspicious. He still couldn't be sure there was only one. Ryon remained highly vigilant. Even if only one person was following him, it was highly likely they had accomplices nearby. He couldn't let his guard down. Thinking too much gave Ryon a headache and made him tired. He sighed. Gazing blankly at the snow-covered forest ahead, Ryon muttered to himself, "This mission won't go smoothly." Deep in the forest, a burly, fierce-looking man asked, "Where are they from?" The subordinate standing opposite reported, "Most of them are from the Ziggart clan, one of the 6 great emperors." "Ha, nothing to wet your pants over." The subordinate judged, "I think they're just some greenhorn soldiers. I don't see any instructors with them, so it's likely their second mission." "Were you detected?" Answering the leader's question, the subordinate replied respectfully, "Of course not. I'm certain even if I got close, they wouldn't notice me." The leader also smiled contentedly. I didn't think a bunch of ordinary recruits could detect you." The subordinate wondered about something else. He asked, "But we've already controlled the orcs and manipulated them. What are these recruits doing here?" His leader leisurely said, "Perhaps the villagers noticed the increasing number of monsters and requested assistance. But our search for the stone is too slow, because I was overconfident." But the subordinate said, "We've already spread the word, but still haven't found it. Perhaps it's inside this village." He bowed his head and asked, "Should we attack now?" The leader waved it off without waiting, but the subordinate still tried to add, "Now is the best chance to take down those rookies, sir." The leader already had a plan in mind. He said killing a few rookies would be easy, but if the mana stone were exposed, the harm would outweigh the benefits. He intended to use the trainee knights to deal with the monsters for him. He said to let them defeat the monsters and return as if they had completed their mission. He gently put on his mask, his voice turning hoarse afterward. As soon as he put it on, the leader's appearance suddenly transformed. Sharp fangs protruded, and his yellow eyes took on a terrifying look. His hands also grew larger, and his previously pale skin turned a deep blue. His body became significantly larger. He told his subordinate, "Once they leave, we'll attack the village." His appearance was no longer just imposing. He now looked like a monstrous iron-skinned creature, with cruel intentions to destroy everything in his path. Night gradually fell over the village. The knights enjoyed the dinner prepared by the villagers. But Ryon couldn't help but stare at Baron, silently calling his name. He looked at Baron for a long time, thinking to himself, "At first I was a bit worried about him, but he's done much better than I expected." Ryon had observed Baron closely. He didn't flaunt the Ziggart family's reputation arrogantly. Instead, he prioritized the mission, reassuring the village chief and the villagers. He felt that his decision to entrust Baron with leading the night squad was correct. He could see that Baron was trying his best to do well. As he ate, Ryon thought to himself, "But maybe I shouldn't worry about Baron. Even if I weren't here, Baron and the trainees could handle the monsters." Ryon instinctively glanced out the window. "The ones observing us while we were on the outskirts of the village are the real problem. I'm not entirely sure, but I sensed they disappeared toward the mountains when we entered the village." Vague thoughts filled Ryon's mind. Is the Ziggart family testing us, or is it someone else entirely? His unease grew, and he had to reassure himself. "We'll probably find out the answer tomorrow." His hand traced the footprints on the ground. Now Baron followed the traces left by the monsters. He concluded, "It seems the monsters are nearby." The village chief stood opposite him, saying sadly, "The monsters appear at this time every year, but this year, there are 3 times as many. We can't handle so many monsters." He recounted, "We've observed over 100 monsters so far, which means there could be more than 200 in total." The village chief was most concerned about the knights' safety. "The problem isn't just their numbers. You're probably not familiar with the forest here. We'll prepare a guide for you so you don't get lost in the mountains. He's the quickest young man in the village, so I'm sure he'll be helpful." The guide the village chief mentioned was a young man about the same age as the knight squad members. He was tasked by the village chief to guide them to White Peak. His name was Kanba. It seemed Kanba had rushed over as he was breathing heavily. "Last night the village chief came to me, and I knew something was up. But he asked me to guide the Ziggart trainees. This could turn out badly." Anxiety was clearly written on Kanba's face. Someone told him not to worry. It was Ryon reassuring both the village chief and Kanba with a serious and trustworthy attitude. "We guarantee we'll return home safe and sound." The mission began. Leader Baron coughed loudly to get everyone's attention. "Orcs usually fight better than other monsters. Goblins and imps fight dirty with poison or other tricks." Baron carefully warned the members, "Even a small wound could be fatal, so don't let your guard down." Everyone agreed in unison, shouting loudly, "Yes, sir!" Now Baron spoke to the leader of the small group, Ken. "Squad 6, please surround the area and watch for any monsters trying to escape." Ken nodded. "Leave it to us." Baron also led a small group with him, boosting the team's morale. "Then let's begin the raid on the monsters threatening this land." Baron declared boldly to the knights, "Let's show the monsters the power of the Ziggart family. Let's go!" The knights surged forward with overwhelming momentum. "Let's go!" Thin No, observing their fighting style from a corner, muttered angrily, "Those fools are doing something really stupid. They've been preparing an ambush all this time and now they're shouting and giving away their position. What kind of ambush is that?" Ryon explained to Thin No. "They're just shouting to calm their nerves. It's a mistake, but it's understandable since this is their first raid mission." Furious silence quietly observed Ryon's demeanor. This guy should also be on his first raid mission, but instead of being nervous, he was calmly analyzing the big picture. Furious silence suddenly thought that he seemed like a seasoned veteran. The knights fought fiercely. No monster could escape their blades. Martha, excited and thrilled, shouted, "I'll destroy them all!" Baron reminded deal with the goblins and imps first, then attack the orcs. A knight warned the team, "They've broken through our formation. 2 orcs are moving in the opposite direction." Kanba, who had no combat skills, could only hide in the distance. Seeing the orcs getting closer, he trembled in fear. "The orcs are coming." Kanba felt like crying. "I shouldn't have come here." Seeing the situation getting more intense, Ryon quickly sprang into action. He delivered a decisive strike to an orc. Ryon moved swiftly and gracefully, delivering only one precise strike to each orc. None could match the speed of Ryon's blade. After finishing, Ryon quickly sheathed his sword, his expression still calm. The orcs he had struck were staggering about to collapse. Kanba, panicking, plopped down on the ground. When did they die?" Ryon asked. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Startled Kanba replied, "No, I'm fine. I'm just relieved." Ryon began conversing with Kanba. "I want to ask you something. Are there any urban legends about this mountain?" Kanba stammered. "Urban legends," Ryon nodded. "Yes, like a great treasure or a monster." Kanba remembered and exclaimed, "Ah, yes." Kanba began to recount. According to legend, hundreds of years ago, a fierce battle took place between the kingdom of the elves who descended from the west and the Night Order here. Ryon listened intently, his eyes widening in surprise when he heard, "They say the snow buried the Elf King's ring somewhere here." Ryon silently thought, "So that's it. The gazes I felt earlier and just now were from Eden." Eden was one of the 5 fiends notorious for their madness. These Eden members were extremely vicious, aiming to revive the era when monsters ruled the world. They wanted to return to those times and worship monsters as deities. Ryon grew more puzzled as he thought. But if that were all, they would have been destroyed long ago. They possessed the ability to control and domesticate monsters. Though human, they could also use the abilities of monsters, their powers rivaling the Ziggart family. Eden instilled great fear in people. Their strange powers were a secret even the renowned families of the continent didn't know. Thinking this, Rayon's expression turned serious. But I know that secret. The reason he knew this secret was thanks to the villain who ruined his life, Darus Robert. In his past life as an assassin under the Robert family, Rayon had encountered Eden. He recounted, "We faced Eden during a mission ordered by Darus. Eden killed the entire assassination squad, leaving only me alive in that hellish scene." Rayon had been very confused at the time. I didn't realize it then, but something was definitely off from the start. Darus knew Eden used mana stones. As one of the 6 emperors, how did he know that? Why didn't he reveal it to the world? Furious Silence, seeing Rayon lost in thought, asked, "What are you thinking about?" Furious Silence also began to sense something. "I can feel a deep, dark fury within you." Rayon suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Thinking of Darus disrupted his emotions. He tried to regain his composure, taking deep breaths. "Calm down. Right now, Eden is what matters." Rayon organized his thoughts. "I believe Eden's goal is to find the Elf King's Mana Stone. It's been hundreds of years since the Elf King lost the battle here." Thinking this, Rayon concluded, "I'm certain an incredibly powerful Mana Stone is buried somewhere here." He stood alone, gazing around aimlessly. "So their plan must be to make us think we've completed the mission so they can find the Mana Stone after we leave." Baron was also fighting fiercely at this moment. He roared, "If that's the case, I'll end this with a supreme attack on the leader." As he attacked, snow was suddenly flung everywhere, blocking Baron's path. When the snow cleared, Baron lowered his hand. It turned out Martha had claimed the orc. She smiled brightly and said, "It's mine." Baron sighed and scolded, "That's so undignified." Then he ordered the knights. "The leader is dead. Now we just need to deal with the rest." Rayon still had some questions. Kanba about the story of the Elf King. Has anyone ever found treasure or jewelry in the mountain since then? Kanba hesitated. "Actually, when I was young." He continued the story, saying the village chief had gone up the mountain and returned with a crimson artifact he found at the summit. So where is that artifact now? As Kanba spoke, Rayon grew increasingly uneasy. Most people noticed, but the village chief had buried it under his house. Actually, no one knew why, but it made the village warmer. Rayon hesitated, saying, he clenched his fists, his anxiety surging strongly. "The situation is worse than I thought. What will happen if Eden doesn't find the mana stone in the mountain?" Rayon imagined the scenario of Eden slaughtering the village. He panicked, thinking they'll burn this village to the ground. After dealing with the remaining orcs, the swordsmen returned to report. They said, "We don't see any more orcs around." Another swordsman quickly added, "Same here. We've completed the subjugation." The village chief stepped forward, took Baron's hand, and sincerely said, "Thank you all for going this far for us." He smiled warmly and praised him. "You truly are as skilled as Ziggart said. I sincerely thank you." Baron smiled and replied, "Of course I'm glad I could help you." Rayon watched the backs of the swordsmen being escorted by the village chief, deep in thought. Suddenly someone spoke, startling Rayon. "Is everything going according to your plan?" Martha sat on a high tree branch, munching on an apple. Rayon looked up at her. Because she was far away, he couldn't see her expression clearly. She casually continued, "Though I don't even know what you want anymore." Martha crunched on the apple. Rayon suddenly called out Martha. He said, "I'm not sure either, but I'll tell you when the time comes." Before he could finish, Martha suddenly jumped down. She casually told him, "Don't worry. No matter what happens." Martha brushed past him and continued, "I'll follow your orders until the mission is over." Rayon was stunned by her words. A moment later, Ronan approached and looked at Rayon, asking Rayon, "What are you doing here?" Rayon clenched his fist, his long hair covering his eyes, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Ronan asked with concern, "Are you worried about something? You don't seem very happy." Rayon looked at her and replied, "I'm fine, there's no problem. The village chief said he's throwing a feast. Let's hurry." After speaking, he gazed into the distance, thinking to himself, "Eden won't make a move until we leave." The next day, in the outskirts of Cebu village, the sky was clear with white clouds drifting lazily and a gentle breeze blowing. The weather was rarely this beautiful. Baron led the swordsman away from the village, completely relaxed. He thought to himself, "Nailed it." He looked at Ken and the other swordsman following behind him, feeling even more pleased. "We've taken down all the monsters on White Peak and will finish with minimal casualties. Even though it's our first mission, we've crushed it." He glanced in Rayon's direction, sensing his presence. He thought to himself, perhaps that's why Rayon didn't insist on leading anymore. Rayon remained vigilant, looking around. Baron, however, was completely unaware, lost in his own thoughts. His leadership had 0 slip-ups. I'm not sure why he handed over command to me. Baron placed his hand on his chest, feeling proud of himself. But I hope he realizes that my leadership skills can match his. Thinking this, he cheerfully ordered the team. "Let's get out of here quickly." They traveled a long distance until the sky gradually turned to dusk. Rayon, who was walking at the back, suddenly stopped and ordered everyone halt. Everyone turned to look at him, starting to murmur. "What's going on?" Someone couldn't help but ask. "Aren't we moving on?" Another added, "It's still too early to make camp." Rayon put on a serious expression and looked straight at everyone, saying, "This is when the real mission begins." Ken, confused, asked, "What do you mean?" Rayon calmly replied, "As I said, the mission isn't over yet." Baron faced Rayon, slightly agitated, and asked, "What are you talking about?" Now Baron changed his tone. "We've taken down all the orcs and even cleaned up. So what are you saying?" Rayon's long hair covered his eyes, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. He calmly said, "Our mission is to take down the monsters and protect the village." Baron still didn't understand and asked, "So what's the problem?" Rayon replied, "Someone is following us." Baron froze, not quite believing it. "What?" Rayon recounted what he had sensed earlier. "When we left the village, a shadow stalker was following us. They watched us for about an hour before disappearing. You could say it was a guide, but I sensed hostility too much to be considered a guide." Rayon continued seriously, "I sensed those prying eyes even before we set foot in the village, and I felt them disappear when we got far enough away." Baron, still in disbelief, asked, "Are you serious?" Martha stood behind Rayon and couldn't help but speak up. "Wait, even before we arrived," Rayon turned his head and replied, "To be precise, it was from the moment we set foot at the base of the hill near the village." Martha paused, then seemed to understand. "So that's why you handed command over to Baron?" Rayon calmly admitted, "Yes, I concealed my presence to better sense the hostiles." Seeing the astonished expressions on Martha and Ken's faces, Baron couldn't help but think, I bet he already sensed this during the wager. But his tactical senses, as well as those other senses of his, are far superior to those of our other instructors. I couldn't even tell we were being watched. Now, understanding, Baron stammered, "So, that's why you gave me command," Rayon replied calmly. "Exactly. I thought if you took command, you'd be able to take good care of the rookies." Recalling what had happened since arriving at the village, Rayon rarely praised, but said, "You've done very well. I'm sure the hostiles thought you were the leader of the rookies. Thanks to that, they didn't pay attention to me." Rayon stepped forward, patted Baron on the shoulder, and said, "You're a true Ziggart. I'll recommend you for top 2 rookie when we return." Baron bowed his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Damn, I thought I was on par with Rayon, but he was actually just gathering more intel on the enemy without anyone noticing. I didn't even realize it, and was happy thinking I was his equal. Remembering the monsters they had faced, Rayon said from the start that monsters were creatures that couldn't communicate with other beings. But in this mission, the orcs and goblins were working together, which meant the enemy had used some kind of magic to control them. In that seemingly peaceful village, there was a pair of eyes closely watching us. Our first mission was to protect the village, and it wasn't over yet because there was still a lurking threat endangering the village. After finishing his words, Rayon turned around and ordered, "We will return to Cebu village, but we must be extremely discreet so the enemy doesn't realize we're coming back." At this point, he expressed a bit of regret. If we had the right equipment for this, it would be better. But unfortunately, we don't. Dorian quickly chimed in, He laid out a pile of equipment on the ground and cheerfully asked Rayon, Is this equipment discreet enough? Rayon looked at the neatly arranged pile of equipment on the ground and couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get all this?" Dorian eagerly replied, "I brought it along just in case." Rayon looked at him in surprise. "You brought 40 of these just in case." Dorian gave him a thumbs up and smiled brightly. "Being well prepared is never a waste." Though slightly taken aback, Rayon still praised him. "You did well." He turned to the others and said, "Then we'll proceed as we've trained. Crane, you'll report to the nearest Ziggart branch and inform them of our current situation since you're the fastest among us." Crane was momentarily startled, but quickly responded, "Got it." As soon as Crane accepted the order, he left immediately. Rayon placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, turned around, and said to everyone, "From now on, follow my orders at all costs." His tone then turned stern. "I won't tolerate any acts of defiance." 5 hours later, at Eden's temporary hideout near Mount Cebu, a figure cloaked in black bowed respectfully to someone and quickly reported, "They've all finally left. We've checked the other side to be sure, and there's no issue." The other person replied, "Then we'll begin the plan." The eyes of the alpha orc glowed with a blue light. It moved and spoke in a human voice. "Recovered." Immediately after, it took heavy steps forward, its massive, powerful body causing the ground beneath it to crumble. It slung a long blade over its shoulder and let out a loud roar. Then it stomped its foot hard on the ground, causing the surrounding earth to tremble. A group of orcs armed with weapons appeared all over the mountain. The alpha orc stood on the cliff and loudly commanded the orcs below, "Kill them!" The orcs charged forward in unison. The alpha orc with a vicious glare said, "Don't let even one escape!" On the other side, the swordsmen led by Rayon were on their way back to the village. They had reached a nearby hill. Baron, still unsure, asked Rayon again, "Are there really still orcs?" At this, Baron immediately put on a determined expression and declared, "We must truly eliminate all of them this time." Rayon looked at Baron calmly and said, "No, not yet. I thought I told you that someone is watching us." Baron froze, not understanding what he meant. Rayon continued, "It's not the gaze of monsters, but of humans. We still haven't identified who the enemy is." Baron felt confused and immediately raised his voice. "But look at how many orcs there are. The village won't be able to stop them all. But if we intervene now and fail, we'll all die." Baron disagreed, voicing his thoughts. "We should intervene now if we want to save the village." Rayon looked straight at Baron and asked, "Don't you remember what the instructor said about understanding the mission being crucial? It's still not the time." Rayon's voice echoed so loudly that everyone heard it. "And we must be even more cautious because the enemy is from Eden." His words shocked everyone. Ken couldn't help but ask, "Wait, Eden." Martha also turned around abruptly, stammering, You mean Eden? Part of the 5 demons?" Baron remained silent, but clearly shared the same thoughts. Rayon calmly replied, "They could be Eden or a monster under a lord's command, so we must be careful." Baron broke out in a cold sweat. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I understand how powerful Eden is, and you're right." As Baron raised his head, he looked straight into Rayon's eyes and asked, "But if we don't act now, half the village will perish. Are we to wait here while the enemy slaughters the villagers?" At this, Baron clenched his teeth, his face darkening, his voice trembling with anger. "I thought you were someone worthy of the Ziggart name, but this is wrong. We must act now." Baron slapped his chest firmly, his expression resolute, and declared loudly, "This is what a Ziggart swordsman is sworn to do." As soon as he finished speaking, Baron drew his sword and charged down the cliff alone toward the village, his eyes resolute. He shouted, "I don't care if any of you follow me. If any of you believe yourselves to be true swordsmen of House Ziggart, then come with me." Rayon watched Baron's retreating figure with slight reluctance and muttered, "That guy didn't even finish his sentence." Before he could finish, Ronan, standing beside him, casually said, "I'm heading out now." Without another word, she, like Baron, leaped straight down the cliff. The rest of the rookie squad began to waver. One of them couldn't hold back and said, "Lord Baron is right." If we members of House Ziggart cower just because our opponent is one of the 5 devils, it's truly shameful. Another agreed, exactly. We're rookies in the alliance of 6 emperors. Together, they charged toward the village shouting, "We're coming too. We must protect the village and its people quickly." Ken looked straight ahead and shouted, "Training Hall 6, are you ready? We'll assist Training Hall 5 in attacking Eden's shadow demons." The rookies behind him responded in unison. "Yes, sir." A moment later, only a few figures remained on the hill. Ryon thought to himself, everything is unfolding just as I predicted. He glanced at those who stayed with him. Observing Baron and the rookies, he knew their personalities wouldn't tolerate injustice, so they would rush to stop Eden and the monsters. Ryon recalled the events from earlier that afternoon. That's why he had sent Ronan an aura message. Follow them first, then join Baron Ronan and Ken. Even Eden won't be able to withstand them, if anything goes wrong. He turned to look at Martha, who was leisurely leaning against a nearby tree behind him. Curious, he asked Martha, "Why aren't you going? I thought you'd be the first to rush in." Martha crossed her arms and calmly replied, "I told you I'll follow your orders to the end." Ryon smiled slightly and let out a soft sigh. Ryon and the others stood on the cliff looking down. He spoke up. "All right, if that's the case, we'll head to the village like them. But let's conceal our presence as much as possible. Eden's reinforcements are surely hiding somewhere not on the front lines." Ryon gazed at the distant barren mountain. He thought to himself, I can distinctly sense an intense killing intent coming from that mountain, not the village. Training Halls 5 and 6 can handle the remaining enemies, but if they face him directly, they'll be in danger. Ryon's expression turned serious, his deep eyes looking into the distance. But that's only if they confront him head-on. Assassinating him is a different matter. In the village, everyone was trying to defeat the orcs. Baron's voice echoed everywhere. "Don't take their attacks head-on. Fall back then. Counterattack." 2 rookies were teaming up to fight an orc. If it's too hard to fight them alone, form a team. Remember, if we don't stop them here, the village will be in danger. Baron swung his sword, taking down an orc. He gritted his teeth, panting heavily. These orcs are much fiercer than the ones we fought yesterday. But if it's just this many, protecting the village won't be a problem. Sweat dripped from Baron's face as he glanced in another direction. The real problem is Eden. Our enemy is still out there, so they won't stop here. Thinking this, he couldn't help but mutter, "Damn it, Ryon was right after all." When Baron warned everyone, be cautious of threats from above, and the forest's camouflage, they were startled. Someone stammered, "We can't possibly." Everyone was shocked to realize that the figures hiding in the treetops were Eden's 6 illusion core. Baron glared at them, gritting his teeth. "Wearing goblin masks and hoods, it's definitely them. I expected them to come, but not in such numbers." The rookies were surrounded, weapons in hand, on high alert. Baron quickly assessed the situation. "There are at least 40 of them. We'll need to play this smart if we want to fight so many enemies." After thinking it through, Baron immediately ordered Ken pin down the orcs with the others and keep them out of the village. "Ronan, use your frost energy to freeze the orcs' feet and the assassins' bodies." His body tensed as he shouted, "I'll charge in," Ronan replied, "Understood." Without hesitation, she swung her sword, her body enveloped in a layer of frost energy. Ronan shouted, "I'll freeze them all!" With that, she slashed her sword, sending countless ice shards flying outward. The ice shards struck the orcs, instantly encasing them in jagged ice pillars. The frozen orc roared in confusion, its body covered in faint layers of ice, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Seizing the opportunity, Baron swung his sword, executing his wind-subduing sword art, then dropped to one knee to gather momentum. Immediately after, he stomped the ground hard and lunged forward. Baron moved so swiftly that the orcs couldn't react in time. He charged into their midst, swinging his sword with a single slash that instantly took one down. He repeated this until none were left standing. Only then did he stop. After defeating the orcs, Baron was drenched in sweat, exhausted. Suddenly, an assassin from the Eden faction perched on a nearby tree branch aimed a blowpipe directly at Baron below. Sensing the killing intent, Baron jolted in alarm. Without hesitation, the assassin blew a venom needle from above, targeting Baron. Having anticipated the attack, Baron swiftly dodged, but he couldn't help exclaiming in shock. "You bastards!" Reacting quickly, Baron shouted a warning. "Everyone stay alert! Venom needles are raining from above. Use your aura to block them or dodge with your movement techniques." The group hurriedly looked up and followed his instructions. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted nearby. A large bag released a strange black mist. Everyone quickly covered their noses. "Lord Baron, they've thrown down a bag of necrotic mist." Now realizing the danger, Baron thought to himself, "Damn, this poison is stronger than what the monsters use." He immediately shouted, "Everyone cover your mouths!" Moments later, the recruits inhaled the poison, their bodies going limp. One of them, voice trembling, said, "Forget the aura. I can't even lift my sword anymore." Baron gritted his teeth, his sword arm trembling. In that instant, not only the remaining members but he himself had inhaled the poison. His body refused to move as he willed. Ronan's face turned pale before him. Baron noticed Ronan's complexion deteriorating, but the orcs and assassins remained unharmed. Baron clenched his teeth, sweat pouring down his face, unwilling to accept the situation. Baron felt a hint of despair. "They're going to wipe us out," he thought. Just then, someone suddenly attacked a sword strike, landing in front of Baron, sending up a cloud of dust. Baron stood frozen in place, stunned. This energy, this destructive power. He exclaimed in shock, "Martha! Martha has arrived!" She held her sword, her gaze coldly fixed on the assassins. Martha commanded the recruits following her. "Let's clean up this Eden trash in place of these idealistic fools. Don't let a single one escape." With that, she and the others charged forward. Martha led the charge into the battle. The group was astonished, stammering reinforcements. "Lady Martha and the reinforcements are here." One of them couldn't contain their joy, saying, "If they had arrived even a moment later, we would have succumbed to the poison." Another quickly regained their composure and urged, "Get up and fight alongside them." Baron was still worried. "I haven't seen Ryon yet," he thought, "but with Martha and the reinforcements we can turn the tide. If things continue like this, we might just win." The assassins were pushed back by Martha's group. As they fled, one muttered in disbelief, "What kind of recruits are these? They're too strong. Let's get out of here or we'll die." Before they could finish, someone suddenly appeared before them. The newcomer spoke with a commanding voice that instilled fear. "Are you planning to flee the battlefield?" His words made the two fleeing assassins jump in terror. Suddenly, a deadly sound echoed from somewhere. Martha froze while Ronan's eyes widened in confusion. Baron stuttered in fear. "This can't be." Before them stood the orc chieftain. Baron observed it and quickly analyzed in his mind a presence far stronger than any he had faced before, a champion assassin, an elite of the orc race, and one capable of human speech. Baron immediately recognized it and exclaimed, "Eden's verdant warlord." Its blue eyes glowed, and its entire body radiated a terrifying aura. It was the Eden verdant warlord. Facing such a formidable opponent, the three of them regarded it with caution. Baron shouted, "What is a warrior like you doing here?" The Eden verdant warlord calmly replied, "I received reports of your return. Have you come back to thwart our ambush?" Martha stood still, her twin blades held in a guarded stance. The verdant warlord's voice echoed, "Compared to recruits, you're quite skilled. From what I've observed, the black-haired woman seems particularly strong." It slowly lifted the executioner's cleaver, resting on its shoulder. "But if you know what's good for you, you'll leave quietly. Otherwise, you'll meet your end here today." As it swung the cleaver, it continued, "Because you have no understanding of the heaven's height or the earth's depth." A deafening explosion echoed through the forest, its shockwave powerful enough to shake the entire area. Baron was struck down, writhing in pain on the ground. Even Ronan and Martha collapsed at his feet, overwhelmed by the impact. The surrounding recruits were stunned. With just one strike, 3 of them had fallen. "Where is Sir Ken?" someone asked urgently. "He's fighting the orcs near the wooden palisade," came the reply. Hearing this, another recruit anxiously asked, "Damn it! What about Sir Rayon?" The person beside him quickly responded, "No way, he'll show himself after witnessing that." Martha, leaning on her sword, struggled to stand. Eden, the phantom combatant, seemed amused. "Oh, can you still stand it?" taunted. Martha, panting heavily, glared at it with defiance. It continued, "Seems you're the worst of the trash here. Of course that's obvious since you can sense our presence." A chill glint flashed in its eyes, but even so, you're merely a newly sprouted seedling that I will crush beneath my heel. Common vermin. No effort, no strength, no discipline. Your luck has run dry. Facing Martha, who had just stood up, it raised its massive blade and declared, "All of you will die here today." Suddenly a fiery light flashed, accompanied by a voice. Not so fast. Rayon appeared behind it, his sword ablaze with a pyric corona. He frowned and shouted, "You're the one who'll die!" Eden, the phantom combatant, turned at the sound, just as Rayon closed in. It sidestepped to evade the attack. Rayon unleashed his prime inferno technique, the flames around him surging violently. One of Eden's polychromatic limbs was severed in a single strike. The severed arm fell to the ground with a squelching thud. Rayon landed safely behind it, his stance steady. Combat Phantom Eden, having lost an arm in battle, laughed loudly and mockingly praised, "Heh heh heh!" That ambush attempt was quite something. After a pause it continued, "But it seems you didn't think I'd have a way to prevent your strike from hitting my neck." Rayon turned to face it, gritting his teeth. "You crazy bastard, sacrificing an arm like that." He paused, then continued, "But my endgame is still ahead." Eden turned to confront Rayon. For a surprise attack, cutting off my arm was impressive. "A promising Ziggart, but that's all you are." Seeing Rayon breathing heavily, it remarked, "Looks like you've exhausted most of your strength with that attack." Rayon's sword hands trembled slightly, as it said he had pushed himself too hard, hoping to end the fight with that surprise strike. Now he could barely stand. Rayon asked, "Are you the one in charge here?" Eden replied, "Do you think my superior would show up for a tiny village like this?" Rayon, still wary, retorted, "You lunatics never act as expected." Eden lifted its massive blade, its eyes blazing. "You've got quite the mouth on you," it sneered. It lunged forward, attacking Rayon and shouting, "Let's see how long you can keep talking." Rayon hastily blocked the attack, still not fully recovered. The clash between Rayon's sword and Eden's blade sent sparks flying. It was clear that Eden was also struggling. Eden seemed slightly surprised. "You're holding up?" "You're better than I thought." Rayon fought back without faltering, his expression cold. "If I couldn't handle this much, I'd rather quit being a swordsman." Eden roared, pressing its attack, but when it saw no effect, it quickly withdrew its blade. Immediately it swung its blade again. "Good thinking, brat," it taunted. Rayon and Eden exchanged blows, their swords flashing brilliantly. For a moment the fight seemed evenly matched, with neither side yielding. Baron, kneeling on the ground, watched the battle in disbelief. "What's going on here?" he muttered. Seeing Rayon fight evenly with Eden, who had defeated them with a single strike, Baron couldn't believe it. Not only was Rayon holding his own, but he was also using the flow strike cadence just like Baron. Another clash of weapons sent sparks flying between Rayon and Eden. Baron was stunned. "I thought I'd caught up to him, but he's not even at the recruit level anymore." Martha, standing beside Baron, showed no surprise. Calmly, she said, "That's his true strength. What he showed before was just the surface." Baron remained silent, unsure of what to say. Watching the intense battle before her, Martha felt a pang of sorrow, thinking that such efforts might not be enough. It seemed like a stalemate, but Rayon didn't even have time to recover his strength and energy, which he had expended in that surprise attack. Martha felt anxious and doubtful, wondering if he could defeat the combat phantom with the little strength he had left. At that moment, Ronan suddenly spoke up. "We have to help Rayon." Both Martha and Baron turned to look at her in surprise. Martha, with one hand on her hip, let out a heavy sigh and said, "Can't you see I'm conserving my strength too? You're even weaker than us. What can you possibly do if you charge in there? Even one mistake could cost you your life." Ronan ignored Martha's words and strode straight toward the battle. Ronan gripped her sword tightly, and a faint rime mist began to form around her. So what she said. Martha looked at Ronan with some astonishment. She had expected her to be scared, but instead Ronan was calmer than usual. It seemed she was different from when she had been chasing Ryon. Baron, with one hand on the ground, looked ahead and suddenly spoke up. "I feel ashamed that I even hesitated. As Ronan said, we must help Ryon." His words startled Martha. "Have you forgotten the previous attack? Do you think the three of us charging in will make any difference?" Baron stood up and followed Ronan forward. The two of them turned back to look at Martha. Baron spoke again. "Even so, I can't turn a blind eye and let our comrade defend himself alone. We are swordsmen of Ziggart." Martha, with one hand on her hip and the other rubbing her head, seemed to have given in. She half closed her eyes and stepped forward. "Fine, but if anything goes wrong, it's on you two." Martha gripped her sword tightly and followed the two of them. "Let's fight with everything we've got." Eden, the combat phantom, stood facing Ryon, its body exuding a gloom-laden miasma. It suddenly spoke. "A rookie who can last this long against me is truly impressive. You're so talented that I want to recruit you to Eden." It then asked curiously, "What is your name?" Ryon, gripping his sword tightly, stood there breathing heavily and replied, "Ryon Ziggart." Hearing his answer, the eyes of the Eden combat phantom flashed with a blue light. It wasn't entirely sure, and asked again, "Wait, are you a direct line descendant of Ziggart? Looking at your hair and eye color, I have my suspicions." Ryon stood silently, not responding. It then saw the shadow of his brother in his form. "It seems the blood of the Northern Destruction Monarch runs strong in your veins." The entire body of the Eden combat phantom radiated a terrifying aura. It spoke again. "I take back my recruitment offer. In this situation, I will stop at nothing, using every possible means." It unleashed its power and shouted, "To eliminate you." The black miasma around it grew denser and its breathing became heavier. It charged forward and attacked. This time both its strength and speed had increased significantly, leaving Ryon astonished. Seeing its massive Dao getting closer, Ryon widened his eyes and couldn't help but think, "This madman." The massive Dao aimed to take Ryon's head. Ryon quickly leaned back to dodge. "He's faster now." Ryon gradually fell into a disadvantage. He struggled, thinking, "Is he using his life force to boost his strength? I'm barely holding on with the fire ring and I haven't fully recovered yet." At that moment, Martha suddenly leaped high and attacked the Eden combat phantom from behind. Ryon saw her and couldn't help but be surprised. Her name immediately popped into his head, Martha. Martha gripped her sword with both hands, her expression resolute as she attacked. With a precise strike, she slashed right into the middle of the Eden combat phantom's back. The Eden combat phantom was injured by her and turned around in anger. "How dare a weakling like you?" Before it could react, the arm holding its massive Dao was suddenly covered in a layer of icy frost. It looked down at its arm in surprise. Ronan appeared, shielding Ryon. "So the Frost Queen unveils her gambit," Ryon thought, slightly startled as he looked at her back. Ronan pointed her sword at the Eden combat phantom. She used her frost energy and icy frost began to form around her. She aimed directly at the Eden combat phantom and attacked with her Winter's Breath technique. With a single slash, she temporarily halted the Eden combat phantom for a moment. Ronan shouted loudly. Now Baron understood and quickly charged forward. He swung his sword at the Eden combat phantom and shouted, "Yah!" Baron used his flowing sword technique Starlight Flash to attack. Countless sword strikes rained down on the phantom's body. The Eden combat phantom suddenly caught Baron. It tightened its grip, crushing his internal organs. Baron screamed "ah" and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Eden combat phantom lifted Baron high into the air. His entire body was immobilized, unable to move. It growled ferociously. "You think those petty tricks can take me down? Seems you've underestimated me too much." Its voice echoed everywhere. "Unless you're at least at the level of that golden-haired whelp, you'll never lay a finger on me." Baron was severely injured, but he still tried to stay conscious. His voice trembled as he admitted, "You're right. With the attacks we just used, it's unlikely we can defeat you." Baron struggled to finish his sentence, but at least it bought us some time. Eden Phantom, confused, asked, "What are you talking about?" Martha activated her skill, and the surrounding earth and rocks began to rise around her. Her sword was enveloped in a faint brown aura as she channeled her earthen resonance energy. Immediately after she swung her sword upward. "Let's see if you can withstand this." Martha charged forward to attack. Countless slashes were left on its body. It angrily turned around, its eyes blazing as it roared, "You insolent brats!" It tightened its grip on Baron and swiftly pulled its arm back. In the next moment, it hurled Baron with tremendous force, slamming him into Martha nearby. The impact was so strong that both of them were sent flying backward, crashing into a large tree not far away before finally stopping. They screamed in pain. Eden Phantom walked up to the two of them. Insignificant pests should know their place. At that moment, Ryon, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Not so fast, Eden Phantom." The Phantom, now remembering him, was slightly surprised. Ryon stood still, gripping his sword tightly, his entire body enveloped in a blazing ring of fire. Ryon's eyes were filled with determination as he declared, "Thank you, everyone. Thanks to your efforts, I've had enough time to recover." Seeing Martha in pain leaning against a nearby tree, Ryon continued, "I promise I won't let the opportunity you all risked your lives to create go to waste." Baron lay on the ground, unable to move. He heard Ryon say, "Leave everything to me." Eden Phantom turned to look at Ryon, unable to hide its surprise. "How do you still have so much strength?" "Just who are you?" Ryon raised his sword high, his body engulfed in crimson flames. "Eden Phantom, you should feel honored. This is the first time I'm using this skill against an enemy." Ryon felt as if he saw lotus flowers floating in water. "I thought I couldn't use it yet, but thanks to the combat epiphany I gained in this battle, I can now." My samuas. Ryon activated the Myriad Inferno technique, and the flames around him blazed fiercely. He stared straight at Eden Phantom before him, his gaze as if looking at a dead man. The flames around him crackled and roared. Eden Phantom felt a hint of caution. These flames are different from what he showed before. My instincts are warning me they're extremely dangerous. No matter the cost, I must kill him now. With that thought, it immediately charged at Ryon, attacking and shouting, "Die!" Ryon swung his sword downward, his eyes flashing with a red light full of killing intent. His sword struck Eden Phantom, forcing it to block with its massive dao, which remained in its raised position, unable to swing down. Ryon poured all his strength into a beautiful sword strike, slashing through Eden Phantom's body. The crimson flames wrapped around the blade, carrying a destructive force that seemed capable of incinerating everything. Ryon frowned, looking straight ahead with a cold expression. The red flames still crackled around him. Eden Phantom's head was cleanly severed, rolling on the ground. Ryon stood facing the charred corpse he had just cut down, sword in hand. Sweat dripped from Ryon's head, and his body was stained with blue blood. He breathed heavily, exhausted. Ronan opened his eyes wide in shock, not knowing what to say. Martha, clutching her stomach, said in surprise, "Ryon, you really—" Baron propped himself up with his hands behind him, looking at the scene in disbelief. He actually defeated the Phantom. Ryon raised his sword high and shouted, "It's not over yet! The Hexchromatic Phantasm Brigade is still here, for the peace and prosperity of the kingdom. Let's finish them off." Everyone raised their weapons in unison and shouted, "As you command!" They gathered around Eden Phantom's corpse, their faces filled with joy. Baron stood up and called out, "Ryon, no Ryon Ziggart." Ryon turned to look at him. Baron quickly said, "You were right. If it weren't for you and the reinforcements arriving in time, we would have all died. Moreover, the villagers we were supposed to protect would have perished too." Baron's long hair covered his expression as he sincerely continued, "Thank you for saving us, and I'm sorry for not listening to you. Even if you had warned me, I still wouldn't have paid attention to the village." At this point, he raised his head, slapped his chest, and firmly added, "Turning a blind eye to injustice because of weakness is not what a Ziggart Scion blade should do." Ryon, with one hand holding his sword and the other on his hip, casually nodded and turned to walk in another direction. Baron was slightly bewildered by Ryon's nonchalant attitude, as if nothing significant had happened. He hesitated, unable to believe what he was seeing, and stammered, What just happened? Under the watchful gazes of Ronan, Martha, and everyone else, Rayon calmly spoke. You fought with everything you had. I was able to defeat the six-colored illusion largely thanks to your efforts. Rayon looked at his hand, gripping the sword. Even if just one person were missing, unpredictable things could have happened. He turned to Baron and continued. So thank you all, I mean it. Baron was flustered and embarrassed by Rayon's words. Feeling awkward, he turned his face away and stammered, I don't understand what you're saying, but I'll become stronger so this never happens again. That way, I won't need your help anymore. Rayon turned to Martha and praised her. You did well too, Martha. I had the chance to recover because of you. Martha looked at him with slight surprise. Rayon met her gaze sincerely and said, Thank you for following my orders. Martha slightly bowed her head, her long hair hiding her expression. She smiled faintly, showing that she was in a good mood. Martha half closed her eyes, glancing at Rayon with composure. If I couldn't even follow orders, I'd rather die. I'm going to the village to help them. Do whatever you need to do. Rayon leaned back on his knees, exhaling a tired breath. He thought to himself, is this over now? Suddenly Rayon felt dizzy. His vision blurred, and his body swayed unsteadily. Damn it, I relaxed too soon. I can't even feel my legs anymore. Before he could completely collapse, Ronan quickly stepped forward and caught him. She let him lean on her and asked with concern, Rayon, are you okay? Rayon turned his head to look at her, slightly surprised. Ronan, you've been here all along. How did you know I was about to fall? Ronan widened her eyes and looked at him seriously. It's like during our training days. It's as if all your strength has been drained. Rayon, exhausted but still smiling, said, I feel the same way. He secretly felt happy realizing that not only did he care for them, but they also cared deeply for him. Thinking this, Rayon relaxed and smiled sincerely. Thank you. Suddenly, something caught Rayon's attention. He opened his eyes and looked in that direction. Before him, several system windows popped up. You have demonstrated your abilities by surpassing your limits in the recent difficult battle. After all, your stats have increased. You have successfully ambushed a stronger opponent. You have acquired the special skill, Shadowless Strike. You have defeated a higher-level opponent. You have received the title, Unwavering Combatant. The status window displayed name, Rayon Ziggart. Title, Unwavering Combatant. Status, Curse of Misfortune. Special skill, Fury Flame Mantle 4 stars, 10,000 Flame Ki 3 stars. Fire Resistance 3 stars. Malediction Aura 3 stars, Master of Senses 4 stars, Water Resistance 1 star. Shadowless Strike 1 star. Celerity 53 and Strength is 7, Stamina. Essence Capacity 42, Acuity 64. Rayon looked at the updated stats and couldn't help but think defeating that six-colored illusion was quite rewarding. All my stats increased, and I even got a new skill and title. Rayon immediately stood up. I'll review this in detail later, he said, turning to Ronan. Ronan, I'm feeling better now. Go help the villagers. I'll check the area for any remaining dangers. A while later, Rayon sat on a rocky outcrop, carefully examining the system information. He thought to himself, the Unwavering Combatant title is more useful than I imagined. Unwavering Combatant is a title given to those with unshakable willpower when facing stronger opponents. Its effect increases your stats by 3% when fighting stronger enemies. Rayon thought 3 might seem low, but as I grow stronger, that extra boost will be significant. From now on, I'll be facing opponents much stronger than me, so this will be very useful. Additionally, the system explained the Shadowless Strike 1 star. When executing a fatal strike, your chi decreases but increases the critical hit chance of that attack. Rayon stared at it and thought Shadowless Strike seems like a special assassination skill. If I had it before fighting that guy, I might have killed him in the first ambush. At that moment, the primordial essence suddenly appeared, looking somewhat panicked. Wait, you just defeated a low-level monster and got such a great reward. It couldn't hide its astonishment and exclaimed, I created this system, but how could this happen? Rayon, with one hand operating the system and the other resting on the rock, said cheerfully, Thanks to you, I'm growing stronger quickly. Thank you. Primordial Essence of Wrath. The essence, unwilling to accept this, roared fiercely. I won't let you die comfortably. I'll strip you, drink your blood, and make you die in agony. Rayon no longer paid attention to it. He stood up and walked forward, waving goodbye. If you can do it, just do it, he said. The essence dissipated like punching smoke, all force, no impact. It made him feel restless. When he regained his composure, he angrily shouted, Round acted as if he didn't hear, and continued walking forward with a smile, enjoying the moment. The Scion recruits actively helped the Hamletstead folk rebuild the village that had been ravaged by the orc attack. Some carried wood, others hammered nails. Each person had their assigned task. Bring some wood over here. Where are those scraps from earlier? The wooden fence is already finished. Rayon opened his eyes, his expression still slightly dazed. He pushed aside the blanket and sat up, rubbing his forehead. I just meant to rest for a bit, but I ended up falling asleep. Rayon opened the door and stepped outside. Outside, everyone was still working diligently, their coordination seeming quite harmonious. Looks like they finished repairing the fence while I was asleep. Just then, someone called out to him. Rayon, you're awake! Ronan came over carrying a basin of water. Seeing Rayon, she asked with concern, How are you feeling? Rayon turned to look at her. After a good sleep, I feel much better. Hearing this, Ronan urged him. Then hurry up, everyone's waiting for you. Rayon looked puzzled. Huh? Who's waiting for me? Ronan replied. The people of Cebu Hamletstead. As night fell, the villagers gathered around a crackling fire. They all bowed deeply in a hearthbow, expressing their gratitude. The Hamletstead elder stood before the villagers. Facing Rayon's group, he spoke loudly. On behalf of our village, we thank you all, the Swordsman of Ziggart. Thank you for protecting us. A couple holding their child smiled happily. The elder's voice echoed throughout the area. You all risked danger to protect us and other innocent villagers. Without you, our village would have been destroyed. We will forever remember this in our hearts. The elder spoke each word clearly and deliberately. His words struck deep in Rayon's heart. For the first time, he felt the chalice glow warmth. Rayon suddenly turned to look at everyone. Behind him were his comrades who had fought alongside him. He could feel. He remained silent as the night concealed his expression. The respect from his comrades and the sincere gratitude from the villagers. This was the first time he had ever felt this way. Rayon remembered his blade-born years when he had trudged through muddy swamps. In his past life as an assassin, doing good deeds was something he never did. It seemed he was born to be submerged in darkness, standing on the edge where the only things that mattered were life or death. His gaze at that time radiated blade frost intensity, killing intent crystallizing in the air. All of this was because of Darus Robert. He had fought and killed many people. His hands were stained with fresh blood. All the dirty deeds he had done, all the people he had killed, all just to gain recognition from him, a devil disguised as a benevolent and merciful angel. Rayon suddenly realized, but now I must live a different life. He led the Scion recruits and faced the Hamletstead elder and the villagers behind him. Have I ever thought like this before? He clenched his fist tightly. He could feel the ambition surging within him, the desire taking hold of his soul. He looked up at the chalice-glow moon shining above. From now on, I'll walk the Scion's path. I'll see this scene many more times. The full moon hung high in the sky, and the gentle night breeze blew softly, creating a particularly serene atmosphere. Rayon's eyes shone brightly. He realized that this was his goal, his ideal. At this moment, people were chatting and laughing happily on the road. Suddenly, he asked the elder, Do you have a moment? There's something I want to ask you. The elder replied, Raon, of course. The two of them went to a nearby farm to talk. The elder asked, What did you want to ask about? Raon replied, Do you know who was behind the orc attack on the village this time? The elder answered, The blue orc swordsman mentioned something to me. I heard it was one of Eden's 5 fiends. The elder continued, I don't understand why they targeted our village. This is just a small, insignificant hamletstead. Rayon responded, During the battle, I heard Kanba say that you once brought a small gem from the White Spire Mountains. The old man said, I found one on the mountain when I was young and brought it back to the village. It couldn't be, he stammered. Ryon replied, That's right, Eden is after that gem. So you're saying all this chaos is because of that? I almost destroyed the village with my own hands, the old man said sorrowfully. Ryon said, This time we managed to stop them, but as long as the gem remains here, Eden will continue to attack. The old man worried. How could this be? After I buried the gem, the fields became more fertile, and the village became warmer, so we regarded it as a protective deity. I never imagined it was a cursed object that attracted Eden. What should we do? Should we dig it up and throw it away now? Ryon replied, No, I'll take it with me. The old man was surprised and worried. You will. Eden views humanity as a sacrifice for their return. Even if he discards the gem, Eden will still seek it. I will bring it back to Ziggart, the old man told him. But then Eden will target Ziggart. We cannot place such danger upon you, he replied. It's fine. Then he placed his hand on his chest and declared loudly, That is the way of Ziggart. The old man looked at him with a satisfied and trusting expression. He bowed his head and said to him, Once again the family has shown us boundless kindness. He wondered once more. The old man explained that many decades ago, when I was slightly older than you are now, the current head of the Glen Ziggart family saved this village. He suddenly startled. The family head, the old man answered. Yes, I still remember vividly. He saved the village from a horde of monsters just like you. He smiled kindly at us and treated us with respect. The Ziggart family head was a man with golden hair and wore a red coat, looking very handsome. Particularly, he had an extremely friendly face. A friendly smile. It's hard to imagine his current demeanor. Then the village chief turned around and said to him, This old man's meaningless story has gone on too long. Please follow me. I will take you to the location of the gem. Then the two of them went to the field. The old man dug a hole and retrieved it. It was buried here. Who would have thought that what we believed was protecting the village was actually cursed? He asked, What is the cloth wrapped around the stone? The old man replied to him, It is a piece of cloth passed down through generations in my family. We took it to wrap the stone to conceal its bright red glow and buried it. The old man unwrapped the cloth to show him. Before him was a bright red stone radiating immense power. He thought to himself, This is the Goblin King's mana stone. If this mana stone falls into Eden's hands, just thinking about it made him shudder. A new monster with the power of the Goblin King would be born. He told the village chief, first wrap it in the cloth. Suddenly, a voice from somewhere rang out. Now it makes sense. Right beside the two of them now was a bald, burly man covered in scars. He said, That cursed rag has been stifling the auric resonance. Had it flowed freely, we'd have reduced this hamletstead to cinders ages ago. The two of them were suddenly startled. Immediately he prepared to draw his sword and confront him. You bastard, who are you? He thought. How did he get so close without me noticing? He snapped his fingers and laughed loudly. Me, who knows? Then he pulled out a blue demon-faced mask and said, Who do you think I am? He looked at the mask and thought, That mask looks like an orc. You are the Blood Fury Fiend. He suddenly exclaimed, Ho ho, you recognize this mask! As expected of a Ziggart student, your perception is truly astonishing. This man is none other than Eden the Blood Fury Fiend. Then he grinned excitedly. And with that unpredictable power, You are the swordsman who slew the Viridian war chief, and you must be the superior he mentioned. He said you weren't supposed to come here. Then he put on the mask and said, Well, I did dump that task on the Viridian war chief. If he hadn't died, I wouldn't have had to come here. In other words, I'm here because of you. He trembled in fear before his killing intent. He thought to himself, This overwhelming blade frost onslaught is paralyzing my entire body. Not just me, even if all the students in Cebu village combined, we couldn't win. Rast appeared at that moment and said, So young master, to be frank, you cannot defeat him. Right now you have two choices. You can die by resisting him futilely, or surrender yourself to me. Eden then stomped the ground, creating a terrifying shockwave. You only have two viable choices now. At this moment you are facing an incredibly strong opponent. and Rast is surrounding you. What will your choice be? At that moment in this village, the swordsmen were setting up defenses. At that moment, Baron asked Martha, "What are you doing here?" She replied, "I came to see if you guys fixed the fence properly." "Not bad, huh? Looks like you have a knack for carpentry. Forget swordsmanship, this is your calling." This made Baron very angry. He said to her, "If you're done checking, then shut your mouth and leave," she teased. "Hey, you should ask nicely, not order your elder sister like that. Only one person can give me orders, you know who." At that moment, Ronan brought a bowl of fruit to the two of them. Seeing her, Martha asked, "What are you doing here?" She replied, "I brought some fruit." Martha said, "The villagers already picked them, didn't they?" Before she could finish, Ronan said, "These are fresher. I picked them myself for Ryon." Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense. Martha looked annoyed and said, "You think too much, huh? Anyone would think you two are married." Ronan ignored her and said, "I'm leaving." Suddenly, behind the three of them, there was a tremendous explosion. Ronan turned around in a daze to look. Her eyes widened. Ryon, as fast as she rushed toward the explosion, leaving the other two in shock. Then all the fruits fell to the ground in the direction where the elder and the village chief were in an emergency situation, grabbing weapons and alerting the channel along with 6 officers. All 3 of them rushed toward that direction. Martha asked, "What happened at the village chief's house?" "Ryon, if you're okay, answer me." The 3 of them had just arrived when suddenly a violent explosion occurred in front of them, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. From within the smoke, Ryon was sent flying like a penguin trying to take flight. This sight left Baron and Martha speechless. It was Ryon who was struggling to stand up, while the village chief was pinned down on top of him. He was gasping for breath as if he couldn't take it anymore. He threw the village chief toward Baron, who caught him, realizing it was the chief. Then he slowly stood up and shouted, "Everyone get out of here now!" He glared at everyone. "Take the village chief to safety and leave this place immediately." The 3 of them angrily asked, "What are you talking about?" But right after that, all 3 of them collapsed. "I can't breathe. It feels like my lungs are being crushed. What is this pressure?" Eden sneered, "Oh my, it seems there are quite a few lovely people around here." At that moment, they recognized him and stammered, "That shape. That's the armor of the Viridian war chief. Is he one of Eden's malediction lieutenants? This level of pressure and you can't even handle it. How pitiful for those who bear the name Ziggart." Eden mocked with a laugh. Suddenly Ryon shouted, "Do you want to die? Snap out of it." His words jolted the girls back to their senses. He continued, "If you just stand there like fools, we'll all be wiped out. Focus your energy to overcome the pressure and stand up." Baron, break away and head to the village to evacuate the villagers. Baron replied, "Got it. I'll be back soon." Martha, Ronan, stay behind and prepare to distract him. He added, "Don't try to confront him directly. Just observe the situation. Remember what Master Rimmer always told us, we must push beyond our limits. Now is the time." The 2 girls hearing this felt their spirits lift. They no longer felt the pressure as before and confidently drew their swords ready to face Eden. Ryon continued, "We need to surpass our limits, both physically and mentally." The demon Eden sneered, "Ha ha 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 ha, I like your spirit. But I wonder if pushing your limits will be enough." Ryon thought to himself, "The trainees and villagers are behind me. Everything will end if I retreat. I must find an opening and cut off his head." He felt as if he was standing at the edge of an abyss, unable to convince himself that he could do it. It felt like he was facing an endless cliff. "It was hard enough in my past life, let alone this one," Eden taunted. "You acted like you were going to attack immediately, but now you're just standing there watching." Well, whatever he said, then launched his Stonebreaker onslaught. He punched the ground with such force that it shattered into pieces. "If you won't come to me, I'll come to you," he said, charging at Ryon like a wild beast, attacking relentlessly. Ryon was stunned. He was even faster than before. At that moment, Ryon began swinging his sword, creating a massive 10-fold inferno that surged toward Eden. Eden, who was charging at him, suddenly hesitated. He recognized it as the 10-fold inferno. Ryon launched his attack, but Eden managed to block it. Ryon realized it was the skyshift parry. Eden charged at him again, mocking, "At least I like the outcome." Then he punched the flames away, leaving Ryon in shock. Rion's eyes widened in disbelief. He was breaking through the myriad blossom chi flames. I have to stop him. I barely managed to alter the trajectory of his punch. If I hadn't read the flow of his attack with the ring of fire, I'd be dead already. They're definitely watching the fight now. I need to let them observe his movements as much as possible, he thought, then raised his sword again, preparing for another attack. He charged at Eden, surrounded by a blazing ember-gleam corona. This is necessary for us to have even a 10% chance. No, even just a 1% chance of survival. Eden laughed. Ha 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 ha, that's the spirit. Then he began to build momentum. He leaped high into the air, creating a powerful gust of wind. If the flames are extinguished with just one punch, that's no fun, he boasted. Then from midair, he descended toward Rion. His face now looked incredibly fierce as he shot down like an arrow. Make this more entertaining for me. Rion, meanwhile, felt utterly terrified by his strength. Then Eden threw a powerful punch toward him, but luckily Rion dodged the thunderclap reverberations which shattered the ground into pieces. Moreover, it created an enormous explosion that shook the entire area. He slowly stood up and said, "Your ember gleam far exceeds ordinary chi." No matter how foolish the Viridian warchief was, I still found it strange that he was defeated. However, seeing your power now, I understand. It only makes me regret more. Fire has no effect on me. Do you know why? He struggled to stand up. Of course I know. The helmet you're wearing has the properties of an orc, the king of the forest, named Orc. And they can destroy a castle with countless flaming arrows piercing through the body. The Crimson Bane Berserker can utilize the properties of that orc, Eden said. In that case, you should be aware of this. No matter how much chi you try to release, it will be meaningless against me. What a pity. He replied, If you call my fire meaningless, I'll just use something else. What are you so confused about? Then he raised his sword forward, and a blue light surrounded him. Eden was startled. Wait, this coldness. First, that astonishing fire-aligned chi was surprising enough. And now you're using water-aligned chi of equal strength. Such advanced attributes and chi control at such a young age, he wondered. Just who are you? He replied, Do you need to know you'll soon die by my hand anyway? Eden looked at him and mocked, Ha, look at how arrogant this chalice-bearer is. Immediately after, he swung his sword to attack. Eden raised his hand to block, saying, Let's see how long your will can last. Meanwhile, Baron was leading people toward the battle to support Rion. He was suddenly stunned by the scene before him. Rion was engaged in a one-on-one duel with Eden. He was shocked. The chi Rion was using was ice instead of fire as usual. Could he use two types of chi? Moreover, the pressure around him and his sword's chi, He thought to himself, when did he reach the level of a blade epiphany? The warriors on this continent are divided into different categories based on their strength. Anyone who uses weapons, including swords, is classified based on their chi skills. Those who have just learned to use chi are novices. Those familiar with chi and can separate it from their body to channel it into their weapons are called chi users. Then there are those who have trained endlessly in chi and can release it into their surroundings. These are the ones who can use Blade Epiphany and are called chi masters. Based on this definition, and comparing it to the ongoing battle, it means Rion has reached the level of a master who can use Blade Epiphany. That shouldn't have been possible, yet he's fighting against the Crimson Bane Berserker, known as a master. Only now did Baron realize this truth. He anxiously continued to watch the battle. It was clear that both sides were evenly matched, which was why they had lasted this long with minimal injuries. But that was only on the surface. For warriors like Baron, the outcome was almost apparent. He continued to analyze the battle, but even though Rion was fighting the Crimson Bane Berserker, he still hadn't dealt any significant damage. Perhaps he was somewhat ignoring the difference in strength to attack. Suddenly their eyes met, as if an unspoken understanding connected them. He was startled to realize something he had overlooked. Rion had just looked straight into his eyes. He said he would create an opening and needed them to combine their attacks. Having spent so much time together at the 5th training school, they could communicate with just a glance. Not only did he realize this, but their other comrades also received the instruction through his gaze. Ronan and Martha exchanged a knowing look and nodded as if they had received the signal. They gripped their swords tightly. That's right, we are the Ziggart family. Though 3 we are 1. We are determined to protect this village, and with a strong belief in the young man leading the charge. If we have Ryon, we can do it. The moment he swung his sword again, attacking the monster's weak spot, it groaned in pain. He took advantage of its brief moment of agony, turned around, and shouted, "Now attack!" As expected, the 3 immediately charged forward as the monster struggled with its pain. Now, except for pouring all their strength into attacking the monster, the only thought in their minds was, "We will win and we can win." With their combined strength, it was only a matter of time. It was unclear who had trapped whom. The monster feigned struggling, but its eyes suddenly burned with intensity, aiming straight at them. "I've been waiting for you, maggots." They had no way out, and the monster had only one strategy to win with its overwhelming strength. Everyone was stunned, thrown far away, and shocked to realize that its fighting spirit could explode around it like a chalice flare onslaught. In those final belated moments, Rage concluded, this bastard wasn't just an expert. He'd ascended to the level of a master, laughing at others' suffering. The monster was now utterly delighted. "Ha ha ha! I was wondering if I'd have to chase each of you individually. You've saved me the effort." Seeing expressions full of hope plunge into complete despair always brings me great joy. Did you really think you could push me back? All of you will die here today. "Because you don't know your place," the monster said, then swung its iron fist, intending to finish them with a single blow, so that before crossing the Jade Stream, they would know what absolute power truly is. But who knows who will prevail until the very end, and how many traps are set within traps. He unleashed a storm of Storm Fury Chi, swinging his sword with unprecedented killing intent. You're not the only one waiting for this opportunity. The moment is now. There's no other time. All the dreadflux I've accumulated from my past life as an assassin allowed me to merge with the 10,000 Flames technique and focus everything into a single point. And now it's truly a full-force battle. He swung his sword imbued with a powerful surge of spiritual energy into the ultimate finishing move, the extreme 10,000 Flames technique. And precisely they hit the bullseye, making that arrogant monster who bullies the weak with its strength taste the flavor of defeat. The sword pierced the monster's heart, creating a brutal shockwave. The monster stared blankly at the aftermath, standing frozen in place. The mist-cleared sunlight broke through and the monster collapsed. Exhausted, he panted heavily. After the feast ended, Ryon couldn't help but curse in joy. Damn it, that was amazing. But don't celebrate too soon when the opponent hasn't taken their last breath yet. The monster praised his strategy. You took advantage when my defenses weakened as I channeled spiritual energy into my attacks. Didn't you? If I had made a mistake, I'd be dead by now. However, he was caught off guard, unprepared for the monster's full-force attack, which slammed him into a nearby tree, causing him to cry out in pain. After taking revenge, the monster mocked him, and right before his eyes it snapped the sword that had seemingly made history by felling the monster. If you want to bridge the skill gap between us, you're still far from it. Ryon gritted his teeth in frustration, struggling to get up. He thought he could do it if the monster's spiritual energy weakened, but he couldn't penetrate its muscles. It had reinforced its muscles to block his sword. So this is a true master of spiritual energy. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to acknowledge the vast gap in their levels. My plan has failed, Ryon concluded gloomily. Then immediately after, he ordered all the Ziggart recruits, I command you as your captain. All of you run from here. The shocking order made Baron forget the pain from the monster's blow. Are you saying? He urgently explained the reason and ordered again. We can't defeat him now. Run from here and evacuate the villagers. There's no time left. We must evacuate the recruits and villagers to minimize casualties. Thinking this, he looked at him and said coldly, Baron, do you think an XH deserves to die a coward's death here? If not, then fulfill your duty. Determined, he ordered everyone to retreat, focusing on escaping the bloodthirsty berserker. We must save at least one more person from the bloodthirsty berserker. All the warriors immediately obeyed and fled. Ronan looked back and urged Ryon, no matter what, don't die. He smiled faintly and replied, "Got it." Consider it giving them some time to struggle before finishing them off. After waiting for him to finish, the monster taunted, "Do you think those insects can escape from me? More importantly, do you think you can hold out so others can run?" To this question he didn't answer, but instead called out in fury, "I want to make a bet." It laughed cunningly. "Finally, it's my turn." It asked, "Though you've tried to place a bet, it seems you'll die at any moment. What are you betting on?" "The bet is to see whether he or I will be the one to die." It sneered, "Ha? Do you think you can win against him?" But the truth was, indeed so. He didn't put on airs, and honestly admitted it was nearly impossible. Then he bargained. "So to meet the minimum conditions, restore my spiritual energy and body. In return, I'll take your wrath." It thought for a moment, then agreed. "Given the situation, you'll die, and I won't be able to take your body. I'll restore you then. Let's see how you directly endure my wrath." He painfully accepted the wrath which surged into him like a storm. His entire body felt as if electrocuted and pricked by countless needles. Hearing their groans and strange conversation, the monster wondered, "What are you? You didn't drink orc blood, then how do you explain recovering so quickly? This is absurd." He has regained his condition and is now pointing his sword at that guy. "As I said before, you don't need to know. I'll keep you company until dawn." A group of people hurriedly moved forward with Baron leading the way. He commanded, "Now I hope everyone will act according to orders. Assist those who are injured or having difficulty moving. I know everyone is exhausted, but we must move quickly. We have no time to waste. Hurry up and find a safe place." Someone hearing Baron's urgent urging also became anxious and sweated profusely, asking, "What's happening?" "Will we be okay?" another person lamented. "This is happening just as we arrived here." Martha quietly followed behind the two of them, then suddenly stopped and muttered, "Run is." Martha stopped, bowed her head, and faced the monster alone for the benefit of all of us. The other person curiously asked, "Miss Martha?" Martha didn't stop and continued. "Even though his arm and ribs are broken, he is still fighting." Then Martha angrily shouted, "And now what is your attitude? You can't do anything." She didn't falter and continued to yell at the two of them. "Do you intend to die stupidly here?" Baron also called out to Martha with a heavy heart. Then he clenched his arm veins bulging and affirmed, "She's right. This is not the time to be discouraged. Everyone hurry up. Crane has already gone to a nearby branch to request reinforcements. The reinforcements from the Ziggart clan are surely on their way. While he is coordinating, we must act quickly before—" Then from behind, a large shadow appeared continuously shaking the ground. A nether sprite appeared behind Baron, causing everyone to panic and worry. "Isn't that a nether sprite? Why is it here?" Baron, sweating with worry, asked, "Why would a nether sprite monarch from the forest come after us?" Suddenly a warning shout was heard. "Wait, there's another one here." The entire group was surrounded by two giant nether sprite monsters. Everyone entered a high alert combat stance, but also anxiously asked, "We're surrounded by nether sprites. The nether sprites have us tightly surrounded. How could this happen?" Martha suddenly realized the problem and worriedly thought, "This can't be." She remembered the crowned nether sprite named Eden and thought, "Those damned Edens can control monsters. The reason the Crimsonbane Berserker didn't ignore Ryon and came after us is because he released the nether sprites anticipating this would happen." Two people in the group without the will to fight despaired. "We're done for. We'll die without even being able to resist." But a voice full of motivation rang out. "Don't give up, Baron. Don't face the two giant nether sprites alone." Without hesitation, he firmly said, "Ryon is still fighting. If we die meaninglessly here, I will never be able to face Ryon again, who is fighting the Crimsonbane Berserker alone." Martha then moved to his right and praised, "This time you're right, Ronan." Ronan on the right drew his sword and affirmed, "We must evacuate everyone and quickly help Ryon too." Baron stood between the two of them, his gaze firm, thinking, "That's right, we can't die here." The three of them, without fear, fought together against the two giant nether sprites, sharing the same thought. This is the least we can do for Ryon, who is fighting alone for us. A powerful manospire vortex like a gust of wind surged as the three of them charged forward. Using their swords and mana strength, they attacked the two giant monsters. Suddenly, Baron was surprised Eden on this side is acting as if victory is already in his hands, assessing this wind. Ryon, covered in blood, leaned against a rock. Eden advised, "You're truly resilient. Don't push yourself anymore." Ryon's eyes opened, looking at his broken arm. He thought, my broken left arm is hindering me. If I cut off my left arm, I could fight a little longer. Ryon tilted his bloodied face upward and wondered, "But why am I doing this?" Ryon leaned against the rock, unmoving, and asked himself a series of questions. Every inch of his skin was screaming in pain. Why must I endure this pain which I've never felt even in my previous life and fight this monster? His eyes opened slightly. If it were my previous life, I would have already run away. Suddenly, a beautiful woman appeared before him. She spoke softly, calling out Ryon. Sylvia embraced his wounded body, comforting and encouraging him, saying, "I want you to become a proud warrior, a legendary sword singer of old." In Sylvia's arms, he felt a tingling sensation and thought, that's right, what Sylvia said back then. Remembering his three comrades, he sank into endless contemplation and memories of the experiences he had shared with them which were binding him here. He remembered the image of Ronan holding the Wayfarer's casket, handing it to him without hesitation, seemingly indifferent to others, but kinder than anyone. Ronan. He remembered the image of Baron, always steadfast and striving. He didn't have a smooth start, but now he is heading towards a respectable goal. And Lady Martha with her majestic sword slung over her shoulder, clad in rough armor, but with an unshakable faith, a person I could trust, Martha. Ryon, ignoring his bloodied and wounded body, slowly rose to his feet, still lost in thought. To be honest, claiming they didn't move me would be a lie. I want to save them, those who are gradually becoming Ziggart swordsmen. The sovereign essence standing behind him asked, "Did you stall for time to let your comrades escape my control, while enduring my wrath?" Ryon, unwavering and fearless, admitted. "So you figured it out." The sovereign essence behind him, hearing the admission, flew into a rage, shouting, "How arrogant, Ryon Ziggart! There's a limit to how much you can belittle me. Do you truly believe you can regain control of your body while I kill this man and chase after your comrades?" Enraged, it attacked his back, yelling, "If even standing is difficult for you, what do you plan to do now?" Unable to dodge the attack, Ryon could only endure the pain. His body, utterly exhausted, collapsed before the nether sprite monarch Eden. The sovereign essence continued to berate him. "The moment you accepted my wrath, you failed. You might endure the possession, but once you surrender your body to me, you'll never reclaim it." Seeing Ryon trembling and sprawled on the ground, Eden finally spoke. "It seems you've finally reached your limit. I've just come up with a brilliant idea." Ignoring Ryon's struggle to rise, Eden turned his back and left, saying, "I'll leave you for last and go kill your comrades first. That sounds much more entertaining now." He cheerfully shared his idea. "Imagine this your expression as I tear apart each of your comrades right before your eyes." Ryon, trembling, gritted his teeth and silently vowed no. Watching Eden's retreating figure, Ryon thought to himself, "The recruits won't survive attacks from a master like the blood demon madman. While everyone is escaping, I must hold him back." Suddenly he introduced himself. "My name is Ryon Ziggart," causing Eden to turn back in surprise. Ryon, undeterred, stood firm and declared, "I am the scion of the Northern Annihilation King, Glenn Ziggart, and one day I will become the strongest swordsman on this continent until my heart stops beating." "You won't leave this place, mad demon," Eden, Ryon said, pointing his sword at Eden. "For your age, that's quite an admirable spirit." Hearing this, Eden turned to face him, praising and respecting him. "Magnificent doesn't even begin to describe you. I'll show you the respect worthy of a warrior like you." He channeled mana into his palm and declared, "I'll remember your name, Ryon Ziggart." Then he threw a punch at Ryon, who stood still holding his sword, thinking, I don't have the strength to. Ryon closed his eyes, accepting his fate. Thinking dodge this attack, then. A gentle blue wind suddenly wrapped around him, jolting him awake. Ryon's eyes, filled with hope, opened wide. A figure with fiery red hair appeared, shielding him. The figure used a sword to block Eden's punch. Ryon smiled softly and chided, "You're late, mentor." The other person, hearing the affectionate scolding, replied, "Sorry about that." Rimmer joked, "I overslept a bit." Rimmer assumed a fighting stance and reminded him, "Now you can leave this to me." Eden looked at the sword in Rimmer's hand in surprise, the Ziggart's light blade. Rimmer didn't forget to greet him either, saying it had been a while since he last saw this bald guy. He squinted at Rimmer and asked, "What are you doing here?" Rimmer immediately assumed a fighting stance, pointing his sword forward and warning, "I can't just stand by and watch trash like you trample on young sprouts." Eden looked at him with disdain. "I never expected someone of your level to be sent as a student supervisor. Has Ziggart really become so weak?" The two charged at each other, one wielding a sword, the other using his fists, unleashing powerful forces. Eden continued to mock Rimmer while throwing a punch. "So you struggled just to block a punch like this? Even your balance is completely ruined." He then asked curiously, "Is it true that the rumor about your energy core being shattered, turning you into a cripple, is real?" Rimmer swiftly stepped back, focusing his mana, and replied, "You're completely wrong. You should change your sources. Whether in the past or present, you're always slow in gathering information. How long has it been since I left the front lines, and yet such rumors still exist?" Eden stubbornly refused to believe it, and retorted, "You're lying, shamelessly. Your sword techniques used to be filled with terrifying killing intent, but now your sword is nothing more than a gentle breeze." He ferociously threw a downward punch aimed at Rimmer, taunting, "With that, you'll never be able to cut me." As the punch came down, Rimmer agilely dodged to the side, avoiding it. His body moved gracefully through the air, and Rimmer scolded, "You brute!" Ryon sat on the side, watching the fierce battle between Eden and his master, thinking to himself that his trainer Rimmer moved so effortlessly through the air, just like a leaf floating in the wind. Rimmer's movements and techniques were so lightning fast and flawless that Eden couldn't land a single blow. Ryon continued to assess the situation. Above all, his attacks, interspersed with flawlessly executed maneuvers that gave me goosebumps, made it clear, if Rimmer had unleashed the full power of his combat strategy, this battle would have been decided instantly. So why prolong it as if to let me observe? Suddenly, I recognized an astonishing new truth. My eyes widened. Wait, could it be just like before? He was intentionally showing me his sword techniques. Suddenly, Rimmer seriously gripped his sword and charged at Eden, provoking, "You're so arrogant, yet you still can't defeat me even in my weakened state. If this continues, that universe of yours will be stolen." Eden angrily threw a punch at him, shouting, "Shut up!" But Rimmer, quick as ever, instead of blocking perfectly, dodged the attack. But quick as lightning, instead of blocking, Rimmer dodged the attack flawlessly. Eden, furious at being toyed with, bellowed light sword, "Stop playing around and fight me seriously." Rimmer remained calm and cheerful, thinking of dealing with him gently. But it was nearing the limit. This training material's gone mad. It's probably time to end this, he thought. Turning toward Ryon, who was sitting and resting despite his injuries, Rimmer called out, "Watch closely." "Ryon!" Mana surged powerfully around Rimmer, who was still very leisurely instructing Ryon. "This is how a seasoned fighter battles, and you must learn it." Raising the sword before him and channeling mana, Rimmer seriously activated the sword field manifestation. A powerful whirlwind appeared. As soon as he finished speaking the Eye of the Storm, Eden looked at the figure before him. The sword firmly pointed toward the sky and worriedly thought, "Is this the storm with the user as its center?" Moreover, his spiritual energy is pulverizing everything within its range. He's doing this so I can't escape. Unsettled, he tensed. His muscles lowered his center of gravity and prepared to charge, thinking, "Then the only way is to crush it head on." With a ferocious roar, he lunged forward, attacking with full force, intending to crush Rimmer. "I'll crush you!" he shouted Ziggart's light sword. Rimmer's feet swiftly stomped the ground, gaining momentum. Immediately after the two directed their attacks at each other, their power evenly matched. From within the forest, a massive explosion echoed through the sky, sending dirt and sand flying everywhere. From within the forest, a tremendous explosion suddenly erupted, shaking the heavens, sending earth and sand flying everywhere. At this moment, Eden and Rimmer stood back to back. Without turning around, Eden spoke his final words. "You've divided half the power from our bodies and spiritual energy, and stored all the winds within the calm zone of your sword. Naturally, the sword field should be like this, but..." Eden curiously asked, "How is it that you, who are not a direct descendant of Ziggart, could create a sword field?" Before he died, Rimmer didn't hesitate to let him die with clarity. "Actually, it's not a sword field, but something similar. I created it by borrowing the natural forces. Elves are quite close to nature after all." Eden heavily gazed up at the full moon in the sky, understanding the issue, and said, "So even when old and weak, a tiger remains a tiger." Only now did he return to Rion's side, filled with bitter regret. "If there's anything I regret, it's not being able to kill that guy. I must definitely kill that bastard." "This will heavily impact our plans." Rimmer refused, saying, "Enough of this. How could we entrust our young lord to someone like you?" Looking at Rion covered in wounds, Eden couldn't help but admit that he truly possesses the qualities to become a king. But don't be mistaken, we also have a talent that can rival that monster. Eden couldn't take it anymore. His massive body collapsed, but he remained resolute, leaving behind a final statement: "My failure. The light sword of Ziggart." Rimmer didn't even glance at him as he walked away. Approaching where Rion was resting, Rimmer asked, "You observed from very close, didn't you?" Standing majestically before Rion, Rimmer calmly concluded his lesson. "That is what you must learn as a Ziggart swordsman." Rimmer's handsome face broke into a gentle smile as he explained, "Unlike mages who create spatial fields with mana, a sword realm is formed through mental development and the explosive surge of spiritual energy. It is created by all your experiences, achievements, spiritual energy, and even your future. As a direct descendant, you will one day be able to use it." Looking at Rion's bloodied and injured body, Rimmer quickly added, "So until that day comes, engrave as many experiences into yourself as possible." Rimmer's face brightened like a blooming flower as he asked, "You all saw it too, right?" Only then did Rion notice the people behind him. Seeing Baron, Martha, and Sylvia panting and learning, he asked, "Why is everyone here?" The three of them rushed toward him, each scolding Rion in their own way. "You bastard, you're still alive!" Under Rimmer's gaze, the three approached Rion and asked with concern, "Raon Shich-Hat, we're so glad you're okay. Are your wounds serious?" Rimmer didn't seem to be doing well either. His body stiffened as he struggled to appear normal. "It's really hard," he thought. A large palace gate slowly opened. There are certain conditions that someone who isn't a direct descendant of Ziggart must meet to use a sword realm. Experience is a given, but there's also affinity with attributes, and above all, vitality. Therefore, they essentially consume their own lifespan. Despite this, Rimmer smiled and added, "With my energy core damaged, using a sword realm makes it difficult to even pretend I'm fine." But then he affirmed to himself, "Well, I have no regrets." Recalling the images of Eden and Rayon ahead, Rimmer pondered what Rayon had shown him when he joined the battlefield. Seeing Rayon injured yet resolutely refusing to retreat, Rimmer became completely immersed in the thought. This is the birth of a new king. Rimmer was deeply moved by Rayon's indomitable spirit and vowed to himself in that moment, "I resolved to serve this child as my new master." Remembering his own severely injured body in the past, he thought, "With my energy core damaged, I no longer feel alive." But glancing back, his thoughts changed. "But because of these children, my life has gained meaning." He resolutely stood up and watched the group from behind, affirming, "So I have received a new life. Rimmer smiled, satisfied with the current outcome. Looking at the harmonious scene before him, he thought, "So, even if my lifespan is shortened, I regret nothing. Of course, before I meet my end, I want to see him become the king of Ziggart."